All right, it's a pleasure to welcome you to UCLA's William Andrews Clark Memorial Library for this conference, Oscar Wilde's Modernist Legacies. My name is Bronwyn Wilson, and I'm the director of the Clark Library and the Center for 17th and 18th Century Studies. I want to begin by acknowledging a team of terrific colleagues at the Clark and Center who make these events so successful. There's Keith Kepford from JPS, who does the technical work, Carol Robinson, Alejandro Sanchez-Nunez, Jean Schniedewind, Laura Clennon, Eric Urulama, and Jeanette Levere. My appreciation also to our appreciation to the librarians for their support of researchers. There's Kumi Krokl, who has been instrumental in working on the book display. And I also wanted to thank Rebecca Fenning-Marshall, our Manuscripts and Archives librarian. Her expertise on Oscar Wilde and his circles is really a tremendous asset for our expanding collections and for researchers as well. As I mentioned, there's going to be a book display that'll be in the reading rooms at lunch, so please do take a look at it. And this is something that we hope to have a bibliography that will be available to download with conferences going forward into the future. But it just gives you some idea of the extraordinary collections connected to Oscar Wilde over really more than a century as well. On research, I also just wanted to mention that for those of you visiting and those listening on YouTube, it's useful to keep in mind that we have 20 to 30 fellowships that are available for researchers to come to the Clark, and I really encourage you to mention that to your graduate students. There's 1 month up to 3 months for fellowships, and 2 of those fellowships are devoted to studies around Oscar Wilde. All right, I now wanted to introduce the organizers of this conference, Oscar Wilde's Modernist Legacies, Deaglán O'Donoghue and Joseph Bristow. Deaglán is a reader in English at Liverpool John Moores University and the author of Oscar Wilde and the Radical Politics of the Fin de Siècle, published in 2020 with Edinburgh University Press, and Blasted Literature, Victorian Political Fiction and the Shock of Modernism, also with EUP from 2011. Joe Bristow, distinguished professor of English at UCLA, has published widely on Wilde's lives, in some ways that's maybe fair enough, lives and works. His most recent monograph is Oscar Wilde on Trial, The Criminal Proceedings from Arrest to Imprisonment with Yale University Press in 2022. Currently, he's co-editing with Yvonne Ivory and Rebecca Mitchell 2 volumes of Wilde's unfinished and miscellaneous writings for Oxford University Press. So welcome to Joe and welcome to all of you.
Thank you very kindly, Bronwyn, for that wonderful introduction. So here we are in this extraordinary room. How many people have been here before? Ah, well, I can see your Clark Library junkies. It's very good to see you. One of the things that I always just want to draw attention to, it's hard not to notice how magnificently camp this drawing room is. It's one of the most splendid contributions to 1920s and 1930s Hollywood Regency and Hollywood, I guess we might call it Baroque of some kind. And we have all these Titian-esque murals on the ceiling. One thing that is worth noting is that there is a recurrent figure, you'll notice from his facial features, and he has this very, very beefy physique. And that actually is Harrison Post, who was the boyfriend and companion of Mr. Clark. And there is a wonderful book all about Harrison Post that was published a few years ago by Liz Brown, which came out from Penguin, and is very, very well worth reading. It's quite magnificent. She is, in fact, a descendant of the Post family. So it's very, very good to see you here. As always, I want to give my thanks to the staffs of the Center for 17th and 18th Century Studies. You might be wondering why we've got an Oscar Wilde conference, and it's a center called 17th and 18th century studies. Well, the Clark Library has huge collections in 17th and 18th century studies, and when it was set up quite some time ago, it was focusing very much on that area of inquiry. The Oscar Wilde collection, which is downstairs, is over 5,000 items. Mr. Clark started collecting Oscar Wilde material in really in a very focused way in the late 1910s, but really in the 1920s, and it's over 5,000 items. It's the largest collection of its kind in the world. The only collection that rivals it in size is the Lady Eccles collection, which is held at the British Library, and that's a very distinguished collection as well. So the staffs of the centre and the library itself, whom I really would like to thank, I'm very, very grateful to Jeanette Levere, who I don't think is here today. She's going to be here today, a little bit later. Eric Aralma, particularly. Jean Schneewind, who was assisting me with a reception for my students in the kitchen over the way yesterday. And Laura Clennon, and of course Bronwyn, who's the director both of the centre and the library. In the library itself, I am so fortunate and so privileged, and it's such an honor to be able to conduct my research here. And one of the reasons why this library is so very good to do research in is because of the magnificent support we have from fantastic librarians. So I'm particularly grateful to Becky Fenning, or Rebecca Fenning-Marshall, who is at the back of the room, who is our archivist and has been for many years my guide through, I mean, anytime I get lost in the collection or I'm confused about where an item has come from, I go to Becky, and Becky dutifully works on the provenance of where an item came from. I'm very, very grateful to Nina Schneider, our rare books librarian. I'm especially grateful to our recently appointed Clark librarian, Derek Christian Quezada Meneses, who's just been fantastic to work with. And we have several marvelous student reader services assistants whose work has been overseen by David Eng downstairs. So it's just a very, very good place to work. I also want to thank Ikumi Krokol. She has been not only doing the exhibition for this particular conference, she has also been giving me enormous support as an instructional support advisor at the Clark Library for a seminar that came to a conclusion yesterday. I've been teaching a seminar, a weekly seminar for my undergraduates, for my seniors, every week since it must have been late April all the way through to yesterday afternoon, and Ikumi was just marvelous. Okay, I want to hand over now to my colleague Deaglán, who will be introducing our first speaker. So over to you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. Joe used three words there: honor, fortune, and privilege. And I just want to add that is how I feel working with Joe and about working with Joe. Professor Bristow has facilitated research here, scholarship, and also community here at the Clark Library over the decades, and we all owe you an immense debt of gratitude for that. I would like to thank the Clark Library too, and the Centre for 17th and 18th Century Studies. My relationship with the Clark began in 2009 when I came here on a fellowship, which was initially to support work on a book chapter, and it became now one book and two more on the way. It's just a wonderful place, and Bronwyn mentioned the fellowships. They can be life-changing and career-changing too, so well worth looking at and looking up. I first heard Oscar Wilde's name on my mother's knee. Excuse me, many years ago. I promised myself I wouldn't do this. So being here really brings things for me full circle. So, with that said, I'd like to introduce my dear friend and colleague, Patrick Bixby. Patrick Bixby is Professor of English at Arizona State University and outgoing president of the Samuel Beckett Society. His recent books span the fields of modernist studies, mobility studies, and Irish studies, and they include Quotidian Beckett, The Art of Everyday Life, published by Cambridge University Press in 2025. The wonderful License to Travel, a cultural history of the passport, which has itself become something of a global phenomenon, this book in itself, with translations, multiple translations. Also, Nietzsche and Irish Modernism, published by Manchester University Press. Unaccompanied Traveller, The Writings of Kathleen M. Murphy, published by Syracuse University Press, and with Gregory Castle. And again, each of these are wonderful. A History of Irish Modernism. Patrick is currently writing a book on mobility and modern Irish writing, so we can see these continuities moving through his work and through his research. So I shall hand over then to Patrick.
Thank you, Deaglán. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
I hope so. Well, let me begin by apologizing for not being there in person. I'm just finishing up a visiting gig here in Spain and wasn't able to get back to LA in time for the conference. It's something of a homecoming in this digital way because I'm a UCLA alum, so it's good to be back there, at least in spirit. And let me also say a big thank you to Deaglán and Joe for the invitation to speak with you today, even though I'm not really a Wilde scholar by trade. So it's a bit of an honor, but a bit nerve-wracking even to start off the conference. But I hope I do have something interesting, even provocative, to share with you today. Material that is kind of a residuum from a book that Deaglán mentioned, Nietzsche and Irish Modernism, which I think deserves some attention. I'm approaching the material in a different way than I do in that book, so it didn't find a place there in the end, but I do hope it is worth your time. So let me get going here. So over the long history of their critical reception, Oscar Wilde and Friedrich Nietzsche have often been compared as fiercely iconoclastic writers. To take one striking instance, in a post-war effort to rehabilitate Nietzsche's reputation after the philosopher was associated with Nazi ideology, Thomas Mann labeled the two rebels in the name of beauty, whose attacks on convention and conformity make them venerable figures in the history of modern European culture. Subsequently, many other commentators have noted their shared derision of Judeo-Christian morality and modern European society, as well as their mutual devotion to aesthetic experience in ancient Greek culture. The first commentator to link Wilde and Nietzsche, however, had a rather different estimation of the pair. So comparing selected passages from the writings in his massive screed, Degeneration, originally published in the German as Entartung in 1891, physician turned cultural critic Max Nordau concluded that the similarity, or rather the identity between the two, is not explained by plagiarism. It is explained by the identity of mental qualities in Nietzsche and other egomaniacal degenerates. Nordau's book employed a medico-scientific model of cultural pathology to diagnose what he saw as the ills of fin de siècle Europe, including the immoral, irrational, and antisocial nature of writers such as Wilde and Nietzsche, who, in his estimation, in Nordau's estimation, gave entirely too much attention to the self and its internal processes. Although Degeneration was soon dismissed as symptomatic of misguided positivism and middle-class moralism, it nonetheless became required reading in the last decade of the 19th century for anyone interested in the new movements in European culture, later known as modernism. In fact, the study became one of the 10 best-selling books on the continent as the century drew to a close. Degeneration duly made its mark on cultural history by pathologizing modernism at its very inception. Nearly a century later, with the publication of her influential The Epistemology of the Closet in 1990, Eve Kosofsky-Sedgwick linked Wilde and Nietzsche again, this time as writers who can teach us something about the sentimental and what she calls resentimental relations around the male body, as well as the modernist crisis of individual identity and figuration itself. For Sedgwick, the rhetorical movement in both Wilde and Nietzsche towards the homo, the same, and ultimately the self is indicative of their modernism, but a modernism that upsets the very binaries sameness and difference, health and illness, wholeness and decadence that Nordau had sought to impose on modern artists. So what I'd like to do this morning, or this evening here, is to examine these two images of modernism with a binocular vision that owes something to Sedgwick's own methodology. That is, to view Nordau's account of Wilde and Nietzsche through the optic of queer theory, but also, and by way of conclusion when I get there, to briefly examine Sedgwick's claims about modernism through the cultural taxonomy supplied by degeneration. Nordau's book is best understood as an attempt, and it's a verbose, haranguing, and one might even say maniacal attempt to apply this medico-scientific discourse to the emergent modernist sensibilities of the fin de siècle in order to defend the values of liberalism, positivism, scientific progressivism, and above all, bourgeois respectability. A disciple of Cesare Lombroso, founder of the Italian school of positivist criminology, in offer of the influential man of genius, Nordau drew on his ideas regarding the relationships between criminal pathology and physiological defects, including the concept of a hereditary class of criminals who were the relics of an earlier stage of human evolution. He derived the term degeneration from the famed psychiatrist Benedict Moral, who had postulated that mental deficiency was the outcome of deterioration across generations in order to claim a biological basis for the ills of late 19th century European culture and society. According to Nordau, however, degenerates, as my slide says here, are not always criminals, prostitutes, anarchists, and pronounced lunatics. Start to get a sense of his own style. They are often authors and artists. Looking out at the cultural landscape of the fin de siècle, he developed his own tripartite taxonomy of degeneration, which I'll offer to you briefly here. First, he identifies mysticism, which is the expression of an aptitude for attention, for clear thought, and the control of emotions, evinced especially in the dreamy incoherence of language. And then false realism, which proceeds from confused aesthetic theories and characterizes itself by pessimism in the irresistible tendency to licentious ideas and the most vulgar and unclean modes of expression. And finally, egomania, which is characterized by an inappropriate preoccupation with the processes taking place inside the organism, frequently accompanied by a perversion of the instincts that leads to decidedly antisocial behavior. In each case, Nordau attributes the problem to a set of biological causes within the individual body, that is, the individual male body, to be more specific. Egomania, for instance, is an effect of faulty transmission by the sensory nerves, of obtuseness in the centers of perception, of aberration of instincts from the craving for sufficiently strong impressions, and the great predominance of organic sensations over representative consciousness. And in each case, Nordau uses his taxonomic and ultimately eugenic science. Indeed, as many of you probably know, the Nazi regime would later use Nordau's taxonomy for its exhibitions of degenerate art. He uses this science to prescribe what Sedgwick would later call, in another context, the ethics of collective hygiene. It's a phrase that's going to come up a few times here, which would label the degenerate as vermin, as sick, and brand their imitators as enemies of society. The list of these vermin, each an example of what Lombroso had called the man of genius, reads like a pantheon of late 19th century European writers. It includes Baudelaire, Flaubert, Hauptmann, Mallarmé, Rossetti, Tolstoy, Swinburne, Verlaine, Zola, and on and on and on. He spares very few from his rod. Now, Jean-Michel Raboté has pointed out that Nordau was the first critic who perceived the centrality of egoism for an understanding of modernism. Nordau, however, makes an important distinction between egoism and egomania, a term that his book helped to introduce into the English language. Egoism is, for Nordau, a lack of amiability, a defect of education, perhaps a fault of character, but is not a disease. Egomania, on the other hand, produces an invalid who does not see things as they are, does not understand the world and cannot take up the right attitude towards it. Nordau claims that Nietzsche is the philosopher of egomania, who supplies the theory, or something that proclaims itself as such, of the person who wills, is free, and more holy himself. So for Nordau, whenever Nietzsche extols the I, the rights, and claims that adhere to it, he hears echoes of Wilde and other egomaniacs such as Ibsen and Maurice Barrès. These ring, for instance, in Nietzsche's claim that all science is at present busied in talking man out of self-respect that he has hitherto possessed, and in Wilde's complaint that nature is so indifferent to him that he is no more than the cattle that browse the slope. They ring again in Nietzsche's praise of art, because in it the lie sanctifies itself, and the will to deceive has a quiet conscience on its side, which might be derived, Nordau suggests, directly from Wilde's On the Decay of Lying. In both cases, the egomaniacal fixation on the individual and individuated experience, with its privileging of art and appearance, is perceived as an assault on values that Nordau has taken it upon himself to defend. He repeatedly interprets the egomaniac's resistance to common opinion not as a philosophical disagreement or cultural innovation, but rather as a biochemical derangement that is antithetical to healthy-minded positivism as well as right-thinking consensualism. And he goes on to prove this, and I should say prove in scare quotes, with reference to the textual evidence, such as it is. Although Nordau finds no reason to trouble himself about Wilde's poems and plays, since they are, in his estimation, nothing more than feeble imitations of those other degenerates, Rossetti and Swinburne, he goes to great lengths in analyzing Nietzsche's writings for signs not just of inconsistency and unoriginality, but of irrationality, criminality, congenital insanity, physiological malfunction, and even sexual pathology. Of course, Nordau is quite right to identify Nietzsche and Wilde as important figures in articulating a new, and we might call it in this context, modernist sensibility, even if his desire to preserve the norms of late 19th century bourgeois society drives him to a rather comic literal-mindedness in his textual analyses to what can only appear from our current vantage as patently ridiculous claims about the origins and consequences of what he calls egomania. Now, despite the absurd nature of these claims, the tenor, timing, and initial popularity of Nordau's book ensured that it had a profound impact on the early reputation of both writers, both Nietzsche and Wilde, including in their relation to sexuality. Not only was Degeneration the first book of criticism to compare Wilde and Nietzsche when it appeared in 1892, the English translation was the first extended Anglophone account of the German's philosophy when it was later published in 1895, a year before any of Nietzsche's works were made available in English and nearly 2 decades before his complete works were finally published in the language. The book thus set the tone of Nietzsche's initial reception in the United Kingdom and North America, so that readers and reviewers came to his writing with the image of Nordau's degenerate firmly in their minds. The book also served to pathologize the emergent Nietzschean vogue on the continent, since Nordau claimed, for instance, that the philosopher's sexual psychopathology, his pronounced sadism, in other words, was a major factor in the success of his writings, which appealed to abnormal subjects, thus the title of my talk here, and gave them lively feelings of pleasure, quoting from Nordau, of course, of the sexual rather than artistic or intellectual variety. Ironically, Nordau's detailed account of Nietzsche's philosophy, though it amounts to an unsympathetic caricature, may have nonetheless, or perhaps all the more, attracted a great number of readers to his work, not just through a prurient interest in the ravings of a madman, but through an affinity for his criticism of the foundations of Judeo-Christian civilization and their expression in modern European ethics. It could be claimed that Degeneration, in its original German edition, had a similar publicizing effect for Wilde, since it was the first book in the language to give an account of his work and personality for the reading public. And according to Stephen Evangelista, as the book sent shockwaves across Europe, it gained Wilde a reputation as one of the more important exponents of modernism. Unfortunately for Wilde, as we well know, these shockwaves reached England at just the wrong moment, with the publication of Degeneration taking place less than a week after the Marquis of Queensberry left the insulting calling card for Wilde at the Albemarle Club, and just over a month prior to Wilde's arrest on charges of committing acts of gross indecency with another male person. Now, by the time of Wilde's damning second trial, the book had already entered its fifth English printing, to give you a sense of just what a phenomenon it was. In effect, Nordau was taken as an expert witness for the prosecution as Wilde was tried and convicted in the court of public opinion. The popularity of the book meant that it was often cited in the press to frame accounts of the trial in terms of criminal deviance, which Nordau had attached to Wilde's person as much as to his writing by focusing on his penchant for queer costume and his hysterical longing to make a sensation, while, as I mentioned before, ignoring the content of his poems and plays. For instance, shortly after the conclusion of Wilde's second trial, Hugh Stutfield's infamous essay, Tommyrottics, appeared in the June 1895 issue of Blackwood's Edinburgh magazine, praising Nordau as a new prophet who had arisen to point out some of the dangers which lie in the path of modern civilization, especially the absurd claim that for a species of artistic aristocracy, it's possible to stand apart from the common herd. According to Stutfield, recent events, which will remain nameless, had no doubt opened the eyes of even those who have hitherto been blind to the true inwardness of modern aesthetic Hellenism. And by the final paragraph of the essay, however, he is pleased enough to apply a name to those events, as he proclaims, "It was Oscar Wilde who infected us with the dread of the conventional, with a silly straining after originality characteristic of a society that desires above all things to be thought intellectually smart." I should mention here that Stutfield also has a go at Nietzsche in his so-called triumphant doctrine of the ego, which he calls the theory of a German imbecile who, after several temporary detentions, was permanently confined in a lunatic asylum. In the end, however, figures like Wilde and Nietzsche fail to threaten the status quo, according to Stutfield. The Philistine can take heart, he claims, because he is not alone in his fight for common sense and common decency. Instead, he is accompanied by that large number of really cultivated people whose instincts are still sound and healthy, who disbelieve in moral autonomy, but cling to the old ideas of discipline and duty, of manliness and self-reliance in men, and womanliness in women. In this way, degeneration played an important role in the process that Sedgwick describes as the most visible, but antedating and extending far beyond the trials of Oscar Wilde, by which the discourse related to male homosexuality itself became, for the first time, extremely public and highly ramified through medical, psychiatric, penal, literary, and other social institutions. A process that is, of course, at the very center of her concerns in the epistemology of the closet. So yes, almost a century after the publication of Nordau's epic-making tome, Sedgwick again linked Wilde and Nietzsche in an influential account of modernism, but one that, as we also know, challenges the very moral and epistemological assumptions that underpin degeneration. Sedgwick's book describes and contests a cultural network of normative definitions that surrounded the homosexual-heterosexual binary that emerged in the late 19th century, including the same pairings that structured Nordau's discourse, such as knowledge and ignorance, private and public, minority and majority, decadence and wholeness. In this discursive context, the closet becomes a metaphor for the intensified attention to knowledge as sexual knowledge and sexual secrets, where there had developed a particular sexuality, male homosexuality, of course, that was distinctly held as a secret. For instance, reading Signs of Homosexual Panic in Henry James' The Beast of the Jungle, Sedgwick identifies a rhetoric of male modernism informed by the homophobia associated with the closet, as well as by the homoerotic desire it exists to hide. In Wilde's The Picture of Dorian Gray, she finds the same structural tensions, but in a text that is a perfect rhetorical distillation of the open secret, she writes, the glass closet, shaped by the conjunction of an extravagant deniability and an extravagance of flamboyant display. Acknowledging that Wilde represents an odd yoking with Nietzsche, giving the former's close association with turn-of-the-century homosexual identity, Sedgwick nonetheless looks at the playwright through the optic of the philosopher, and vice versa. She argues, for instance, that Nietzsche's life and writing are characterized by a radical ambivalence towards same-sex desire. While he writes in seductive ways about the coupling of men with other men, he avoids identifying these bonds as specifically same-sex ones, and often adopts terms associated with the derogation of male effeminacy. What makes Nietzsche so significant to Sedgwick's critical project, however, is his account of a psychological mechanism that he finds at the center of Christian virtue and modern psychology alike, that is, ressentiment. This is significant because it represents Nietzsche's critical response to sentimentality, the redoubling of sentimentality, of sentimental affect, as both vicarious and decadent, or degenerate, if you like, since it is associated with pathos, sympathy, morbidity, and the erotic relations of the male body. Rather than engage in a recuperative project, then, Sedgwick attempts to map out the relations instituted by these epithets and the rhetoric that employs them as figures of concealment or closeting, particularly in the emergent modernism of the late 19th century. Crucially for Sedgwick, this rhetoric emerges almost simultaneously with what she calls the minoritizing taxonomic identity discourses that help to define the concepts of homosexuality and heterosexuality, isolating them from questions of femininity and masculinity, inversion, and sodomy. The picture of Dorian Gray is significant here because it oscillates between a vision of homosexual desire and the competition between suitors for Dorian's love, and something that looks like narcissism, or we might say in this context, a species of egomania, in the bond of sameness between Dorian and his own portrait. Not only do these competing plots reproduce the dynamic of the open secret, of display and deniability, to reenact the movement from homo to same to self that is synonymous with modernist anti-representationalism and anti-sentimentalism. Nietzsche is again significant here because although he does not participate in the same anti-representationalism, he does engage repeatedly in the same nascent logic of the homo, of what it means to desire a man, announced in his phrase, "I do not love him, I am him," whether the object of his desire is Wagner, Zarathustra, or Dionysus. What makes Dorian Gray so distinctively modernist a book, according to Sedgwick, is not the degree to which it employs this logic, but rather the degree to which it deploys an alibi of abstraction in the portrait plot. This plotting and double plotting, this abstraction and equivocation, generates the rhetoric of the open secret, which is an unsettling form of modernist self-reference, according to Sedgwick, which harkens back to, though differs from, 19th century paranoid solipsism. Oops. Stay there. So, what does Sedgwick's reading of Wilde and Nietzsche suggest for Nodal's paranoid account of modernism in degeneration? How does the movement from homo to same to self account for the egomaniac? Of course, Sedgwick's contributions to queer theory offer a challenge to those minoritizing taxonomic identity discourses that defined homosexuality in the late 19th century, discourses for which Nordau's degeneration serves as both an influential model and indirect contributor. Moreover, Nordau's book, and especially the role it played in Wilde's trial, provides an important context for Sedgwick's claim that the modernist self-reflexive abstraction was not the figuration of just any body, the figuration of figurality itself, but rather the representation in a very particular body, the desired male body. It is perhaps less clear, however, that Nordau's book might require us to rethink Sedgwick's influential thesis regarding the movement from homo to same to self. I think we might say, with some justification, that her thesis underestimates the degree to which the turn to the self was itself pathologized by those minoritizing taxonomic identity discourses. Not just in the figure, and the pun is intended there, I suppose, of the paranoid solipsist, but in that of the egomaniac. The ethics of collective hygiene articulated in Degeneration are not directed at homosexuals as an identifiable type, so much as what Nordau calls the man of genius, who was too much concerned with the self, with interiority, with differentiating the individual from the normative attitudes and behaviors of bourgeois society. It's curious to note that Wilde himself adopted Nordau's thesis in 1896 when he petitioned the Home Secretary for his release from Reading Jail, observing that Degeneration, as a model of modern psychopathological science, had connected his special form of madness with his literary and artistic temperament. It is curious, for we may well sense that Wilde has come to endorse, even advance Nordau's thesis insofar as it helps him to explain his so-called illness and to excuse him from the charges of which he had been convicted. In other words, it may seem as if he has, no doubt unwillingly, deployed the very medico-scientific discourse that would have come to define same-sex relations not as a species of sodomy, but as an identity of a degenerate minority. But here, as ever, it is wise to give Wilde the last word, and this is going to be my last word as well. A little more than a year later, after the writer was released from jail and living in Paris, he had an encounter with the American journalist Chris Healy, who happened to mention his meeting just a day earlier with Max Nordau himself, during which the famed cultural critic had reiterated his belief that all men of genius are mad. I quite agree with Dr. Nordau's assertion that all men of geniuses are insane, said Wilde. But Dr. Nordau forgets that all sane people are idiots. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Where's the traveling mic? Here it is. Is this working? Thank you so much, Patrick. And thank you, Patrick, very much for reminding us. It's extraordinary to think that Eve Sedgwick's book came out 36 years ago. That's a very, very long time. And she's not been with us for a very long time as well, because she died young and the loss is felt very deeply. And the book, Epistemology of the Closet, I think was a quite puzzling book when it came out, because conceptually it was so far in advance of the ways in which we might think about queerness and what she calls the sentimental body, which is very, very important. So that was an extraordinarily powerful presentation, and reminding us of how Nordau, the way in which that translation of Nordau, which came out a matter of weeks before the Wilde trials began, how the book was read so widely by journalists. And when you look at the comments in newspaper editorials about the trials, Nordau is routinely mentioned, especially in the Times and also in the Daily Chronicle. It's very, very striking. So everybody here, do we have some questions for Patrick about this very, very compelling presentation? Are there some thoughts that we would like to share, or some questions that we might have? Would anybody like to? Ender, let me give you this.
There you go. Hello, Patrick. This is Enda Duffy.
Hi, Enda.
Going to try to follow you, which is a little, I'm feeling intrepid. But I mean, because as I listened to you, of course, you know, I was thinking of what I'll say myself. And I suppose, I was thinking of a word I'll throw into my presentation, which is biopolitics. And, you know, I was struck immediately by Nordau as a doctor, who you said, right? Who became a philosopher. And, you know, I'm not telling you anything new. The whole language of health, in some ways what he was doing is presumably bringing the whole language of biological health into the discourse of culture that he's, and I mean, this is just an observation and maybe a slightly self-serving one, but you know, without the health, I mean, I guess this would be a general question on the degeneration thesis, but also on, you know, decadence more broadly. Without the health, you know, thread of discourse, was the degeneration thesis even possible? Or more largely, you know, from my point of view, it would be something like the beginning of the general translation of all kinds of discourses into health discourses, or just the language. You know, that article about tomerotics, it was immediately health and so on, the sickness that was spreading, etc. Without that, was, you know, how important is that in the particular critique? Or, you see what I'm asking, or is it a fair?
I think so, yeah. Well, I think it's deeply important. And
yeah.
The curious thing about Nordau, if I can use that phrase again, is his unique positioning as both a medical doctor and a cultural critic. So he's speaking with some authority on medical matters, even though it looks entirely absurd from our present point of view. But, you know, given the initial popularity of the book and the influence that it had, that authority held sway and allowed him to make claims about culture that might have been dismissed out of hand otherwise, precisely because they had the authority of medical science behind them. And, you know, in this moment when there's a merger between those two discourses, the discourses of culture and medicine, he is a kind of node where that takes place. In this book, you know, it's enormous. He takes on just about everyone who was worth taking on at the end of the 19th century and derogates them as thoroughly as he can with that discourse. But the wonderful thing, if we can speak in those terms, is that in doing so, he generated what I call in my book a kind of black market cultural capital for the modernists, right? They were made to be outsiders, dangerous, different in ways that weren't to be dismissed. I mean, Nordau's book was a great instance of publicity as much as anything else. He you know, brought the names of these writers and what is of interest to the layperson or to, you know, your average you know, bourgeois reader to this very broad public. And I'm quite sure, and I you know, make this claim in my book on the topic, that his role in popularizing Nietzsche in particular gave Nietzsche this kind of cachet, this kind of cool, if you like, because he was dangerous, that really had an enormous impact on his reception in the English-speaking world. Now, I think he did something similar for Wilde in the German-speaking world. Because of the timing of his arrival or the arrival of degeneration in the UK, there's a very different impact for Wilde in his career and reputation and well-being. But we can see in all of these instances what an impact the merger of those discourses had at that moment. Yeah, so he's really a kind of flashpoint for all of that.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions people would like to raise? Could I just ask you quickly, Patrick, a question about, it's feeding off Enda's question, about health. Do you think the primary category that is operational in Nordau thinking about the healthy body as a racialized concept? Is it largely racialized? Because I've always picked that up. It's always seemed to me that racialization is there at the front. I could be wrong about this, and therefore you find the artistic type, the sexual deviant, and so on and so forth, all being caught within a kind of web of racialized thinking. Does that sound right to you or not?
Well, yes, I might give it a slightly different inflection.
Right.
Instead of racialized, I might say eugenic. He is certainly, this intersection of medical and cultural matters is the intersection where race is defined at the time, of course. But rather than identifying a particular racial strain within Europe or elsewhere as the culprit, it is this falling off of a certain kind of individual who is symptomatic of this atavistic strain in European society that cannot properly cope with modern life in all of its overstimulation, the overstimulation of urban living, of the new technologies and so forth. So that strain is to be weeded out in some sense. And so his book is really, in its darkest sense, a propaganda for shunning and shutting out and, a kind of negative eugenics leveled against this kind of artistic production in those who would dare to engage in it.
Yeah, can I just say one further thing, and then I think we should proceed to our next speaker. But one of my students yesterday, I had a little student conference. Well, in fact, it wasn't a little conference. I mean, it went on for about 2.5 hours for a capstone seminar, which we have been holding at the Clark Library. And a student gave a very thoughtful presentation on the decadent versus the degenerate. And one of the points that she made about Nordau, which has been quite resonant, is that he hates history. He hates historical change. That it's completely static. She said he doesn't want anything to change. And I was just very struck by that. That's one of the aspects of degeneration that she'd picked up on.
Yes, it's make Europe great again. He's radically reductionist.
Yes.
And so the close attention to history and its contingencies is a problem for his thesis. And so he runs away from it whenever he can in the text. I think that's an astute observation from your students. He sees this rise of this dangerous new thing, which he scapegoats in the ways that we've discussed, and wants to return to some kind of previous norm that is preferable to the emergence of this dangerous strain, a strain of culture and a strain of humanity that threaten the status quo that he holds dear.
Yeah. The other point she was making was that the degenerate seemed to be the figure who might be leading history. That was very, very worrying. The degenerate might be at the helm of historical change. And I thought that was just a great idea to contemplate.
Yeah, well, and it is the threat of change that the degenerate embodies as much as anything, right? And that's why Nordau singles out the degenerate, because, as I say, he wants to maintain bourgeois values as they exist for him at the end of the 19th century, and he sees an assault on those values coming from the arts. And it's not just, he goes after fashion and hairdos and, everything he doesn't like for whatever instinctive or impulsive reason. He provides this medico-scientific justification for his dislike. But all of it is, it sounds a little bit like, the old man on the porch who's cursing the kids playing on his lawn quite often, that they represent values which he sees as a threat to him and to everything he holds dear.
Patrick, thank you so very much. Let us warmly thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you all very much. Thank you for allowing me
Thank you for
to be
taking
in like this.
time in your busy schedule to join us.
Oh, my absolute pleasure. Yeah, thank you so much to the organizers and to the audience there. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. We'll move on now to Enda Duffy. Let me just get my notes. I'm going to keep holding on to this microphone. I just need to go here to my materials. We are absolutely delighted to welcome Enda Duffy, whom I met, it must have been 22, 23 years ago when I made a visit all those years ago to Santa Barbara. Enda Duffy, is this your first time at the Clark, Enda? Yes. It's overdue, because you belong here. Now, you do. Enda Duffy is Professor of English. It's a great joy to be able to introduce him, and English and Comparative Literature at the University of California, Santa Barbara, where he was on hold department chair from 2016 to 2020. He is the author of The Subaltern Ulysses, one of the first studies to consider Joyce as a post-colonial author, and the Speed Handbook, Velocity, Pleasure, Modernism, which won the Modernist Studies Prize for the Best Book of the Year. He is co-editor with Maurizio Boscardi of Joyce, Benjamin, and Magical Urbanism in the European Joyce Studies series, and he has also edited editions of Ulysses and the short stories of the rather wonderful Catherine Mansfield. Most recently, he was lead editor of the centenary volume exploring Mansfield's, also truly, I'm a great Mansfield fan, Bliss and Other Stories, in the Mansfield Studies series from Edinburgh University Press. He has published widely on Joyce, modernist cultures, technology, and biopolitics, as well as on materialist cultural critique. And his most recent work concerns modernist energy and modernist gesture, including essays on World War I, Italian cinema, Finnegan's Wake, which is filled with Wilde, as we know, and just extraordinary. So I didn't read The Wake until about, 10 years ago, and then Wilde was everywhere. Finnegan's Wake is an energy epic and modern Irish fiction in a biopolitical frame. Let me hand over to you. It's a great pleasure. Yeah, you do that one. I'll put this back.
Good morning, and thank you for that very grand introduction. Is this working? Yes. Do you hear it? Yeah. I actually like to move around, but when I speak, rather than stand in one place. But I'm not sure I could, do the full musical performance and hold the microphone at the same time. So maybe I'll stay here. And I was going to put up one image, but you probably all know it. I'm not using a PowerPoint, but the famous image from the Ellman biography of Oscar Wilde, supposedly Oscar Wilde in drag, which is not actually him. Do you all know that one? If you don't, you should see it. But you can imagine that it's there, okay? Because I am going to talk about it at a certain point, right? I think I have the full time, right? We're good. So I better sort of launch a little bit here because there's a certain amount. Great to be here, and thank you extremely to the organizers, all of you. It's a bit strange to mention it perhaps in this room. I don't know how many of you, to begin, I don't know how many of you know an Irish song called An Puc ar Buile. There's one, 2 hands up. That's good. Something like the goat on the tear, or the goat being bullish or something. There's a great YouTube video of it with Seamus Ennis singing, by the way. I mentioned this today, anyway, as an example of my overall topic, which is Irish raucousness. Okay. I want to suggest that raucousness is the signature stylistic, sort of trait of the best moments in Irish modernism. An Puc ar Buile was composed only, I discovered through YouTube, in 1942. At least that's what YouTube says. In 1939, Joyce obviously finally published Finnegan's Wake. The supreme epic in Irish, and the most raucous foray of all, and perhaps the most Wildean as well, beginning, of course, with another driving song, Finnegan's Wake itself, in the whole of Irish literature. But that raucousness is also evident, of course, in the poems of the mature Yeats, in Beckett's, all of Beckett's work, especially his pre-war fiction, in the 60s wildness of Edna O'Brien, and the more rough-edged bog Gothic of recent Irish fiction, writers like Patrick McCabe, Robert McLean Wilson, or the plays of Marina Carr, and many others, of course. So this raucousness, which I'll talk about, is not merely repackaging the wild Irishness that for our colonial overlords of the time was sort of their version of what the Irish represented, nor is it a sort of cyan ingai kind of ugly feeling. Rather, what I want to say is that it's a particularly Irish aesthetic invention that once launched has been adapted, reused, and revved up in different ways. And my contention here is that Oscar Wilde may well have inaugurated it. And I want to explain that with reference to just one text, which is this play, Salome. Okay. In advancing raucousness as a strategic category, I want to advance it as a strategic category, as I believe that our project must not simply be, in relation to the topic of this conference, it must not simply be to find some alternative routes by which we could reread Wilde into the existing critical genealogy of the so-called Gaelic revival. Rather, what we've got to do is to drastically recast that now hoary, kind of undead, but very, very persistent standard story of how Irish modernism came to be. Okay? In brief, the weakness of the current account, and I'm in a way the last one who should be saying this, but let me anyway, of these origins in the Gaelic revival, is that it casts an ideology, nationalism obviously, as its final instance. What we need to uncover instead is a simpler materialist horizon to explain the change that's called Irish modernism today. I propose that this horizon, just to use the word that I've already floated, be that of biopolitics. And to cast the developments in Irish biopolitical history, as opposed to the developments in Irish, political history, such as, the usual story of the fall of Parnell and the rise of militant nationalism. To get rid of that story and to think of the rise of a biopolitical history in Ireland as the determining mainspring of Irish cultural change, would, for a start, recast the issue of gender and finally allow us to bring new light to the very strange entanglements, to say the least, of gender politics and nationalist currents in late colonial and post-colonial Ireland. Yet gender is simply one inextricable element of the biopolitical horizon. To read Irish modernism biopolitically would be to critique its imbrication in the whole history of the administration of life and death in Ireland in the late colonial period. The biopolitical state administration, with its networks of workhouses, Magdalen laundries, national schools, censuses, and so on, was the admin logic put in place by the late colonial rulers that was then, of course, famously adapted wholesale by their successors in the new state. To imagine an Irish modernism that faces up to all of that, I believe that we could situate its origin in two figures, Oscar Wilde, and I'll just be very brief on this, Oscar Wilde and Bram Stoker. Okay? In brief, this strangely allied yet wholly opposed duo of these two, clearly Stoker with Dracula, the best Irish ghost story, has a trademark on imaginatively considering the matter of death. okay? Wilde, of course, as always, is a different case. He too, as Salome makes very clear, is trapped in the necropolitical death spiral of Irish late colonial biopolitics. Almost, but not quite. In Europe in the same years, like as we just saw, as biopolitical regimes were being installed in Germany, Italy, and so on, also, the intellectual trade that most fervently grappled with its implications for the meaning of life itself was what became known finally as vitalism. Now, it's possible to read Ruskinian and Peterian aestheticism, and even Mahaffy's Hellenism, as British eddies in the vitalist thought line that culminated in Henri Bergson. Just to saying. But what I claim here is that the core raucousness of Irish modernism is the specific expression of a strand of kind of the Irish strand of vitalist thinking. Wilde, then, I'm claiming, is the artist who in his work invented or set out the contours of late colonial or indeed subaltern vitalism that would be taken up by Joyce, Beckett, and the rest. That's, might have taken me a long time, but I'm skimming over an awful lot of stuff there. But basically, and so to Salome, okay? But as a prelude, let's confront the picture which is not here, because it's a fake anyway. But I'll describe it. One of the strangest totems of all in the whole of Irish literary history, if there was a museum of it, that picture must be the strangest thing in it of all. Okay? It's the alleged photo of Oscar Wilde as Salome on bended knee before John the Baptist's severed head. In fact, it's the Hungarian soprano Alice Gozalowite's 1910 publicity photo for the Richard Strauss opera. Now, that Richard Ellman, for 12 years, presented this image as Wilde in drag tells you a lot about the terms in which American criticism discovered Irish modernism in the decades of the Cold War. But let's close that parenthesis. Still, the shot is the most outrageous image of any Irish writer ever. Can you imagine Seamus Heaney in that get-up? Which is to say, it participates very much in the raucousness of which I spoke. It exhibits the first characteristic which distinguishes Irish vitalism from that of other vitalisms. It is, at a series of levels, funny. Indeed, it's hilarious. Its comedy is delicate and also toxic. It can be derisive as well as carnivalesque. It can be an incitement to scapegoating or gender bending. It harbors all the ambiguities and perils of camp, and so epitomizes the devious energies of the play Salome itself very well. And this is all even more true if the photo, as it is a fake, or at least it's not Oscar Wilde, right? For once we realize that, then the comedy of the all too portly, all too naked, all too bejeweled body is switched off. And we are left with the strangely mock-pious gesture. She's almost kneeling down. And then also the severed head. So think about that. Forget about the body and think of the head, that head. It is, of course, a greater fake than the body. It's just a prop. And yet, as in the play, served up upon a platter, it lies there menacingly and comically, with the power to make us shudder and guffaw at once, which is almost like a definition of raucousness. In the play, it is the severed head more than any of the living characters, who is actually the central character. Right? The extraordinary scene in the play in which Salome lifts the severed head to look in its eyes and then kiss it on the lips is the greatest scene of the confrontation of the dead and the living in Irish literature.
Okay? It is not a scene of the dead haunting the living, of the kind that Wilde inherited from his Anglo-Irish forebears like La Fanu, the ghost story. Rather, it is the moment when the living turn on and torment the dead. Okay? At the same time, the head is a totem, like the heads Marlowe saw on the stakes, of Kurtz in Heart of Darkness. Or it's also a commodity, like Bloom's dancing, and dancing comes up here, soap. Do you remember the dancing soap? Shades of Salome, in Ulysses. The appearance in Salome of the severed head marks the moment in Irish writing when the dead and their histories become totems and become commodified. The whole structure of the play is in place, by the way, to frame that very moment when, she asks for his head to be cut off, and it is, and there it is. The biblical, I don't know if you've read this play, it is an amazing document. The biblical paraphernalia, the tiresome horniness of King Herod, the cliched mother-in-law comedy of his wife, the tiresome droning on of the prophet himself, who's down in a cistern all the time, the lurid and camp atmosphere. By the way, all of them weirdly, because it was translated by Bosey, right, supposedly, all of them weirdly in the language that's very similar to the drawing room comedies, of Wilde's that he wrote afterwards, are really only a framing device for that incredible scene of Salome kissing the severed head. Now, I could skip the next paragraph, but I want to give it to you. Note the striking place this scene occupies in the history of the kiss in Irish literature. Okay? Irish writing, believe it or not, is very shy about kissing. Okay? Do Peggy and Mike and Christy Mahan actually ever kiss? They talk about it a lot. Only Joyce in Ulysses has a more stupendous kiss. Bloom in Davy Burns remembers his and Molly's great kiss. Softly she gave me in my mouth the seed cake warm and chewed. Joy, joy, I ate it, joy. Sweet, soft, sticky, gum jelly lips. It goes on for a long time. And of course, Molly remembers this at the end of the book, right? Quote, after that long kiss, I near lost my breath. Oh, that awful deep down torrent, oh, and how he kissed me under the Moorish wall, etc. Beckett, any kiss in there anywhere? 40 years later, the old couple in Endgame's dustbins lift their heads out and try to reach each other with puckered, lips, trying and failing to kiss. Wilde's kiss in Salome is blatant and sensual. And when the British Shakespeare Company a few years ago cast a male actor as Salome, making it clear in a moment that this was the great out in the open, like Sedgwick was saying, a queer kiss, another first, by the way, in Irish literature, obviously, then not only was the theorization of queer sexuality by Edelman and so on dramatized on the stage, and not only was the heteronormative kiss henceforth placed under question in Irish literature, but the encounter between what Joyce in The Dead called the living and the dead was never more starkly realized. But there's more. The scene in which Salome kisses as he's called in the play, Joachim's severed head, might also be the supreme opening scene for the Irish literature of biopolitics. The play's biblical setting means that it enacts, the story that's told, enacts what Foucault described as the earlier brutal form of biopower, of pre-Renaissance rulers, the absolute power of death and power over life that the warrior prince possessed. But Salome's kiss, however, is from a much more modern logics of biopower. In her kiss, she wants to bring the prophet's dead head back to life. She wants she wants her desire in its very aliveness to be more potent than his death, or than his deadness. She is like the doctor hero, by the way, like Wilde's father, of course, and like the doctor that Joyce might have become, you know, went to Paris to train as a doctor, of the new biopolitical order, who wants to save lives. Or she's like the mad scientists in a bunch of early sci-fi films, you know, maybe Metropolis is the most famous, who wanted to bring robots to life, you know. Like them, Salome would only endow the head with life to have Decadent in her power. As with all biopolitics, she wishes to maximize life, but only to win power over it. Of all the fictions of Salome that inhabit the fin de siècle, and they were kind of obsessed with the Salome figure, you know, dancing in front of Herod for the head of John the Baptist. Why would an Irish writer have produced the starkest one? Here, remember Wilde's father, knighted for his senses of the famine dead, and Oscar's birth a half-decade after, more or less, after the famine ended. The great 1845 to 1849 famine was Ireland's traumatic entree into modernity as a massive biopolitical catastrophe. Now, Luke Gibbons has written very well on how the famine haunts Joyce's staged encounters with the dead. But Wilde seems to have escaped people's consideration by and large in this regard. And obviously all Irish writing bears the trace of the famine, which is granted a tragic seriousness of a kind only hinted at by Beckett's Estragon when, in Waiting for Godot, he turns serious. When Estragon turns serious and says, if you remember, astride of the grave and a difficult birth, the air is full of our cries. To invoke Beckett is to almost prove that Irish literature is a biopolitical one, but as a biopolitical one must inevitably be a literature of, you know, what Agamben called bare life. And I'll say a bit more about that in a minute. But now I want to make a claim about how the famine, you know, there's a famous thing about how the Irish never talk about the famine except when it became a tourist trap opportunity a few years ago. But the claim I would make is this, that how did the famine sort of ricochet through Irish culture? And this again is, I'm summing up a bunch of things I've tried to think out. But anyway, that it's not experienced as trauma, which would be like a traumatic inheritance from the past that therefore needs to be commemorated in tragic mode. But rather, I think in Irish culture, it's understood and expressed as a continuous and continuing outrage that issued forth through strange, deceitful, and often discomforting forms of irony. And obviously, as Wilde, in the whole tradition of Irish writing, is by far the greatest, ironist, from Swift onwards, as he represents the apex of the Irish ironic, I want to briefly sort of think about that well-trodden zone in relation to Wilde here, before I return to the actual dancing scene, which is what I really want to talk about. But Wilde's irony, I believe, is a strangely minimalist thing. It wants to succeed by effacing itself. It was built on a conspicuous act of overcompensating passing, or posing, if you want to use that word. Wilde expressed whatever Irishness he admitted to having only by acting more English than the English themselves. For him, Irishness could only be expressed by superbly playing at being English, and from that position, never failing to condescend to the English. Again, culture approaching bare life, or imitating it, all Irishness, for him to be one, had to be stripped away. This meant, of course, a massive somersault away from any possibility of subaltern resentment, not for him what Heaney called the subject people stuff. Yet he never stopped waging a covert war on all British ideals from within. And it means that his work radiated perverse ironies at a series of levels, so relentlessly that, of course, all his work is about irony. Above all, the ironically titled play, The Importance of Being Earnest. There, as ever, irony treads incredibly close to collapsing into itself. You're always unsure if it is irony at all, or irony that almost sets itself up to fail. And just as an example, I'll read you the very first exchange in The Importance of Being Earnest, which perhaps you all know better than me. But, the curtain opens, and Lane, the manservant, is arranging a tea table. Music plays in another room. The music stops. Algernon enters and says, "Did you hear what I was playing, Lane?" To which Lane replies, "I don't think it was polite to listen, sir." Now, I think Lane's response is ironic and, of course, comic, but you might not. And I guess there's a lot more to be said, but that's the measure of Wilde's ironic strangeness and effervescence. It succeeds by pretending all the time not to be irony at all, which I guess maybe is the basis of irony anyway. But it is, I believe, a covert, creeping kind of irony that is always caught in the act of participating in its own erasure. I don't know if this makes any sense, but anyway. So I think that this self-erasing irony always is still dependent on being put into words. Wilde's famous wit. Okay? But here's a proposition. Why are plays at the center of Wilde's incredible range of writing formats? I think because they allowed him to display not just wit, but bodies, and crucially, bodies in movement. At the moment, the ironic wit succeeded in silencing itself. These, as I'll explain, are bodies in motion, which sort of refers to the title I sent you. They allow Wilde to display the relationship between agency and embodiment, a phrase of Carrie Nolan's, and the base subject, the base subject of any biopolitical artist. They are, in other words, bodies at gesture. The gesturing body in Wilde, therefore, perhaps the posing body, is supremely important. It's the bearer of the significance of Wilde's ironic will to cease and the out-in-the-open evidence of its biopolitics. So I want to explain what I mean in relation to Salome's dance, which is almost certainly the central gesture in all of Wilde's writing. The kiss is crucial, but the dance is what enables the kiss. Salome is all this dance that she performs. Okay. There's not too much more if you're waiting to get up and wander around. Okay. While the kiss is told by Salome as she performs it, and I won't read you out. She says what she talks to the head. I want to kiss you, and then right. The dance marks the moment when the irony-bearing voices end. Salome says, "I am ready, Tetrarch." And then follows a stage direction in brackets. Salome dances the dance of the 7 veils. The 7 veils, by the way, is Wilde's invention, apparently. And there's one critic I came across who apparently he claims that Wilde therefore inadvertently invented the striptease. I won't go there. But apparently, there's a history of late 19th century dance and the Moulin Rouge and everything. But what is revealed in this black hole of the textuality of the play, whose actual supremely effective gesture we are tantalizing, given no directions whatsoever to visualize? Salome's dance follows, by the way, fair enough, the logic of porn, which is to say that it's designed to arouse the viewer, but calculatedly so. It is anything but the free-flowing, orgiastic dance of figures such as Loie Fuller and so on and so forth in the very same years, or a few years later perhaps. Rather, it is, in the most craven sense, artifice. It is more or less unwillingly performed. Its performer plans for it to end as soon as possible. It is in every sense a crabbed and even an awkward dance. It is a set of gestures performed for the weak before the powerful, for an ulterior motive, both to deceive him, because it's Herod, and to reflect back on his own physically embodied desire, to reflect it back on him with the full glare of irony. This is not gesture performed after the silencing of irony. Rather, it is irony that has silenced itself, but now migrated fully into the bodies of the resentful subaltern ironizers. Okay? From below. Where it now finds expression that is silent but proof of life, which is to say, it is indeed biopolitical irony. This then, the biopolitical gesture of profound irony, is what I'm suggesting was Wilde's artistic donation, or whatever you would call it, to subsequent Irish modernism. It's what I claim blossomed into Irish raucousness, and a particular self-depreciating and even self-cancelling tendency of gestural irony that emerges again and again in key moments of Irish writing to forge the Irish subaltern vitalist tradition. The conduit for this, obviously, as has already been mentioned, in subsequent Irish literary experiment, obviously is Joyce. To read Joyce's 1909 essay, or short article, Oscar Wilde, the Poet of Salome, he wrote it for an Italian newspaper in Trieste, written on the occasion of a production of Strauss's adaptation, opera of Wilde's play. To read it is to be struck by how strongly Joyce saw Wilde first and foremost as a politically objected fellow Irish colonial subaltern subject. He even berates Wilde for his drawing room comedies on the grounds that they betray him as an Irish court jester for the English. The opening of Ulysses is again, of course, remarkable for the repeated salutes to Wilde as a John the Baptist to Stephen's Christ. In Ulysses, though, more importantly, the challenge of Wilde's strategic and multi-leveled irony is actively taken up, in very brief as follows. While Stephen is the initial inheritor and bearer of Wilde's ironic mode, he tries to make up bon mots all the time, and he even steals a few of Wilde's, right? The text soon gets very tired of this. It wears pretty thin, and it sort of, dissipates irony throughout the text. Every line of Ulysses is kind of funny and ironic, as a kind of raucousness, is what I'd say. But even more than that, I think that what I would claim is that Joyce, unconsciously divined Wilde's ultimate recourse to gesture as the fullest expression of this particular Irish biopolitical irony. Hence, from the first page of Ulysses, with the posing, acting, and supremely ironic Buck Mulligan, remember? He does that whole act. The book resolves itself into a series of gestural set pieces. Many of these revolve around a show of gestures almost in slow motion, another invention of the very same time. The citizen throwing the biscuit tin at Bloom, for example, or Bloom entering his own house at 1 in.the morning, with that elaborate climbing over the area and dropping down. It's almost like a dance, right? The strange skirt-raising, plum stone-throwing gestural charade of the women, in the two women going up Nelson's Pillar in Stephen's story of the Parable of the Plums. The novel has, of course, to become a drama at its height in Circe to dramatize a bunch of gestures culminating in Stephen's own famous dance. He waves the ash plant and he smashes the chandelier. But most central of all in this book of ironic gestures, Ulysses, is Gertie MacDowell's gesture. When in Nausicaa, on Sandymount Strand, she stands up and Bloom, taken aback, realizes, quote, "Oh, she's lame, oh." Here, Joyce betters Wilde's textuality of gesture by bringing to our attention not just how gesture is crabbed or fake, but often actually disabled. That is, the subaltern body that would enact its ironic awareness as gesture is hampered by the disablement that the subjugation has already enacted upon it. That was already enacted upon it in the first place. So Gertie McDowell, at the heart of Ulysses, is therefore Joyce's rewriting of Salome. Okay, with an even sharper cut of biopolitical irony. It is hers is a thoroughly knowing and ironic performance, before the lameness, enacted despite the fact that she must limp away. And just to sort of conclude, a few thoughts on how did this Wildean legacy of irony as a late colonial biopolitical gesture enter the rest of Irish literature? The supreme expression, of course, is Samuel Beckett, each of whose works unfold themselves as a succession of carefully adumbrated and even dissected, disabled comic gestures, all awash in irony, and all of them fully aware that the status of existence and modernity, that the stakes of existence and modernity are to be found at the horizon of the embodied and the biopolitical. The famous mathematical charting of Murphy's, the way that he walks, or of how he rocks in his rocking chair, or even the famous thing about the stones. Is that from Murphy, or which book? The stones in his mouth that he removed, sucking the stones. All bear these qualities. The broaching of biopolitics via the choreography of gesture in Beckett has been unavoidable in Irish writing since. And I could give you lots of examples, but in closing, let me proffer just one further example from subsequent Irish art, not from literature, but from painting. Okay. As a kind of apex of the tradition I've been sketching is the work of another, or perhaps the other, great queer Anglo-Irish artist of the last century and a half, Francis Bacon. Almost every one of Bacon's canvases show a male body, often stripped of its 7 veils. There's a kind of a veiled quality often, caught in the midst of an awkward, crabbed, contorting, quasi-comic, and possibly disabled gesture. Bacon, like Wilde, was not averse to citing the Bible, as his famous studies for figures at the base of the crucifixion proves. All of these images of George Dyer, of Pope Innocent X, by the way, based on the famous Velázquez portrait that Oscar Wilde went to see repeatedly in the Doria Pamphili gallery in Rome during his last sojourn there, a few months before he died, or himself, Bacon. All of them bear vivid, visceral testimony to the manner in which, in queer Irish art after Salome, the contorted, gesturing body becomes the secret bearer, visible in plain sight, of a biopolitical message that is exhilarating and terrifying. These are the raucous aftershocks of Salome's dance. Thank you very much. I hope it wasn't too long. Is it good?
I just want to start by saying thank you so much. And I really hope that Oscar was listening, because I think he would have enjoyed the hell out of your deliciously raucous and witty paper and performance thereof. Bless you.
Kate. Thank you so much. I have some more boring questions, actually. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm going to be talking about Wilde and dancing, actually, tomorrow. So yeah. lots of questions I could ask you, but I'd like to just to press you, and this is a can of worms, but I know I'm opening it, on your point about positioning Salome in Irish literature. So this is Wilde's least Irish work ever. And for the benefit of the students, if people don't know, here it was written in French. Originally it was translated into English subsequently. And really the status of Salome in popular culture was defined by its performance around Europe subsequently. So could you just say a little bit about in Irish literature, Salome in Irish literature, positioning it, because you said several times, Salome, a work of Irish literature, and the raucousness and Irishness and that dynamic, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe I should, should I take that? Maybe I should. No, you need to. Yeah.
I need to, yeah. I can use this and then move a little bit because I don't like standing in one place. Yes, there was a bit of irony in my presentation, you know. I honestly haven't, I mean, the history of Salome productions in Ireland, to the extent I know it, betrays a complete fear and loathing of the play in Ireland itself. But, you know, all the best Irish writing is feared and loathed in Ireland. So this would sort of prove my point to me, anyway, to put it that way. I am certainly not talking about any kind of, you know, standard anxiety of influence story, except perhaps for Joyce. I think maybe Beckett as well, who knows, because, you know, Beckett obviously, you know, there is some sort of story which one could invoke back from Seamus Dean about the provincials and the cosmopolitans in all of that, because Joyce in Europe, you know, got exposed to opera, for example, in a different way. Yes. Really? Oh, gosh. This is, I mean, I guess I knew this, but I think you can't, you know, I would, there was a production in The Gate. There were a number of, you know, The Gate was sort of the slightly more, you know, self-consciously, you know, Europe-looking sort of venue in Dublin. And there have been some presentations there, over the years there, including back in the 20s, I think. But it's certainly not, you know, an Irish play. But of course, you know, I was sort of working off the paragraph we were sent about the purpose of the conference, you know, that we've got to sort of stop telling any of those stories of I suppose then that would be the direct influence story, you know, and envision completely different stories, perhaps. You probably know more than I do about, perhaps about productions of Salome or about appearances of Salome in Irish literature. Does anyone? Yes, please. Really? Yeah.
Of Galilee, which is a retelling of the story, and Cathal O'Sharkey has done a dramatized version produced by the Tygar.
O'Sharkey, of course, would be perhaps, I don't know, but just guessing, might have been excellent, right? As a way to kind of close some loops. O'Connor as well. I mean,
Yeah, a short story, Chechak of Galilee, which is a retelling of John the Baptist and the Salome dance, and then the Cathal O'Sharkey production.
Of Gaelic writing in relation to Irish modernism, or they've been advanced already. But, so perhaps through those two, absolutely.
Can I just say something? I thought French was an Irish literary language. Well, isn't it? I mean, Beckett, I mean, when you think about Beckett, I mean, surely.
Yes, of course, in a way, yes. He was, by writing the play in French, he was also, you know, he was doing what Beckett only imitated that particular move, right? And that's, But again, it's not, I mean, I buy with Beckett, I buy much more the idea that he wrote in French as a kind of estranging, as a way to estrange, you know, the English tradition, rather than just bring in any cosmopolitan influence from France or whatever influence it might have been. But of course, those influences, you know, came in through that door.
All for the estrangement of English. Yvonne.
Thank you so much. That was so entertaining, and I have so many questions. But this idea of the dead, of the living, worrying the dead, and of course that's Finnegan's Wake, the song. You know, the Thunder and Jays. Did you think I was dead? Like the don't, you know. But I wanted to ask you about the dance. I want to come back to this idea of the dance of the seven veils. Salome dances this dance of the seven veils, and that's all he says. And I wonder if, and maybe this is because I'm coming from German studies, but I wonder if we have we and everybody who came after the generation of, you know, that saw Strauss's opera from 1905 onwards has a certain notion of the dance, the rhythm, the length, all of those things, because we have that sound in our heads, and more likely we've seen the opera than we've seen the play. And so the dance of the seven veils really is this emptiness in the text, in Wilde's original text, this lack that you talked about. And is there a way of looking at the interaction with the head as the dance that he does write? Because that has to be staged. There are words, there's timing, you potentially could stage Salome doing the dance of the seven veils and have it be really quick, and I mean, it wouldn't be very effective maybe theatrically, but you could get away with it, but you couldn't, since the opera, it's like we can't get away with a short dance. Anyway, that was a question, thought.
Let's throw it open, you know, because throw it open for anybody. I mean, imagine I'm thinking now after our first question, you know, of interesting potential productions of the opera in Dublin, right? If they won't put on the play, have they ever put on the opera again? I do not know. Has it been on in Dublin? I should have checked this, of course, excuse me. Surely they have, but wouldn't it be interesting to, you know, one of the few productions that really caught my attention was this British one of the Royal Shakespeare Company or something, where they had the male lead. But you know, imagine I won't start expressing what the things I'm thinking of, but there could be all kinds of fascinating productions of the opera and of the dance. Yes, I talked about the head scene first, you know, the kissing scene first, because to me that's really the crucial scene. Although for my raucous argument, such as it is, the dance, it's, you know, obviously, you know, I had all kinds of notions when I submitted the ambitious, you know, I was going to talk about Yeats's No plays, for example. But so I was going to submit another title, and the title was going to be Irish Dancing, The Complete History. So I was thinking of starting with Riverdance, you see? And the kind of, you know, the weirdness of Irish dancing, right? You know, it's sort of a joke how, again, is Irish dancing, is Riverdance ironic? Have they finally got over is it the victory of the end? You know, is it the Irish defeat of irony at last? You know, maybe, or just in the commodification, of course, of the movement is what's going on. But the dance, you see, Irish dance has a vast, fascinating history that's completely imbricated in, you know, degeneration, if you want. You know, you can imagine the colonial versions of, you know, degeneration, like you asked about race. But it's, and you know, I made a passing reference to in relation to that. It's not just race, you see. It's really, in answer, I was thinking to that question that you asked, Patrick, it's the, you know, what various people like Madembe have written about. It's sort of bringing the colonial logic, which in late colonial Ireland, the Irish nationalists used to criticize as killing home rule with kindness. You know, bringing that logic from the colonies to the center, which sort of set up this, what I'm calling the biopolitical, you know. So then degeneration becomes, I guess, the other side of vitalism, right? It's the you know, the other side of the coin in those sort of cultural debates, you know. But to get back to dance, dance is I presume back in the time when all those people in Ireland spoke Irish and they all actually danced naturally. Perhaps there was a sort of a moment where that was true, but it seems to me at some point, probably when the first 18th century, you know, speaking of the room we're in, when some 18th century, is there any description of dancing in Gulliver's Travels, for example? When the first sort of ethnographic account or the first painting of an Irish, you know, guy in a caubeen dancing at the crossroads was made. From then on, you know, Irish dancing has always been moving up to Gertie MacDowell's moment, right? Please, please.
I'm being disobedient. I'm so sorry. I thought it was so interesting, that idea that the kiss is the dance that Wilde writes. Now, I've always thought of the kiss as being the anticlimax, actually. Because, maybe it's because I know that because in the film, in Nazimova's film it is, but the thing she does on her own is really the thing. But you've made me now think again, and I was reminded, so the reason why I wanted to speak was just because people might find it interesting to be, or might think in relation to your points about how Wilde, of course, dedicates, when he writes to Beardsley, he says that Beardsley's the man who knows, the artist who knows where the dance is. And I was sort of pondering over that and trying to think about what it meant. But then, after your question, I thought again about Beardsley's illustration of the kiss and the way in which the feet are up, and you see those feet, winged like doves. Exactly, yeah. So I just wanted to mention it in case.
Because so many of the Beardsley images. Because so many, I was thinking, absolutely, because so many of the other Beardsley images are not necessarily so connected. But that's one that he really did show, didn't he? Yes, you know, absolutely.
Are there any other questions? David?
Yes, thank you for your talk. I liked your phrase, biopolitical gesture of profound irony. And thinking about gesture and irony, I was thinking about Stephen Dedalus not kneeling for his mother as a kind of sincere gesture. And if you were thinking of other alternatives to irony or opposites of it, and if you were finding examples of gestures on that front.
These are such interesting questions, every one of them. Really, I mean, you know, I'd almost like to hear what you're thinking in reply. Yes, that gesture is the Stephen, you know, maybe is the central Wilde gesture when all is said and done, you know, of not kneeling. And we're not, you know, we're only told it by Stephen. But the idea that Stephen was earnest at that moment, could he still have been ironic? I don't know. One of the book by Carrie Noland is called Learning to Kneel, you know, and you know, the great appear great because we are on our knees. You know, there's a statue in the middle of Dublin of Jim Larkin. Do you know the founder of Irish socialism? You know, the sort of along with Connolly, and he has his arms raised in great gesture. And underneath is written, "The great appear great because we are on our knees. Let us arise." And it was a quote from him. So there's a history of Irish kneeling, you see, which of course Joyce is, refusing. I mean, I still, that whole first episode is so riven with irony. And of course, it gets sort of foisted onto Buck Mulligan. But Buck Mulligan, by the way, was the doctor, just like, and Joyce was the failed doctor, at that point. So there's something there. I don't really have an answer. Maybe we could say it was Joyce's, it was the kind of tent pole of sincerity, of kind of Newman-esque, not sincerity, but intransigence, around which all of the irony wraps or something. In the way that I said about those lines in which always strike me, because they seem so strange and anomalous towards the end of Waiting for Godot, a strive of the grave and a difficult birth. And what's the next line there? It says, down in the trench, it says somebody applies the forceps. And if he says doctor, this really proves my point. But there's some weird medical intervention, a stride of the grave and a difficult, the earth is full of our cries, he says. So that's a kind of a strange moment of sincerity, almost, or earnestness in that play, But maybe it's it's the most quotable moment, perhaps, of the whole play as well, Anyway.
Thank you so very much. I think it was just wonderful. And I'm pretty sure this has generated, I have some questions to ask you. So in the break or over lunch, be about paternity and renouncing the name of the father and all of that kind of thing. But there's a lot to talk about. Thank you so very much. And thank you.
Please.
Thank you.
check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
We're off to an incredible start with the papers. They've just been, it's always good to come to a conference about the legacies of a writer, I suppose, that you feel that you know so much about, and you're learning something new with every sentence here. It really is tremendous. So it's my great privilege, my great honour now to introduce you to Yvonne Ivory. Yvonne and I have very similar friend circles, but today was the first time that we've met, and it's just been tremendous. So we've heard so much about each other. And Yvonne is Professor of German and Comparative Literature at the University of South Carolina, and she has published widely on Oscar Wilde's German reception, very, very important subject that, and especially among LGBTQ activists. Yvonne's latest monograph, entitled Wilde Hauntings, Oscar Wilde and the Decadence of Austro-German Modernism, is under consideration for the State University. Oh, it's gone? It's been accepted? All right. It's with SUNY Press's Studies in the Long 19th Century. Has it been accepted? Yes. Oh, it's been accepted? Well, yep. What a thing to announce at this event. My God. It just keeps getting better. So Yvonne's current project now considers the impact of German drama and dramaturgy on Dublin's Gate Theatre in the 1920s and 1930s, which I think, again, as Enda was pointing out, it sort of moves Irishness away from this sort of insular sense of nationalism. Like, things were very, very different in many ways how they've been remembered or historicised. Yvonne is also co-editor with Professor Bristow and Dr. Rebecca Mitchell of, and I can't wait till this comes out, Wilde's incomplete and unpublished writings for Oxford University Press's series, The Complete Works of Oscar Wilde. So, Yvonne, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks for that really generous introduction and for this fantastic conference so far. It's been so much fun. So this is really kind of the beginning of a new project. So there's still lots of gaps in my knowledge about this, but it's been a fascinating question for me to start to look at. I'm talking today about, let's get this going. I'm talking today about La Sainte Courtisane, which is a not very well known fragment of a play by Wilde, and I'm going to presume that people don't know it very well, so I will be talking about it a bit, also because I've just completed creating an edition of it for this, the Complete Works of Oscar Wilde, so I've got a lot in my head about this particular playlet. I'm going to be talking as well about the first time it was ever performed, which was during World War II, oddly enough. It was written in the 1890s, lost, and then performed in 1942 at the Gate Theatre in Dublin. So I'm going to be looking at this sort of strange set of circumstances. But I'm going to start with a story. A few years ago, I was in Dublin researching the production of a lesbian-themed German play at Dublin's Gate Theatre in 1934. I'd already scoured the vast Gate archives at Northwestern University, and I was tying up loose ends at the National Library of Ireland when I came across a private photo album containing a picture that had nothing to do with the project at hand. That kind of thing always happens to us. But that struck me for other reasons. It purports to be an image of a Gate Theatre production of The Temptation of St. Anthony. It's hard to read. Blurry photograph is not my fault. It's a blurry photograph. The Temptation of MacLeamore Edwards' Temptation of St. Anthony is what it says at the top. Now, I was in the middle of this other project about how Oscar Wilde had reworked aspects of Gustave Flaubert's Tentation de Saint-Antoine. Sorry. I don't know why this is not behaving. There we go. Tentation de Saint-Antoine for his incomplete play La Sainte Courtisane. So, of course, I went down this rabbit hole. The co-founders of the Gate Theatre, Hilton Edwards and Micheál MacLeamore, were a gay couple who had championed Wilde's works for Irish audiences since they had established their theatre in 1928. They had staged contemporary plays with homosexual themes in the early 1930s. Why shouldn't they have adapted Flaubert's Tentation, the riotously decadent building block of the queer literary canon? But when I examined this blurry photo more closely, I realized that it did not align with its caption. At left, a splendidly clad woman in a striking headdress is approaching two kneeling men who appear to be talking about her. This struck me as more like the opening scene of Wilde's La Sainte Courtisane itself, not the Flaubert novel from which Wilde was borrowing. Now, I knew the Gate had staged La Sainte Courtisane as a fragment in 1942, and I had already collected the few extant archival materials related to that production. When I compared this photo to Hilton Edwards' notes for that 1942 production, I knew I had found the only extant photograph of the world's first ever production of Wilde's La Sainte Courtisane. You can see here that this is his drawing of how the stage should look, a woman at the back, above a set of steps, and here it's difficult to read, but it says first and second, the first and second man, and at right we have a cave and a crucifix, which are the set for La Sainte Courtisane. So this is what I want to talk about today. First about the history, themes, and style of Wilde's lost symbolist play itself, then about the significance of Wilde's works more generally for the Gates directors Edwards and MacLiamore, and finally about the context in which La Sainte Courtisane's fragments were first staged by them in 1942. I'll be making a predictable case about the persistence of Wilde's legacy, its traction especially for these two gay men well into the 20th century, but I'll also argue that the theatrical genre into which Edwards and MacLiamore slipped this lost classic, the, of all things, Christmas variety show, was part of a programmatic effort on their part to challenge the taste of the Gates middle-class Dublin audiences. They believed that their annual variety shows should serve as a counterpoint to and expose the shallowness of what they thought of as cinematic realism. Contemporary audiences had been lulled into complacency by cinema's two-dimensional representation of life, they thought. The anti-realism of Wilde's stylized, otherworldly fragment, indeed, the anti-realism of the variety show format itself, could awaken new tastes while also providing popular entertainment and filling the Gates' coffers. So what was La Sainte Courtisane? Wilde associated La Sainte Courtisane closely with his incomplete Florentine tragedy, as well as his more famous symbolist play, Salome, which we've been talking about. He worked on all three between 1891 and 1894, at the time that he was establishing a public reputation as the master of a very different and much more lucrative genre, the society play. For all of his commercial success in those years, it was a Florentine tragedy, La Sainte Courtisane and Salome, that Wilde retrospectively identified as his most inventive and promising creations when reflecting on the events that had led to his downfall. In his bitter prison letter to Lord Alfred Douglas, Wilde reveals that he drafted most of La Sainte Courtisane while he was completing An Ideal Husband in the winter of 1893-1894, a season productive precisely because Douglas was abroad. And many of us will know this quote: "Of the appalling results of my friendship with you, I don't speak at present. When you were away, I was all right. The moment in early December of 1893, I had succeeded in inducing your mother to send you out of England. I collected the torn and raveled web of my imagination, got my life back into my own hands, and not merely finished the three remaining acts of An Ideal Husband, but conceived and had almost completed two other plays of a completely different type, the Florentine Tragedy and La Sainte Courtisane, when suddenly, unbidden, unwelcome, and under circumstances fatal to my happiness, you returned. The two works then left imperfect, I was unable to take up again." Later in the letter, Wilde returns to these plays and expressly links them to the delightfully suggestive and stimulating dangers he was courting in the early 1890s, his years of feasting with panthers. We quote feasting with panthers all the time, but he says those words in this particular context. The litigation with Douglas's father ripped him from the ethereal realm of risk-taking creativity and forced him back down to earth. My business as an artist was with Ariel, and you set me to wrestle with Caliban. Instead of making colored musical things such as Salome and the Florentine Tragedy and La Sainte Courtisane, I found myself forced to send long lawyer's letters to your father. This is where I found myself after 2 years of friendship with you, away from everything that was beautiful or brilliant or wonderful or daring. The full passage positions the 3 short plays in the realm of the daring, the colorful, the wonderful, a space that the legalistic performance of respectability and morality rendered inaccessible to Wilde. Now, Wilde may say that he left these plays imperfect, but in truth, by 1895, he had a full draft of La Sainte Courtisane and was missing only the short opening scene of a Florentine Tragedy. The plays were far enough along that in January 1894, he tried to interest the actor-manager Lewis Waller in taking them as part of a triple bill that would be ready to stage by March, though nothing ever came of the negotiation. Just over a year later, when Wilde was sent to Holloway Prison to await trial, his thoughts turned quickly to these manuscripts. He set Robert Ross the task of going to his house to secure this is a quote, a typewritten manuscript, part of my blank verse tragedy, that's a Florentine Tragedy, and also a black book containing La Sainte Courtisane, end quote. Ross couldn't find them. Any chance of recovering these manuscripts seemed lost when the contents of Wilde's house were auctioned off in Bullock's chaotic bankruptcy sale of April 24th, 1895. Now, Ross gives different accounts of what happened next, but it would appear that a friend later found the manuscript draft of La Sainte Courtisane in a London bookshop. This was then given to Wilde's friend Ada Leverson, the Sphinx, for safekeeping, and when she returned it to Wilde in Paris after his release from prison, he promptly left it behind in a carriage. He told Robert Ross that's the best place for it. So it was completed but lost. The fragmentary La Sainte Courtisane that Ross included in the Miscellanies volume of 1908, of the Wilde's works in 1908, was based on some odd leaves, he says, of a first draft that he had found among Wilde's papers. And this is why La Sainte Courtisane is the shortest, most fragmentary, and least well-known of the 3 sister plays that constituted Wilde's colored musical things. The story is set during the early Christian period in Roman Egypt, when the so-called Desert Fathers sought out solitude in the desolate Thebaid desert in order to emulate Jesus and reject worldly temptation. In the play, a wealthy and decadent noblewoman from Alexandria, Myrrhina, has just heard about the Christian faith, and bedecked in finery and jewels, she has come to the desert to seek out and tempt the holy hermit of whom it is said that he refuses to look at women. In language reminiscent of the opening dialogue of Salome, 2 pagan locals admire Myrrhina as she approaches the cave where the hermit Honorius lives. They tell her what they know about him, how he spends his ascetic nights and days in prayer, communes with animals, wrestles with demons, and so on. The fragments then jump forward to a dialogue between Myrrhina and Honorius, in which she describes her luxurious home, and the men who've fallen for her charms, and the beauty of her lovers. These passages are the most decadent features of the fragment, with lavish descriptions of experiences, objects, and people, couched in a Baroque style familiar to us from the picture of Dorian Gray or Salome or even a Florentine Tragedy. And here is a quote. I mean, the words jump out at you. We don't need to read this quote. You'll see all the key words there of Wildean decadent writing. Honorius the hermit counters this onslaught of extravagant images with Christian teachings about the love of God, the redemption offered by Jesus, and the vileness of the earthly body compared to the incorruptible, immortal body. Then the fragments jump again forward to the dramatic denouement. Honorius has become disillusioned about Christianity and wishes to go to Alexandria, and he says, "Taste the 7 sins." While Myrrhina has seen the error of her ways and wishes to find a cavern where she can make her soul, quote, worthy to see God, end quote.
The closing scene presents us with a reversal that appears sudden, but it was less abrupt in the lost, complete version of the play, and we know its plot thanks to William James Clark, who wrote under the pseudonym G.F. Monkshood, and he was a critic and translator who was shown the completed draft by Ada Leverson, by the Sphinx, while Wilde was in prison. In the version Clark read, Marina is converted by Honorius, so that's the same. She tries to make him come with her to preach in Alexandria, that's different, and she leaves when he refuses to do so. Honorius starts to change his mind as he, and these are Clark's words, as he recalls the melting glory of her eyes, the softly curving cheeks, the red, humid mouth. But his tortures are interrupted when there comes from the mouth of a cave, to the mouth of the cave, a man who says that robbers have attacked and murdered a great lady who was traveling near by that day. They show the horror-struck priest a great coil of golden hair besmeared with blood. Here this tragedy ends. So she's killed in the version that Wilde actually finished. As a reflection on the opposition between ascetic Christianity and decadent paganism, La Sainte Courtisane has much in common with Salome. Marina combines aspects of Herod, Herodias, and Salome, while Honorius represents a Yochanan who loses his faith rather than his head. It's also, as Ross himself pointed out, a variation on the theme that Wilde had explored before, convincing someone else to believe what we believe can shatter our own faith. The fragment is in line with many symbolist plays of the 1890s, too, defying the didactic, progress-oriented modes of conventional realism and naturalism by adopting slower tempos, stylized gestures, esoteric language, and repetition. Like Maeterlinck, Wilde uses these strategies to stage a gestural and linguistic resistance to this, what we might think of as the forward momentum of modernity, or at least the realist mode that encapsulates it. Like Salome, too, the play borrows from an array of works by other authors. Wilde's most obvious source is Anatole France's novel Thaïs, which had come out in 1890. It's set in the same place during the same period and features a Christian hermit and a pagan courtesan. And I'm not going to recap the entire plot of Thaïs. Let's save some time there. There's lots of overlap. Gustave Flaubert's infamous novel Les Tentations de Saint Antoine is also a source, and it recounts the trials of Saint Anthony of the Desert. A hermit like Honorius, Saint Antoine is tormented by monsters, gods, and saints, and tempted by the 7 deadly sins in his remote Egyptian cave. These trials are an excuse for Flaubert to depict the most debased excesses of the flesh under the pretext of Christian self-discipline. The novel's place in the decadent canon was assured when Des Esseintes, the hero of Huysmans' Arrebour, had his lover ventriloquize a dialogue that takes place in this novel. Des Esseintes experiences, quote, shivering sensations through his frame on hearing them talk of new perfumes and strange flowers and pleasures not yet discovered. So this language shows a through line from La Tentation to Wilde's mystic trilogy via Arrebour and Dorian Gray. A third, less well-known source is G. Stuart Ogilvy's, now completely forgotten, dramatization of Charles Kingsley's ponderous historical novel Hypatia. It provided Wilde with yet more raw material. Wilde knew the play well, whatever about Kingsley's novel, because Hypatia was running at the Haymarket Theatre while Wilde's A Woman of No Importance was there in rehearsal in the spring of 1893. So its plot, setting, style, even characters' names and traits resonate strongly with Thaïs and La Tentation and La Sainte Courtisane. I'm not going to repeat it because it gets very repetitive, because the story gets very repetitive in all of these novels. Hypatia does not contain the decadent excesses of Thais or La Tentation, but it certainly stimulated Wilde's interest in the period and thematics that would generate La Sainte Courtisane, and provided him with character names and stock expressions. When he was leaving prison, Wilde asked Ross to provide him with a library that included Thais, La Tentation, and works about ancient Egypt, but he didn't mention Hypatia, so he didn't want Kingsley. Wilde's requests imply that he had great intentions about reconstructing La Sainte Courtisane upon leaving prison, but he never managed to do it, telling Charles Ricketts that, alas, Marina no longer says marvelous things. The robbers have buried her white body and carried away her jewels. Being so fragmentary, La Sainte Courtisane did not attract as much attention as its sister plays during its first decade in print. Even in Germany, where Wilde's popularity never flagged after his death, it was translated in 1909, later published with illustrations by the queer artist Marcus Behmer, and it was even with radical cuts set to music in 1930 by the composer Rudolf Wagner Regini, but it was never staged as a straightforward play. Not, that is, until Edwards and MacLiamore presented it as one of the sketches in their ensemble's 1942 Christmas variety show, Jack in the Box. So, it should come as no surprise that La Sainte Courtisane debuted at the Gate. Wilde's works had been key to the repertoire since its earliest days. Edwards, MacLiamore, and Coralie Carmichael had set their sights in 1927 on founding a venue that would bring European, cosmopolitan, modern plays and dramaturgical innovations to Dublin audiences. The following year, they sublet the Abbey Theatre's Peacock stage for their first season, and although they opened with Ibsen, they soon turned to Wilde, and there is that 1928 production that we were referring to earlier. They soon turned to Wilde, and produced Salome for the very first time in the British Isles. This Salome had been on a public stage. It was privately performed in 1906, 1907. So this Salome had been a very personal goal for the boys, as they were known. And we can see that from this inscription that Hilton Edwards composed when presenting his lover MacLiamore with the 1927 Methuen edition of Salome La Sainte Courtisane, a Florentine tragedy. He mentions MacLiamore's own symbolist play, Diarmaid agus Gráinne, which was a play that they had produced together. That's a set by MacLiamore for Diarmaid agus Gráinne. They'd successfully staged it in Galway that year, and he connects it with their dreams for staging Wilde in Dublin. And I'm quoting, "In memory of our production of Diarmaid agus Gráinne, and I hope of Salome in English," because he didn't speak English and Leomore did, obviously. So the couple shared the stage when this hope was realized with the 1928 production of Salome. The more youthful MacLiamore played the handsome Yochanan, and the older-looking Edwards was Herod. And over the course of the next 55 years, MacLiamore and Edwards, joint artistic directors of the Gate Theatre, giants of the Irish theatrical world, developed a repertoire rich with modern authors like Ibsen and Shaw and O'Neill, but they also turned regularly to Wilde, producing his society plays, as well as in 1945, MacLiamore's adaptation of The Picture of Dorian Gray. On the centenary of Wilde's birth, MacLiamore campaigned successfully to have a plaque placed on the house in Westland Row where Wilde was born. And by 1960, he had also developed a one-man show based on Wilde's life, The Importance of Being Oscar. It was a runaway success. MacLiamore performed it around the world, eventually even publishing a memoir of his time as Wilde. And Noreen Doody and the sadly late Ava Walsh have written about these productions, so the work has been done on those particular plays and books. But by the time of Jack in the Box then, in 1942, they had not yet reached this peak Wilde moment, but they had already staged all of Wilde's major plays. Jack in the Box was their title, it's ridiculous. Jack in the Box was the title of their 1942 Christmas review. You have to take it seriously. Devised by Hilton Edwards, it opened on St. Stephen's Day in 1942, and it ran until the 20th of February 1943. La Sainte Courtisane, there we go, La Sainte Courtisane, or The Woman Covered with Jewels, a fragment by Oscar Wilde, was the 7th of 15 skits in this review. Other sketches included Finnegan's Wake, like a rendition of the song, and other Dublin songs, a skit about Daisy, Daisy, Give Me Your Answer Do, a pub dialogue by Miles Nagopaline, a scene from Shakespeare, and a skit in which MacLeamore, that's Daisy, Daisy, and a sketch in which MacLeamore performed as La Veranda in homage to Carmen Miranda. More there. The show became the Gates' most successful production to date, running for 8 weeks, twice as long as any previous play had run. So in decades, they made more off this than any other thing. And they were only forced to take it off the stage because of an arrangement they had with Longford Productions. It would have run longer. In his note in the programme, MacLeamore discusses La Sainte Courtisane in greater detail and with more passion, and I think knowledge too, than any of the other acts. Wilde appears to me at his most enchanting when he is busy with his real job, the creation not only of his own stylish period, but of a whole, which would be the society plays, but of a whole fabulous world made visible by the spell of his music, a world as jeweled as a Persian miniature and as superbly lacking in European perspective. Wilde was a master of the visible made manifest through the medium of sound, and in the fragment we offer you, we believe the first audience to have seen it, he is busy with his favorite themes, the mutual conversion of two opposing visions of life, the untiring and insidious war between the spirit and the flesh, the passionate indecision of the ascetic, and the cold purpose of the voluptuary. The director's production notebook and marked up script of the play are still extant. They indicate that La Sainte Courtisane's first audience witnessed a production that reflected MacLeamore's reading of the play. Wilde's coloured musical things came to life. Patrick Perrott and Dottie Higgins's costumes and headdresses dazzled. Edwards staged the piece with a choreographer's precision, and the kind of consistent thing here is you can see a crucifix in each of these images, and so this is where the two main figures are to move around, and there are several of these images where he's choreographing exactly what needs to happen on stage. Edwards describes and diagrams their complex movements and has multiple notes marking the pauses and silences that they should observe. So it's a musical designation, that scoop with a dot under it. I believe it's a musical designation for slow, for a pause or for silence. And he uses it in all of these places in order to indicate how much time they should be. Sometimes the dot is small, sometimes it's long, and it's indicating how long they should pause between these lines. He also is quite clear that he wants the music by Delius to be played loudly sometimes and softly as appropriate to capture the momentous transformations taking place within the characters, because this is what we don't have. We don't have the words explaining the transformation, so he replaces it with music and silences. Whilst missing words are replaced by Edwards' stage and musical directions. See, I wrote that. In his program note, MacLeamore also discusses the lineup in store for audiences, making no apology, he says, no apology, for the appearance on the same night of such strange companions as Miles Nagopaline, Hans Andersen, and Oscar Wilde. For these gentlemen are creators of beautiful things. And that's a quote from Wilde. And beautiful things, like beautiful people, can afford to be incongruous, like heaped up jewels. Still less do I blush, he adds, for daring myself to appear in company with Shakespeare. It is very good for you now and then to go from the sublime to the MacLeamore. End quote. the idea of the value of incongruously juxtaposing beautiful jewels on a stage seems flippant, but it is a serious argument made elsewhere in his own and others' writings about the gate. In his memoir, All for Hecuba, also written so he's written that at the same time that this is going on, MacLiamore reflects on the first of these gate Christmas pie variety shows. It was inspired by our own dreams for the sort of stage that would give you a bewildering procession, tiny plays that could find no place in a conventional full evening's entertainment. All these things were strung together in a non-stop manner, and later we elaborated the method considerably. Edwards makes something of a manifesto of this approach in his contribution to the Jack in the Box program. Given the present war conditions, I've highlighted it here, given the present war conditions, he writes, theatre must take the form of experiment in the presentation rather than the writing of dramatic material. We have been developing a form of entertainment that we believe is only in its infancy, somewhere between legitimate theatre and review, which we hope will bring back to the theatre some of the make-believe and intimacy of which the films and the vogue of realism have robbed it. The variety stage is the only legitimate theatre left to us today. Edwards doubles down on this position several weeks later in an essay responding to one critic's opinion of Jack in the Box. It's hard to see, I'm sorry about this, but the whole technique of our Christmas shows depends on violent contrasts, not, I hope, carefully led up to. I have always been amazed at the resilience of the minds of our audiences. The Irish mind has always been quick enough to rise to 3 climaxes for a triple bill, he means. It is delightful to have an audience which makes possible no less than 15, because it's 15 skits in Jack in the Box. This makes him hopeful that his experiment, this new mode of theatre, will take off. Others, he says, will follow where the gate does the pioneering. It's always the way, he says. Certainly, Irish theatre critics saw this kind of variety show or potpourri format as one invented by the gate, and they reveled in the format. I'm not going to read all these quotes. These are various quotes from newspapers, but there's a kind of agreement that this is our thing we do at the gate every year, and only the gate does this. And it can be grand entertainment, the randomness of it. The language they use suggests its randomness is one of the things that makes it attractive. For the Irish press, it was a superlative piece of exhilarating entertainment. But few of these critics mention the Wilde fragment explicitly, and those that do are sometimes negative. So while the Irish press called it an exquisite trifle, and the Evening Herald praised Moore's performance as Marina, the critic for the Irish Times, 'twas ever thus, found it a rather sickly fragment from Oscar Wilde. Gabriel Fallon in the Irish press found the Wilde woolly, and the Irish Tatler and Sketch thought the show itself is unmissable, although the Wilde trifle was scarcely worth doing, except as an excuse for Mariel Moore to wear a wonderful costume designed by Patrick Perrott. But these objections by no means undermine the Wilde Edwards MacLiamore project. Indeed, I would argue that they bolster it. On the one hand, these are testaments to the genuinely radical variety of the offerings. They will not appeal to all. And on the other, as evidence that a work like La Sainte Courtisane could and should provoke conventional, intimate, visceral responses that are sometimes negative and that are a far cry from what an audience member or critic expects to feel. And I'm going to wrap up now. With a bit of a coda. The world premiere of La Sainte Courtisane, in a review show during the emergency, speaks to the strange continuities we find between late 19th century symbolist and 20th century avant-garde impulses. We know there is more overlap than rupture between the decadent 1890s and European high modernism, and the adaptation of La Sainte Courtisane by Edwards and MacLiamore for Dublin audiences speaks to this, evincing the generative and troubling potential of symbolist style with its queer timing and fragmentary forms and anti-realist plots well into the 20th century. And here's my coda. This is the first page of the script that was used in 1942. We can see it's marked number 7. It's definitely the script from Jack in the Box. This colorful musical thing by Wilde might have actually had one last moment of glory thanks to Hilton Edwards. The 1942 script has a note scribbled on the front of it dated 1959. A question mark. In Tales from the Irish Hills? Question mark. Tales from the Irish Hills was a series of radio plays that Edwards was working on for Radio Éireann. It's possible that they actually performed it. I'm going to have to go to the RTE archives and figure this out, but that this was actually performed in the late 50s as well. But that is a question for another day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. It's been so exciting working on the edition with you, and I now see that we've been working on this edition for years, and I am the person who's responsible for finishing it up. So we're going to have a conversation next week about me doing my work to get it done so we can get all this research
out there
into press. Yeah. I'm sorry?
Yes, because it's been weighing heavily on me that...
It's an albatross. But this is just phenomenal, and I had no idea you were doing this. So it's fantastic to hear this and to think about all the continuities that we've got going this morning, and we're now taken to the Gate Theatre. It's and also to the Irish avant-garde. There is a way, I think, that when we look back, particularly at the interwar and the war period in Ireland, the stereotype of Ireland is that it's politically constipated, it's dominated by the church, it's deeply conservative. And then we start blinking a bit and we see what's going on here with this remarkable gay couple. And then we begin to think of other writers like Kate O'Brien, right, who's so important. And it all gets reconfigured. It all gets reconfigured. So this is so powerful because this is really, really focusing our attention on something that had been so marginalized. I don't think there was ever an English performance of La Sainte Courtisane. I don't think there
The first I could ever find was within recent memory. It was 2 decades ago, 2000 and 2002 or something. But I looked, believe me, I looked, and there really hasn't been. I mean, the German, it's not quite an opera, but that comes close to maybe being the only other staging.
So that's saying it's hugely significant. Do we have questions for Yvonne? Kristen.
I just have a very quick and very simple question. I just wanted to hear you talk more about the attraction to the content of this specific play, the decision to include material from that, and what might have been going on at that particular moment, and what might have been happening within their collaboration that made this content particularly appealing.
Yeah, I mean, part of me thinks that what makes this attractive is it hasn't been done before. That they've kind of run the gamut of every Wilde play. He hasn't written his adaptation of The Picture of Dorian Gray yet, but he's working on it. And this little, like if you think of the fact that it's the copy they have, and they do use this copy that they have from 1927 of the 3 plays together, Salome, Florentine Tragedy, and La Sainte Courtisane. That copy is marked up clearly. It was used, the book was used by Edwards when they staged Salome, and it was used again when they staged it. That's where they got their text from. So there is something, to me, there's something tangible and almost romantic about this book that was this gesture of love. So, I mean, who knows whether that's playing any role at all? But then the question might be, well, why not put on a Florentine Tragedy, which is more complete, and so, well, a Florentine tragedy is too long. So part of my answer to you has to be very pragmatic. It's short, it hasn't been done before, and we love it. It's just like Salome, we can get away with putting this in here. But the question, I suppose the other question you're asking is there something about people fighting with each other, or people arguing with each other over their beliefs, convincing each other of the opposite of what they originally believed themselves, and ending up parting or hurting each other in some way? You know, potentially there's something personal in that as well, because it's not like, yes, we talk about them as the kind of iconic gay couple, but they had a very kind of gnarly road for long periods of time, and MacLean Moore had other lovers and so on. So is it also voicing a kind of conflict potentially between them, going in different directions maybe? I don't know. But it's not, there's nothing leaps out to me as, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just too pragmatic. I think of it as a practical thing. Just like when Hilton Edwards goes and writes on the front of it, oh, Tales from the Irish Hills, because there's nothing Tales from the Irish Hills about this, you know? But he's desperate. He's really desperate. He's been, you know, tasked with, and this happens again when they establish the television part of radio television, Aaron. And he's tasked with creating multiple, dramas every week, with gathering up short and long plays and having them recorded and put on TV every week. Well, before that, he'd been doing it already for the radio. And so he's just desperate. What have we got? And so, yeah. But I'll think about it, Kristen, because maybe there's more to it. Yeah.
Kate.
Very quickly, just to say, it was staged in America as well.
Where? Tell me.
Go back to my notes.
Okay, please tell me, because I now need to. You see, our project is never over, because we keep finding things that make us correct the.
So sorry.
So this is why we have to finish it now.
But my question is, I just wonder whether they, because you made that comparison with Salome, I wonder whether they could have known, whether he knew the ways in which Salome's dance had been excerpted and presented in reviews in vaudeville, because there's a sort of lovely continuity in a way, or between the way Salome functioned in very different contexts to the ones we might expect it to be in vaudeville performance, in among, I don't know, like performing dogs and this and that, and this absolutely wonderful, what is it, the Jack in the Box? I love that. So I just wonder, might he have known that? Might that be a sort of an analogy?
I would be very surprised if he didn't know it. They were great theatre goers and great travellers, and they'd spent periods every year in Germany, in France, in Paris, going to every show out there, including variety shows. So I know they did an American tour at one point. I don't have a, I'd have to look at that again and see, are they looking at, are they seeing particular American adaptations or variety shows, or but certainly they would have had that sense of potentially these dances can be parodied, or potentially these dances can be the source of entertainment in this kind of a lineup. Absolutely, I haven't found like somebody writing that, but I'm 100% sure that this would have been something that they were very familiar with. This kind of, well, not. Yeah, sometimes they are, I guess, parodies of the dance, but taking of the dance out of context for humorous reasons. Because, Berlin, Vienna, all of those cities that they would have visited, certainly there were houses that were variety show houses and that they liked,
Yeah, Brian has a question, I think, then.
Okay. Thank you. That was wonderful. A comment and a question. If it was the Jack in the Box pantomime show during the Christmas period, they were inclined to push the envelope, so the Thirst by Flann O'Brien features a clearly World War II Irish vet talking about the desert during neutrality.
This is Thirst.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm wondering if the selection of the Wilde piece has to do with allowing people to discuss, debate.
That's a great potential answer to what Kristen has raised, that that we can, the things that are normally never on the table in the case of Ireland, you know, Christianity, are on the table and up for grabs. Yeah, that's really helpful. I'm going to steal that.
And the question is, given Flann O'Brien was there 1939 at Swim Two Birds, can you link this to what Enda was talking about, raucousness, this morning as a key trait?
As soon as you said raucousness, I thought that's going to have to be something I take up. Please write what you're going to write, because then I can actually look at this and talk about it in the context of this sort of raucousness. Because yes, there are still moments, and not just in Jack in the Box, but in their 3 or 4 other ones that they've done, there are these quiet moments of harp playing and moments of stillness almost, but most of it is raucous. Most of it is trying to create loud laughter, but also noise. If I think of, you know, the descriptions of Finnegan's Wake, the song being performed, and so on. I was fiercely taking notes when you were talking about raucousness, because I was like, I'm using that because that seems to tie into this whole variety show moment. Yeah. Thank you. Sorry.
You sort of stole what I was going to say, though, about specifically, Brian, about pantomime.
Okay.
Because pantomime
is
there's a great book by Cheryl Herr called Joyce's Anatomy of Culture, where she, you know, it's, again, I don't know if it's raucousness, but she's talking about it was, I think she said it must have been in London too, but a Christmas time, you know, she does a whole thing about pantomime as kind of almost like the basis for a lot of Joyce's humor, and et cetera, et cetera. This sort of Christmas time show that where, you know, mostly it was the Gaiety and the Olympia,
yes,
the big popular theatres.
Yeah.
But it is kind of the, as we professors would say, like the sort of the subtext or the license that these two, you know, they do something a lot more ambitious, like the reviews reflected that.
Yeah.
But all of that sort of stuff about, you know, highly politicized parody, at the same time as it's appealing basically to children. You know, it's slapstick, and there's a lot about cross-dressing, and it's wildly campy. And there's also, you know, it's almost like it's like Saturday Night Live, you know.
Yeah, and there's audience participation as well, you know.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah. It's interesting because they talk about that. They talk about, and they, you know, Jimmy O'D, is it Jimmy O'D who's there, is a friend, and they, you know, they go to the pantomimes, but they feel like what they're doing is precisely a little bit more serious. So there's room for all of the joy of pantomime, but there's also room for sadness, and there's room for, like, the little match girl, for God's sake, you know, to get people feeling things that you don't normally feel at a panto, and coming away from, I suppose, the stock figures that you find in an Irish or British pantomime. So they know that they're tied I mean, I think even Edwards says it at some point, that this is not quite pantomime. This is pantomime sort of reaching in the direction of serious theatre. But yeah, the audiences are going because they're going to the pantomime at the Gate. And you know, the Gate is still a place that people go at Christmas. They always have a special Christmas show of some kind, whether it's, you know, Christmas Carol or something. It's no longer necessarily a review. But I know people who will go to the Gate because it's Christmas and you go to the Gate, you know. So that's a long-standing tradition. But yeah.
Are there other questions people would like to raise? Alex.
Mine's actually about the Le Saint Courtesan. I was interested to think about Hypatia and Kingsley. do you know if Wilde read Hypatia, and did he therefore possibly read Cardinal Wiseman's Fabiola, which was a sort of riposte, a kind of Catholic riposte to Hypatia's anti-Catholicism, and then Newman's Callista as well? So that sort of mid-Victorian moment where people are debating early religion as a way of trying to sort of address sectarian controversy.
I looked at everything I could lay my hands on to see if in any of his journalism, in any of his reviews, in any of his letters, did he ever talk about Kingsley's Hypatia itself, like the earlier novel. And I just found no evidence of that. The riposte I didn't know to look at, so thank you for that, and I will see, is he engaging with that as a kind of indirect kind of engagement with Hypatia. That said, you know, if you look at Bullock's, and you know this, but if you look at Bullock's sale of his books, it's just a stack of 40 books or a stack of, 20 English novels or a stack of... So Kingsley could well have been among them. He was a speed reader. It would be very odd if he hadn't read, well, certainly other things by Kingsley, but we know for sure that he went to the play, because not only was it rehearsing at the same time, but he writes letters in which he says, oh, she's a good actor, I saw her in Hypatia, or, yeah, come on, I thought you were great in Hypatia. So he's seen it more than once, probably. And it's a very... Do you want to, so it was very nice that it was turned into a play, because it meant I didn't have to go and read the novel. And if I had found anywhere that Wilde said, oh, and a Hypatia, I would have had to go and read the novel. So that's
We almost certainly would have read Newman's Callista.
Okay.
So I think that sort of moment.
That's really, I've got to look at that.
People talking about the 4th and 5th century Christianity and those debates around conversion. A really interesting way of then thinking about Salome as well, and thinking about that kind of...
Brilliant, yeah. Thank you for that. And now, God, now I'm going to have to go back and look again. Like maybe that's something he even... Did he request Newman while he was in prison? It seems to me I'm going to have to go. Yeah. So that's ringing bells. Thank you.
One further thing. He was reading Newman as an undergraduate, and Walter Pater, the great mentor, was absolutely saturated. There's in Newman, and there's an unpublished essay by him.
And I think it's part of his interest in conversion as well, because he's going through that phase where he's interested in and
it's
talking
called
about
Catholicism.
It's called. We never heard of it.
Wow.
Yeah. So great. No, that's wonderful. That's great.
Thank you so much. Are there other observations or comments or questions that people may have? Deaglán.
Thank you, Yvonne, because I have a sort of very vague knowledge of MacLeomore and Edwards, and this has just sort of recalibrated my thinking, because my exposure to them really was through to MacLeomore was that album, Ireland Free, where he records speeches. It's entitled Ireland Free, Revolutionary Speeches, Words and Poems of Ireland. And he gave this really famous rendition of Robert Emmet's speech, Easter 1916 by Yeats, and the Easter proclamations included there. It's available on Spotify, everyone, which I just...
I'm listening to it on the plane on the way home. Yeah, no, you see, this is the thing that's so great about this venue, is that this is a new realm. In a way, this is a new realm for me, and I'm sort of paddling furiously to catch up with the work that is out there, but also the vast amount of stuff that MacLeomore himself wrote. And so anything like that is very. But your question is about his nationalism, or?
Well, it's just really a point about that, because what struck me too is that when we think of queerness, nationalism, and then Wilde, his prose is truly Wildean. It seems to me it's beautifully rendered and very ornate, and this and letters and so on too. Just really, I learned a lot here just from having known very little about MacLeomore other than that, because Growing up, I'd heard about this Ireland Free, but everybody in Derry had basically worn out their vinyl recordings of it in the 1970s, yeah. And then, of course, it appears that someone managed to get the master tape, and it was released then on CD. And so that was a revelation to me. But to think of MacLiamore as a queer man who then really positions himself in English as well, and positions himself
and English, yeah,
we did, and a fluent Gaeilgeoir,
yeah,
and he positions himself, right within this whole tradition. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and owns it really. Yeah,
I mean, he was an English convert, wasn't he?
Yeah,
right.
And
he became Irish.
He became Irish, yeah. And his story was that he was born in Cork, and then the family went to London, but he wasn't born in Cork.
No, he wasn't.
And he didn't have Irish parents, but that's okay.
And
Alfred
and he becomes
Wilmore.
Totally Irish, right?
Really, he was Irish. When I was growing up, he was the most Irishman you could imagine. Was Micheál MacLiamore. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And with the language question as well.
Yeah.
And inclusion. All those debates. He really speaks to all that.
Yeah. 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 He's not old, interestingly.
Can I just ask you very quickly, Yvonne, before we adjourn for lunch? The late Ava Walsh produced his book on Queer Ireland, really. I mean, it's basically what the book is doing, and thinking about these traditions descending from Wilde. Has there been much other work that's been developing in this area?
So this is where I'm also doing catch-up, ILLing. Like, there's a stack of stuff waiting for me when I go home to look at it. I know there's been a certain amount. There's been a certain amount done on. It's beginning to be done anyway on lesbianism and lesbian writers in the 20s and 30s. So we're beginning to kind of see a little bit, but no, it's right now I'm going to be finding that out, Joe, and letting you know.
There is work on new woman writing. One thinks of Tina's work, and the queerness of Sarah Grand and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it's a very, very exciting area. Yvonne, thank you so very much. We wish to thank you. So we have a delightful lunch on the lawn. Please come join us. And if you have any further questions about bathrooms, we have further bathrooms on the other side of the lawn. Okay, and we'll be returning for 2:00.
dismantle it.
We're just waiting for Deaglán, who will be with us in a second, who will introduce Brian.
Because introducing Brian is really important. Before we begin, I
Can you hear me okay if I speak without the mic? I'll go to the mic, yeah. Okay. Of course, that would make sense. Well, just catch my breath. So.
That doesn't need to be that long.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So it's our privilege and pleasure and delight to introduce Professor Brian O'Croher, who is Professor of Irish Language and Literature at the University of... Okay, Irish pronunciations are good for me, but is it Notre Dame, Notre Dame? Notre Dame? Notre Dame. Right. At Notre Dame in Indiana. And Brian holds a PhD in Modern Irish from the National University of Ireland in Galway, an MA from Boston College, and a BA from Mary Immaculate College, Limerick. He's a former director of Notre Dame's Centre for the Study of Languages and Cultures, and he has also been visiting professor at, and I'm not a bit jealous here, at the Université Sorbonne Nouvelle Paris 3, the University of Melbourne, and the University of Notre Dame of Bangladesh. So Brian's a scholar of modern Irish literary history, revival movements, and language, and his monograph and Sail Bocht, Bahachnish Flann O'Brien, that's a biography of Flann O'Brien or Miles Nagopolline, won 3 major accolades, including the 2022 Erictus Literary Award for Book of the Year. His other major publications include Fandasiac na Gaeilge and the co-edited Rutledge International Handbook of Irish Studies, and the expansive poetry collection Bone and Marrow, or Crá agus Smer, as it is in Gaelic. So, Brian, I shall hand it over to you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organisers, Professor Joseph Bristow from the University of California, Los Angeles, and Deaglán Donghaile, Liverpool John Moores University, for the kind invitation and that very warm, generous introduction. It's always a challenge to speak to an expert audience, and I hope what you'll find what I'm about to share with you to be of interest. Like many of the other speakers, I don't claim to be an expert by trade on Oscar Wilde, but in coming to the conference, it was already been worth my while from what I've learnt and what I've heard this morning, so I'm quite happy to go home now. But in thinking and writing about Wilde over the last couple of months, weeks, the paper has taken on a life of its own, and the conclusions are very much a work in progress, so I'll be curious to see what you have to say. My topic today is Oscar Wilde and the Irish language. In delving into this topic, I want to explore the widely accepted thesis that Wilde was an important influence on Patrick Pearse, specifically in his early short stories, and I want to reject that theory, as Sean O'Sheil and Anne Markey have convincingly argued, in favour of seeing Wilde and Pearse both as responding to and reacting to Matthew Arnold, and more importantly, Walter Pater. I want to tease out some of those ideas as we move through this talk. So, Oscar Wilde was, as Terry Eagleton observed, many things, but an Irish language speaker he was not. Nor is there any evidence of Oscar Wilde speaking Irish. Wilde did, it appear, in adult life, sang Irish Gaelic lullabies to his sons, aided in acquiring the language by his exceptional linguistic facility, which Pines attributes to family holidays in Connemara. But as we know from case law, specifically Orr versus Burke, which occurred in Galway in 1858, the ability to sing a song is not proof of ability to communicate in that language. Yet an argument has been made, and apparently widely accepted, that, quote, Wilde's awareness of Irish lying behind his English stood him in good stead for bilingual expression, whether dealing with French or with Greek. It also explains why he should have had so much verbal felicity from his first. He never really regarded English as a language entirely enclosing him. And much has been made of the line attributed to Wilde when he claimed, quote, I am Irish by race, but the English have condemned me to talk the language of Shakespeare. Owen Dudley Edwards addresses the issues of Wilde's knowledge and awareness of Irish in an oblique fashion. To say that Irish lagged behind his English, or lay behind his English, is not to say at all that all Wilde would translate well into Irish. He translates very badly into English in the case of Salome, of which we have heard much this morning. But in this, as in other cases, Wilde's awareness of Irish lying behind his English stood him in good stead for bilingual expression, whether dealing with French or with Greek. It also explains why he should have had such verbal felicity from the start. He never really regarded English as a language entirely enclosing him. Now, if English never entirely enclosed him, did Irish even touch him? To approach the issue of Wilde and the Irish language is to consider his father and his mother, and the cultural context into which Oscar Wilde was born and educated. In her 1887 work, Ancient Legends, Mystic Charms and Superstitions of Ireland, Lady Wilde, Speranza, praised the Irish-English language, and here we're into degeneration and Max Nodot territory, which preserves so much of the expressive idiom of the ancient tongue, arguing that stories with a primitive simplicity of style came directly from the national heart. She urgently advocated for preserving the Irish oral tradition, warning that the old race is rapidly passing away due to British cultural erosion and immigration. She also crafted her translations to mimic the rhythmic, poetic structure of the original Irish texts. Yet, as far as we know, she knew no Irish. Her translations were reworkings of the prose translations provided by her husband, Sir William Wilde, who recorded material from patients at St. Mark's Olphalantic Hospital. The hospital, which treated diseases of the eye and the ear for poor patients, was initially established at 15 Westland Row, moved later to Great Brunswick Street, and finally relocated to the former Park Street Medical School at Lincoln Place. Sir William also gathered material from his tours in the west of Ireland. And as Oscar's father, he played a critical role in these discussions. He plays a critical role in discussions of his son's knowledge, awareness of, and appreciation of the Irish language, its folklore, and its literary potential. Irish existed in two very different spheres at this time, both of which William Wilde was aware of and involved in: the elite scholarly world of antiquarian reclamation, and the working class vernacular spoken Irish of the Western Island and urban servants. Wilde himself had learnt Irish from Father Prendergast, a retired Augustinian cleric and the last Lord Abbot of Cong. Various critics assume without much evidence that young Oscar accompanied his father on these folklore expeditions and therefore would have heard Irish spoken as a daily language. Several critics see Wilde's work and life as deeply rooted in Irish folk culture. Here we encounter a specific type of a tripartite circular argument, if that's not an oxymoron, and in particular statements that restate their conclusion as evidence without offering any independent support. Specifically, the argument's premise contends that 1, Oscar Wilde's debt to Irish, that Wilde owes a debt to Irish language folklore. This inspired his alleged influence on Irish language writers, and that influence is then used to prove Wilde's original debt to Irish language folklore. I don't buy it. Concurrently, other critics assert that Wilde's direct influence on the short stories of Patrick Pearse. It remains unclear where exactly these claims originated, but the Dudley Edwards family looms large in the genealogy of the argument. And here, thanks to AI, we have Oscar Wilde, Patrick Pearse, Ruth Dudley Edwards, Owen Dudley Edwards, somewhere in Connemara. AI is obsessed with giving Patrick Pearse a moustache. Every time you ask for an image of Patrick Pearse, the man appears with a moustache. So, this begins, I believe, the first claim appears in Ruth Dudley Edwards' 1977 biography of Pearse, Patrick Pearse, The Triumph of Failure. In it, she dedicates a chapter to Pearse's prose and poetry, focusing primarily on the literature that inspired him rather than any literary merit of his own works. Consequently, the chapter, while ostensibly about his literature, ultimately delves deeper into his relationship with the Gaelic League and his desire to Anglicise Ireland. In the decades since its publication, the historiographical assessment of Pearse has shifted significantly through the lenses of revisionism and sexuality. Some contemporary scholars argue that Edwards' book overcorrected the traditional nationalist hagiography. They view her framework as overly cynical, reducing Pearse's legitimate political philosophy to mere personal and psychological dysfunction. By focusing so heavy on Pearse's, quote, tormented personality, the book arguably failed to take his actual political, literary, and educational theories seriously. Ruth Dudley Edwards, however, has subsequently stated that she was not attacking Pearse on a sexual front. She maintains her contention that Pearse was chaste, but exclusively turned on by young male beauty, arguing that the entirely innocent poetic sublimation of this repressed sexuality drove his educational philosophy. Now, while the psychological debate is tangential to the present conversation, and Louis de Poir's forthcoming book on Patrick Pearse's critical writings will undoubtedly reframe it, Ruth Dudley Edwards' discussion of Pearse's fiction is highly relevant for Oscar Wilde's studies. She states, as regards his stories, nor were they particularly original. Isagon has close affinities with Oscar Wilde's The Selfish Giant, and Oni Nanane echoes Hans Christian Andersen. So here we have this idea that Pearse has lifted Oscar Wilde's material. The source for this is her brother, Owen Dudley Edwards, another historian. The historian Owen Dudley Edwards advanced this connection further in his entry on Wilde for the Dictionary of Irish Biography. He argues that a Gaelic consciousness evidently fueled Wilde's future fairy stories, as would be shown note the conditional, as would be shown by Patrick Pearse in drawing on Wilde's The Happy Prince for his Oni Nanane and The Selfish Giant for Isagon. Hans Christian Andersen has somehow got lost in translation. Both stories are connected back to Wilde. This logic warrants closer inspection. The proof offered for the claim that a Gaelic consciousness, and here we're in the language of Matthew Arnold, influenced Oscar Wilde rests entirely on the fact that Pearse drew on Wilde's stories for two stories of his own. This claim, that Pearse's two stories merely copied or adapted Wilde, has become axiomatic in English language criticism of Pearse, and it's usually prefaced by certainly Pearse copied, certainly Pearse owes a debt. And while there's much to be said about the confusion of correlation and causation, the first principles on which this axiom is based seemed fundamentally flawed. Nonetheless, these claims remain pervasive and widespread, while the algorithmic tools and uncritical AI platforms assert them as absolute gospel. More seasoned critics carefully phrase the links as really interesting echoes or interesting resonances. The proof that Wilde's early stories owe a debt to some Celtic consciousness is linked to a translator's success in translating them back into Irish. Bear with me here while I unpack this logic. This is Dudley Edwards. This claim that Hyde's stories emerge from a Celtic consciousness brings us back to the earliest fairy stories. How do they translate into Gaelic? It seems our only way of finding a direct correlation, or a direct connection. One association there certainly is. Patrick Pearse drew directly on The Selfish Giant for his short story Isagon, and less obviously on The Happy Prince for its companion Oni Nanane. It was in itself a symbolic act. Wilde was still very much a non-person in 1907. Admittedly, Pearse had the advantage that nobody could admit to familiarity with the work of a non-person. But we do not need to take matters too far. Pearse had limited creativity, but as a teacher, he saw the facility of Irish transposition of theme, material, and even words. He set the stories in Connacht, where the Wildes had worked and played. The Selfish Giant, in particular, suggests not only a peasant context, where Pearse put it, but the giant as an owner of the big house, with the little children as peasants and presumably Catholics. There have been several translations of these two stories into Irish. I'm not going to go into them in any detail. How to make sense of this? And one way is to remember that both the Dudley Edwards were writing in the late 1970s, early 1980s, at the height of the culture wars, when there was a serious effort to reclaim Hyde as an Irish author, or to make Hyde more Irish than he had been previously. And Jarlath Killeen has written in the Irish Studies Review in 2015 about the efforts to hibernise Wilde. He divides the critics into two groups, the nationalisers and the internationalisers. For one group of critics, let's call them the nationalisers, Wilde has been considered a militant Irish republic, an Irish terrorist by another name, whose literary practices resemble those of guerrilla warfare, an ardent home ruler and Parnellite, and committed Irish nationalist, very influenced by his Irish background and political views, possibly shaped by a genuine interest in and awareness of Irish folklore and Irish oral traditions, and then deeply engaged with issues of Irish identity and culture. For an opposing set of critics, let's call them the internationalists, Wilde should be, at best, be considered a reluctant Irish patriot and opportunist, who referenced his Irish identity only when it suited him commercially, a man who was more interested in exploiting intellectual fashions and fads than making genuine political points, a man who was a shallow thinker in many areas of life, and certainly didn't use writing to pursue Irish nationalist issues, a man who was probably more of a British imperialist than an Irish nationalist, a man who knew precious little about Irish folklore or Irish oral traditions, and his works contain few, if any, references to Irish issues othersness. To reappropriate and to reread Wilde has proceeded in two ways, then, argues Killeen. In the first place, there was the empiricalist study, which gathered together as much as was possible which gathered together as much as it was possible to know about Wilde's life in Ireland, the lives of his parents and the milieu in which they lived and worked, his relationship with his brothers and sisters, the political orientation of the various family members, and the scholars pieced together any direct references to associations with Ireland. So, for example, Davis Coakley, probably the most important of the empiricists, suggests that Wilde's upbringing on Merrion Square, with a locked gate at its centre, may have inspired his later attention to enclosed gardens in the fairy tales The Happy Prince and The Selfish Giant. May have or may not have. There was an understandable tendency by those involved in this kind of empirical research to stay clear of the more contentious issue of what Irishness meant in terms of identity politics. These two stories, The Happy Prince, The Selfish Giant, keep cropping up again and again. While some critics shaped and influenced, the internationalists were shaped and influenced by post-colonial theory and methodology, they sought to complement the empiricist rebuilding of an Irish Wilde with a rigorous but often interpretatively risky reading of Wilde and his work as fully implicated in Irish history and culture. These critics have attempted to reconstruct the colonial or nationalist or allegorical unconsciousness in Wilde's canon. In works in which it is difficult or even impossible to find a direct reference to Ireland or Irish issues, and in doing so routinely reverted to an allegorizing or analogical form of analysis. And I think that's what's going on with the Dudley Edwards. There is a certain irony. I realize that this is a conference on Oscar Wilde, but if you follow that logic true, then the Ruth Dudley Edwards become post-colonialists. I'm not sure if that works, but it's not without a certain amount of humour. So this has cropped up, this idea of the direct influence between the two writers has cropped up in Dudley Edwards, that Patrick Pearse rewrote The Selfish Giant in Irish as Isagon in 1906. The attraction of the story for a political radical like Pearse suggests that submerged or allegorical elements of the original narrative have implications for Irish issues. It is likely, in other words, that Pearse saw more in the story than subsequent critics of Wilde have. Patrick Pearse was clearly influenced by Wilde's poems and his stories, in particular The Selfish Giant and The Happy Prince, in some of his writings for children. That's Eivor Walsh. And this can go on and on from various critics. Now, these claims were first challenged in 1983 by Sean O'Sheil, who, in an article on Isagon in Core, suggested that Oscar Wilde owed far more to Hans Christian Andersen than Pearse owed to Oscar Wilde. The most compelling critique has been offered in 2009 by Annie Markey, in her edited edition of Pearse's stories. And she takes issue with the argument as posited by Ruth Dudley Edwards. And it is a very kind and very gentle critique. I quote her here. There are indeed similarities between The Little Match Girl, one of Andersen's best known and most frequently translated stories, and Oneen Nanane, both of which deal with the death of a child. Although Dudley Edwards' alignment of Pearse and Wilde has seemed persuasive to other critics, any direct influence cannot be proved or disproved. It is possible that Pearse was familiar with the stories contained in Wilde's collection The Happy Prince and Other Tales, 1888. Although the volume sold poorly, this seems unlikely. The similarity between Pearse's Oneen Nanane and Wilde's The Happy Prince, flagged but not explored by critics, amounts to little more than the presence in both stories of swallows. who recount their travels and sojourns in faraway lands. And it is telling that in Wilde's story, the swallows present the Orient as desirably decadent, while Pearse presents the southern world as a threateningly barren landscape that contrasts unfavorably with the pastoral beauty of Connemara. So that the superficial similarities between the stories is considerably less striking than the stylistic and thematic differences between them. Similarly, while there are similarities between Isagon and the Selfish Giant, these may be attributable to a comparable resource by both writers to the Irish folk belief that the child Jesus appeared in human form. On balance, the influence of Pearse's contemporaries on his stories seems negligible. How then do we account for what's going on? Critics like Louis de Puyer and Philip O'Leary have highlighted Pearse as a progressive literary force who, influenced by Walt Whitman, and of whom Walter Pater also harboured a deep, anxious fascination, and the French symbolists, bypassed English realist models to create something entirely fresh in the Irish language. However, when we read Pearse's early fiction alongside late Victorian aestheticism, specifically the work of Walter Pater, a far more complex European modernist emerges. Far from writing simple peasant tales, Pearse utilised the Irish language in the Connemara landscape to construct a localised site of high psychological impressionism. Despite his revolutionary nationalism, Pearse's literary and political theology heavily mirrors the aesthetic movement of Walter Pater. Like his fellow Dublin-born, university-educated contemporary Oscar Wilde, Pearse was also highly literate, exposed to continental European culture, and underwent an agonizing ideological pivot that ultimately brought him into fatal contact with state authorities. In both his fiction and underlying political mythos, Pearse, in his first collection of short stories, followed Walter Pater's subjective impressionism rather than Matthew Arnold's objective moralism, prioritising mood, internal beauty, and ideal form over gritty material reality. To understand Pearse's literary rebellion, we must first map the late 19th century intellectual landscape that shaped him. In his Essays and Criticism, 1865, Matthew Arnold argued that the primary intellectual and moral duty of the critic and artist was to see the object as in itself it really is. For Arnold, literature was a safeguard of cultural standards anchored in objective excellence, dispassionate judgment, and social responsibility. Walter Pater completely upended this thesis in his preface to the Studies in the History of the Renaissance in 1873, stripping art of its Arnoldian social burden. Pater countered that the first step towards seeing an object as it really is to know one's own impression as it really is. Pater rejected the materialistic, utilitarian Victorian world, arguing that the human mind is locked within the thick wall of its own subjective chamber. For Pater, art was not a copy of external reality, but a personal transcript of the artist's inner soul fact. Oscar Wilde pushed Pater's subjective impressionism to its absolute extreme. In The Critic as Artist in 1890, Wilde's character Gilbert radically declares that the highest criticism actually seeks to see the object as in itself it really is not. Yet Wilde's life ended in an agonizing ideological pivot. Written after two years of brutal hard labour, The Ballad of Reading Gaol, 1898, represents a desperate surrender to the very social, realistic, and moral frameworks championed by Arnold. Revising the poem in 1897, Wilde explicitly recognised this internal warfare, writing to Robert Ross, "The poem suffers under the difficulty of a divided aim and style. Some is realistic, some is romantic, some poetry, some propaganda."
A strikingly similar aesthetic schism governs the short stories of P.H. Pearse. As Pearse transitioned from a cultural revivalist to a militant Republican committed to the Easter Rising, his prose split. The latter stories of An Bhóthar agus Scéalta Eile, featuring males far more politically engaged, far more active, are explicitly propagandist and militant. Yet his earlier collection, that first collection, Íosagáin agus Scéalta Eile, dissolves the harsh realism of Connemara into a dreamy, nostalgic melancholy for transient beauty. And this is something he's frequently criticised for. In creating this atmospheric prose, Pearse, I argue, participated in a wider European rejection of the Gothic revival. While late Victorian culture was dominated by the moralistic orthodox medievalism of Ruskin and Carlyle, and in Irish Richard Hennebury and Pádraig Ó Doneen, Pater's The Renaissance championed a liberating, pluralistic era of human consciousness. And this would be carried on in the 1920s and 1930s by Garrod O'Neill, Flann O'Brien's uncle, Pádraig de Brún, and Daniel Corkery in Humanitas. I want to finish up by looking at Pater's short story, The Child in the House, from Imaginary Portraits. And I want to argue or suggest that this set the literary template for Íosagáin agus Scéalta Eile. And it's this artistic overlap that Owen Dudley Edwards intuitively recognised. And to go back to Patrick Bixby this morning, it explained perhaps not by plagiarism, but by the mental qualities that link the two. This collection of short stories, 4 stories, the same as Imaginary Portraits, privilege physical spaces and natural elements that act as an external anatomy of a hypersensitive child. The recircularization of the world via an elusive, beautiful youth, a pagan joy synthesized with Christian myth, and finally a sacrificial catalyst, a sharp, beautiful pivot towards death to preserve an absolute ideal. A major pillar of Walter Pater's aestheticism is the idea that religious ritual and belief are primarily valuable for their sensory, emotional, atmospheric beauty, rather than their rigid dogmatic frameworks. Pater viewed early Christianity through an aesthetic lens of purity, ritual, and a sweet tragic melancholy. Pearse constructs the title story of Íosagáin through this exact lens. The protagonist, old Matthias, is the village outcast. He's a Fenian rebel from 1848 who has been excommunicated by the Catholic Church. He's an outcast who has rejected institutional dogma and avoided Mass for 60 years. Yet he coexists in a state of a beautiful childlike grace with the local children and the mysterious youth, Íosagáin. Religion here is entirely stripped of institutional fear, sin, and judgment. Christ, Íosagáin, is recast as an elusive, beautiful playmate on the beach. Pearse utilizes the Catholic framework to achieve what Pater termed the poetry of Christian myth. When Pearse applies this to nationalism, he violently breaks with historical realism. In his famous poem, Misha Éire, I Am Ireland, Pearse does not write a dry historical chronicle. Instead, he personalizes the entire nation as an old, lonely woman betrayed by her children. This is a textbook application of Walter Pater's theory of style, transforming raw political and geographical facts into a deeply personal, imaginative myth. And I'll conclude on this. In the famous conclusion to the Renaissance, Pater wrote that our physical existence is a brief, flickering confluence of forces, and that our only salvation is to burn always with this hard, gem-like flame to maintain this ecstasy. Because life is a vanishing flux, the highest art must capture the intense brevity of the moment. Pearse translated this search for intense sensation into a political and spiritual aesthetic. The ecstasy of a beautiful death for a higher cause. For Pearse, the ultimate sacrifice was the political manifestation of Pater's gem-like flame. This tragic, brilliant burning consumes Pearse's young protagonists. In Owning Nanain, the narrative is filtered entirely through a sick child's hypersensitive inner life. The sun on the child's hair turns it to a yellow gold, and the arrival of the swallows is felt as a profound spiritual necessity. Onin is consumed by his singular ecstatic obsession with the birds and the southern world, where it is always summer. As his physical body wastes away, his imaginative intensity heightens. The blush in his cheek, tuberculosis, that fools his mother but alarms the village priest, is a physical manifestation of the Paterian flame burning too brightly to last. Moreover, Pearse's prose is saturated with Pater's characteristic melancholy of transience, the acute awareness that beauty is inseparable from its decay and departure. The emotional core of Owning Nanain rests in the cyclical, agonizing, brief presence of the swallows. Owning lies in a state of anxious yearning. I think long, waiting for them, wanting them, and he laments the harvest when they leave him lonely. The narrative explicitly equates the migration of the birds with the flight of the soul and the passing of youth. By reading Pearse through Water Pater, we escape the narrow confines of insular literary histories. And the Duffy was on about this morning, the new narrative reframing it. Pearse, we can see, operated in a parallel headspace to the late Victorian decadence, explicitly blending an ancient pagan Celtic heroism with a hyper-orthodox Catholic aesthetic of blood sacrifice and resurrection. Both Owning Nanain and Isagon culminate in a sharp, beautiful pivot towards death that functions not as a grim naturalistic tragedy, but an artistic crescendo. Death becomes the ultimate preservation of their artistic perfection. Ultimately, Pearse's literary revolution was born not just of political grievance, but from a deeply European modernist desire to turn the Irish nation into an ideal form, sculptured into reality through absolute uncompromising action. Last thing. He was criticized heavily, this collection of short stories, for impressionism, for modernism. And his response to his critic was, Isagon has been described as an able but eccentric critic, as a standard of revolt. It was meant as a standard of revolt. But my critic must pardon me if I say the critic is not the standard of impressionism, but the standard of a definite art form, as opposed to a folk form. I may or may not be a good standard bearer, but at any rate, the standard is raised and the writers of Irish are flocking to it. Now, in his famous 1888 essay on style, Walter Pater argued that the absolute greatness of literary art that ultimately depends on the depth of the note of revolt, or the largeness of hope embedded with it. Now, he doesn't use the form definite art. That's used by W.B. Yeats several years later when he's defining his own art in relation to Pater. And he's the one that talks about to realize a definite form of art, the standard of revolt, and, excuse me, my voice is going. It's Yeats who first uses the frame, a definite art form. I realize that is subjective, but given that the bar has been set as the correspondence between talking sparrows, I think the case can be made. Thank you. My apologies.
Thank you so much, Brian. Could I just say something about dear Walter Pater? Because here we have an Irish trio, all of whom are pretty much saturated in Pater. The one is Oscar Wilde, the other is Patrick Pearse, and the other is W.B. Yeats, of course, who reprinted part of Studies in the History of the Renaissance as a poem in the Oxford Book of English Verse in 1936. So one of the ways of trying to think about these connections might be, if Wilde is any kind of conduit for Pearse, it might be through Pater. Because as we know, if we read Wilde closely, Pater is everywhere. Sometimes Pater is being critically revised and critically rethought, but I never think it's disrespectful. I think it's always an engagement. And that might be one way of thinking about the possibility of an Irish Pater. I don't know how that sounds.
I think literary studies in Ireland have overprivileged Matthew Arnold, simply because Arnold wrote specifically on Celtic literatures, and he features prominently and strongly in the discourse. Wilde is absent. Pater is largely absent. But for somebody like Pearse, whose father was a sculptor, who was designing ecclesiastical architecture, fine arts, he would have been keenly aware of Ruskin and of Pater. Whether it came through Wilde or not, I don't know, but the Pater connection has been underplayed and needs to be developed much, much more. And we've framed Pearse as a modernist in contrast to the folktale, to Hinnebury and Deneen, but there's more than one form of modernism, whereas within Irish language discourse, modernism has become a monolith, and it's associated with Joyce.
Yes.
Whereas Pearse, O'Connor, there's much more going on.
Right. Thank you very much. Are there questions that colleagues would like to raise? Any thoughts here? Enda?
Not formed yet, but obviously it's kind of striking that Yeats, this is the first mention of Yeats, right, today, you know, just there at the end of your talk. And obviously, not obviously, I just don't know enough about the nuts and bolts of, you know, where he fits into the sort of helix. But just trying to remember. Obviously, that you can say probably lots more than that.
So one of the key links here, I don't want to take this over, but I'll take the opportunity.
It's your conference.
Right, okay. In the 1890s, the hub of poets whom Yeats and Wilde are connected with. They're all Irishmen and Scotsmen and Welshmen in London, and they're in the Rhymers Club, right? So the Rhymers Club is not an official club. It's a series of formal meetings, but they're not really a formal club. And there are extraordinary exchanges going on within their discussion and sharing of poetry, and Pater is very much there. He's not the lodestar, but he's very much an intellectual presence, especially when we think about people like Arthur Symons, who did indeed write extensively about Pater. But Arthur Symons also wrote extensively about French symbolism, which he initially called French decadence. So there's something going on here about trying to think through this Celtic revival outside the boundaries, outside national boundaries. That's one thing. Because it's very strongly the case that there is an intensely well-established Irish presence in England and in English letters. That's the thing that we're dealing with. And we think about Yeats toggling between, especially as a child, because his father was taking his art education a lot of the time in London, and then was moving back, of course, to Dublin. Then he's also in County Sligo. He's moving around a great deal. Wilde's own career has a certain kind of toggling going on early on. Of course, after the 1880s, he doesn't return to Ireland. But anyway, just a few thoughts.
So Pearse is connected to Walt Whitman, and he's also connected to the French symbolists. And it's almost as if to keep Pearse pure as an Irish nationalist It's okay to go to America to Whitman. It's okay to go to French symbolism, but you don't want to go through, you don't want to defile him by going through London.
Yeah. So can I just intervene on this a little bit later? When you look at George Russell, right? What did he do? Mr. Ireland. He's Mr. Ireland in lots of ways. He's in London. I mean, he leaves at the time the Constitution, I believe, is being established. That's right in his career, isn't it?
The Irish Text Society, which is editing all these journals, based in London.
It's in London, right.
The Gaelic League is arguably at its strongest
in London. Yeah.
Pádraig O'Connor, the first great writer, is living and working in London, drawing on Conrad, drawing on Henry James.
That doesn't make it any less Irish.
No.
Right. See what I mean? I mean, this, you know, does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, Ireland is always in Ireland and not in Ireland. I mean, in a sense.
The quickest way to Tara through Holyhead.
Yes.
Sorry, if there's anyone else who's before, I don't want to be. Also, but one thing would be, I don't know much about it, but it's often struck me that all around the edge of Europe at this time, a similar sort of juggling was going on. You know, if you could go Ireland, Scotland, Norway, Sweden, you could go all the way around, you know, and they were all, Ukraine, you know, they were all having a version of this, where they were sort of taking, I guess, various, let's call them cosmopolitan ideas or whatever, ones that had much more, you know, Western world traction anyway, and somehow turning them into sometimes very strange, you know, Slovakia or those ex-Yugoslavian countries. They all had their national literatures.
Bohemian cultural independence.
Starting at that time. And maybe that would be interesting to do some comparative work, you know, with some of those. Just one other reference I'd throw out, I don't know if anyone, one thing I was reading from my own, you know, little essay, was the book by Vincent Sherry on the relationship between kind of reworking the general story. But of course, Vince has such an Irish interest too. But it was very much about that Symonds. You know, Symonds was kind of the when you say that Pearse couldn't possibly be associated with, you know, somebody like Symonds would have been, you know, would have been a sort of a fatal admission. But who knows there too?
So in his book on style, Symonds critiques imaginary portraits as portraits of child psychology, which is what the reviewers picked up on Pearse. Again, it's tangential, but people were seeing connections between the two of them.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Can I raise another point? So it's about the child in the house. So that's about queer child subjectivity. It's often read as a story of the queer child. And when we start thinking about the selfish giant and the elements in that particular story, we do, of course, have the connection, not the selfish giant, I was thinking about the happy prince, I mean, the prince and the swallow and the homoerotic elements. So these are other kinds of connections that one could very possibly pursue, I think.
Yep.
You know, it's possible. Are there other observations or comments that colleagues would like to make? Well, I think if not, Brian, we are going to thank you very much indeed for wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you. It is my very, very great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Gregory S. Mackey, who is a great friend of the Clark Library, who's been here many times and has participated most recently in we jointly organized a conference on forgery about 3 or 4 years ago. which I immensely enjoyed, and it was wonderful working with you, Greg. Greg developed a lot of his doctoral research at this library, and it produced a really marvelous and truly original monograph. Greg is Associate Professor of English at the University of British Columbia, where he is also the Norman Colbeck Curator in UBC's library, the UBC Library's Rare Books and Special Collections. Norman Colbeck was an extraordinary collector. He is the author, and this is the title of his book, Beautiful Untrue Things, Forging Oscar Wilde's Extraordinary Afterlife, which came out from University of Toronto Press in 2019, and draws a lot on the Clark's previously neglected, I think it's fair to say. We have a stash of Oscar Wilde forgeries downstairs, the like of which you would never imagine anybody would have gone to such lengths, especially in purple ink.
Especially in purple ink.
Especially in purple ink, to forge Oscar Wilde's works and then try to flog them for very high prices. And believe me, some book vendors were taken in, you know, including in Dublin. And he's also the co-editor with Colette Colligan of a recent collection, which I was delighted to be a part of, called Oscar Wilde's Paris Legends and Legacies, which came out in December last year. And today, Greg will be talking about something he and I have talked about a great deal, which is the first collected works of Oscar Wilde, which is quite an eye-opener.
It is.
Okay, over to you, Greg.
Thank you very much, Joe and Deaglán, and to Bronwyn Wilson as well for inviting me, and to Eric Uralma for his assiduous technical help. So today I'm going to be talking about the very first collected edition of Wilde. The first attempt to bring Wilde's writings together in a multi-volume set is not at all what might immediately and reasonably come to mind. Students, scholars, and collectors of Wilde are very familiar with the 1908 collected works, edited by Wilde's literary executor Robert Ross, and published by Methuen in 14 elegant volumes. They were on display in the reading room at lunch. Ross worked diligently over many years to defend Wilde's literary reputation and the integrity of his canon, an undertaking that culminated with the collected works. With the collector Walter Ledger and the bibliographer Christopher Millard, who published under the pseudonym Stuart Mason, Ross put forward a monumental project designed to ensure Wilde's status as a major writer and to dispel what Millard had evocatively termed a vague fog of obscenity, obscuring the Irish writer's literary reputation. This fog, in the view of Wilde's posthumous defenders, had poisoned Wilde's reception ever since the scandal of his 1895 trials and his subsequent imprisonment. Wilde's own writings had been used against him as evidence in the trials and thus could be perceived to share in his disreputability and disgrace. His final publications, which appeared after his release from prison, were issued without his name. After his death in 1900, most of Wilde's books either fell out of print or were only available in pirated editions issued by clandestine publishers. Ross's intervention sought to shift the narrative surrounding his friend away from biographical scandal and back to literature, in the form of an authoritative edition issued by a respectable publishing house. By contrast, one of the most significant challenges to Ross's efforts came from competition across the Atlantic in a brazenly unauthorized multi-volume set, The Writings of Oscar Wilde, that appeared under the imprint of New York's A.R. Keller and Company in 1907, several months before Ross's own. Accounts of this edition of Wilde's writings are limited at best, and if mentioned at all, the Keller edition is noted mainly for being, in words that have migrated between several different critics without acknowledgement, unsatisfactory and unreliable. For these reasons, it has gone largely unremarked by Wilde scholarship. As such, its 15 volumes remain some of the most fascinating and overlooked artifacts in the publishing history of Oscar Wilde. As a beneficiary of the market conditions that consigned Wilde to the disreputable margins of the publishing world, the Keller edition puts forward a market-driven and scandal-friendly model of canonicity. Its implicit principles of selection and inclusion are not those followed by Ross, who sought a culturally valorized position in literary history for his friend. The main concern for the Keller compilers was far less high-minded. Indeed, the Keller edition persistently connects Wilde's name with profiteering, fraud, and decidedly shady publishing practices. Before I launch into a tour through the illuminating weirdness of the Keller edition, or I should say editions, for there were no fewer than 7 sets issued in 1907 with varying print runs, price points, and bindings, some background will be helpful. Oscar Wilde's unusual position in the early 20th century literary marketplace presented Robert Ross and his collaborators with a significant challenge. During the period between the writer's death and the publication of the Methuen edition 8 years later, almost everything Wilde had written had become the near-exclusive domain of literary pirates whose unauthorized reprints deprived the Wilde literary estate of income. In attempting to suppress them, Ross and Christopher Millard, who served as Ross's secretary, also worked at ensuring a financial legacy for Wilde's 2 sons, Cyril and Vivian Holland. Wilde's grandson Merlin Holland's recent book, After Oscar, details Ross's role as a kind of surrogate parent, especially for Merlin's father, Vivian. His years-long mission to acquire copyrights and to reassert control over the publication of Wilde's literary work was undertaken, Holland reveals, very much with their interests at heart. By the 1920s, the Wilde literary estate was generating sufficient income for Vivian, as the sole surviving heir to the estate, to live comfortably, Cyril having been killed during the First World War. In the United States, the Methuen edition proved the basis for an authorized, not unauthorized, American edition issued by J.W. Luce of Boston. Nevertheless, Keller's edition left a substantial bibliographic legacy of its own, as we shall see. If the Methuen edition sought to purge the vague fog of obscenity from Wilde's place in literary history, then the Keller edition's alternative narrative of scandal and celebrity situates Wilde firmly within a miasma of graft. As the authorized Methuen edition was in preparation, Robert Ross was outraged to hear of the Wildean publishing venture undertaken by New York's Augustus Ralph Keller, 1863 to 1947, if anyone's curious, and not least because of the participation in the project of an old member of Wilde's circle, the poet Richard Le Gallienne, who wrote an introduction to the volume of Wilde's poetry. Upon receiving the publisher's prospectus, which, according to Ross, has been widely circulated in the United States, on the continent, and in England, Ross wrote in protest to the Times Literary Supplement. He denounced the inclusion in the Keller edition of 2 spurious works, a short story called The Priest and the Acolyte, a pedophilic story misattributed to Wilde, and a translation of the French romantic novel What Never Dies, Ce qui ne meurt pas, accredited to Sebastian Melmoth, which was Wilde's alias in exile after his release from prison. Most pointedly, however, Ross ridiculed the attempt by the American publishers to stake the authority in their edition on the reputation and connection with Wilde enjoyed by Le Gallienne, who had been living in New York since 1903. Ross's letter led to an acrimonious correspondence with Le Gallienne in the pages of the TLS. In response to Ross's characterization of Mr. Le Gallienne's edition, Le Gallienne issued an extensive denial of any editorial involvement in the project. This is Le Gallienne. My sole connection with Messrs. A.R. Keller and Company's edition of Mr. Wilde's writings is the writing of an introduction of some 3,000 words. I've had absolutely nothing to do with the editing and am entirely unresponsible for the contents of this edition. At the moment, I am still ignorant of what they are. Le Gallienne went on, however, to defend Keller from charges of piracy, finding no culpability in the actions of the New York firm. This is Le Gallienne again. Finally, I would like to say, in regard to the general ethics of this question of so-called American piracy, that there are laws even in America, copyright laws. And if English writers and publishers do not take advantage of these laws, well, it is but natural that the American publishers will take advantage of their carelessness. Personally, I find no fault with Mr. Wilde's American publishers. They have published his books in good faith and are just as anxious as Methuen to do right by Mr. Wilde's memory and by his heirs. Quote, provoked by Legalian's suggestion of carelessness, Ross robustly asserted the cultural capital invested in his project. I am fighting, he insists, for Wilde's literary reputation, which is being again jeopardized by the attribution to him of spurious works, one of which, The Priest and the Acolyte, I can hardly imagine being published in the virtuous state of New York. The Keller compilers even illustrated The Priest and the Acolyte. Although Legalian was certainly not the editor of the Keller edition, Keller's provoking prospectus did claim, inaccurately, that Legalian had been Wilde's friend at Oxford, an invention that Ross delighted in deriding. As Ross saw it, Legalian's participation in the Keller project was clearly a marketing ploy designed to authenticate the version of Wilde proffered by the American edition. In any case, Ross suggests, if Keller were to persist in including titles such as this one, he risked being charged with obscenity, a graver matter than a transatlantic dispute over copyright law. Although that specific charge was not leveled in connection with this edition, legal troubles were a consistent feature of Augustus Keller's publishing career. It is unknown, or at least I haven't been able to establish, if Ross actually saw the 1907 Keller edition of Wilde, one version of which was also on display at lunch. If he had, it would have confirmed his worst nightmares. Despite the ponderous claim to authority made by the label Uniform Edition, confusingly affixed to all of Keller's Wilde sets, so there you can see the standard title page that is inserted in all of the various sets. The edition is, at least in textual terms, a decidedly uneven production. But that's not to say that a great deal of labor, research, investment, and knowledge must have gone into its production. It's just that the kind of scrupulosity and accuracy that informed Ross and Millard's project was irrelevant to the intermittently incoherent assemblage compiled by Keller's uncredited editors. Their priority would appear to have been maximalist bulkiness, and indeed the critical mass of filler material in the edition is one of its most noteworthy features. It is quite literally, I couldn't help the pun, voluminous. Its publisher was nevertheless keen to promote its scope and completeness, and in a defensive newspaper interview, Keller boasted that, and this is Keller, the present edition has involved the expenditure of thousands of dollars without including the value of the time and labor spent in tracing and procuring the material. It may safely be claimed that no complete edition of the works of another modern author has been half so difficult and expensive to compile. According to Wilde's bibliographer, the first impression of this edition was stated to have been limited to 1,500 numbered and registered sets. Christopher Millard's circumspect accounting is warranted here, as I have not been able to trace all of the variant editions he lists, and I have discovered some he appears to have missed with the help of institutional library catalogs and online rare book sites such as abebooks.com. In its multiple instantiations, the writings of Oscar Wilde can be described as a highly market-segmented publishing venture that sought to attract a wide range of potential purchasers. Millard styled it a pretentious edition, which is an apt descriptor for sets that include, in an escalating order of price and material grandeur, an entry-level university edition of 800 copies, and there is the university edition, bound in unremarkable cloth boards, and which set was already in the resale trade a year later after its initial appearance at a price of $30. A Florentine edition of 450 copies, bound in leather, an Oxford edition, 250 copies, an Edition de Luxe, 250 copies in half Morocco bindings, an Astral edition, 50 copies in full Morocco, and a sumptuous autograph edition of 26 lettered copies in gilt-tooled Morocco, priced at an astonishing $1,500 US, a price that works out with inflation to around $53,000 today. And here is the Clark's set of one of two sets of these that I know of, the autograph edition, and here is the other set at my home university at UBC in Canada. By my count, that makes 1,826 sets, but there is no reason to take that the numbered limitation statements at face value. Mason, Stuart Mason, also notes a collector's edition of 124 sets, priced at $750, but I have not been able to locate any of these. At all price points, these are impressive-looking volumes, and Keller and Company would appear to have clearly invested substantially in their production. A New York Times advertisement states that $40,000 was spent in collecting the necessary material and in producing the edition, a claim that, even if it is true, is probably impossible to verify. A 1908 lawsuit launched against Keller by the edition's printer, J.F. Tapley, for non-payment of debts, suggests that Keller's sales pitch to subscribers was underwritten by substantial credit financing. Moreover, the initial outlay might not have produced the expected returns. The Tapley lawsuit continued well into the next year, probably on appeal. Nevertheless, Keller's investment in the look of the edition is discernible in multiple ways, and not least in the dozens of original photogravure illustrations by eight professional illustrators that punctuate his sets of Wilde. We saw one of those with The Priest and the Acolyte. The autograph edition further adds lavish pen and ink drawings and hand-drawn watercolor illustrations. In one volume, for instance, I counted 10 pen and ink drawings and 42 watercolors. So here we have a sphinx beside Wilde's poem of that name, a lady, a shameless lady, in the volume of biography. There's Lady Bracknell, and finally, Lord Henry Wotton from the picture of Dorian Gray. Keller was not shy about asserting proprietary rights to this pretentious edition, and indeed every volume in the set claims copyright. Many volumes even feature frontispiece portrait photographs of Wilde. To add to his boldness, Keller goes so far as to claim copyright over a reproduction of one of the famous Napoleon Cerrone photographic portraits of Wilde. This inclusion is particularly ironic, as an 1884 lawsuit initiated by Cerrone over one of his Wilde portraits led to the establishment of copyright in photographs in the United States. But whether Keller knew or cared about that precedent is, on the whole, unlikely. And there you can see in the close-up, copyright A.R. Keller and Company. The textual contents of the 15 volumes comprising the writings of Oscar Wilde are often intriguing and frequently bizarre. An entire volume entitled Essays and Stories by Lady Wilde is devoted to the work of Wilde's mother, who is best known as the Irish nationalist poet Speranza. Another is taken up by the misattributed translation from the French of What Never Dies, originally issued by Charles Carrington in Paris, of which Ross had complained. It's also the largest volume in the whole edition. Wilde's Prison Letter De Profundis, which Ross had originally published in a highly edited form in 1905, appears in a back translation from German into English, the more revealing German version having had fewer expurgations. The 1883 play The Duchess of Padua, written in a florid neo-Shakespearean blank verse, and which Wilde had labeled his drama of the 16th century, appears not only in a back translation from German, but it is also rendered into prose. And this was also a piracy of a piracy, as Keller's copy text emanated from a 1905 Charles Carrington Parisian edition of the play. A volume entitled Epigrams includes, under the heading of correspondence, some 37 pages of facsimiled Wilde letters with no indication of their provenance and no attempt to place them into any kind of order, chronological or otherwise. The Keller prospectus, to which Ross had objected, advertised these facsimiles as a point of access into Wilde's mystique. This is that language of the prospectus. Those who study character through chirography will be greatly interested in these reproductions, and all readers will value the contents of the letters for the light they throw on Wilde's personality. Unimpressed, in his TLS protest, Ross sarcastically asked, "May I ask to whom the letters are addressed?" No answer was forthcoming, not that he expected one. Individual text placed in a particular volume in the university edition might appear in another order in the Florentine or autograph edition. It's Stay with me here, it's complicated. They tend to migrate between volumes among different sets, which, to add to the bibliographical confusion, also appear under varying imprints, such as A.R. Keller and Company and the Keller Farmer Company. The unfinished play, a Florentine tragedy, for instance, appears only in the Florentine edition, tacked onto the end of a volume of short fiction. Following Ross, Yvonne Ivory has observed that the editors, and this is, I'm quoting from something unpublished but forthcoming, the editors at Keller and Company had somehow illicitly gained access to the copy text of the collected works months before Ross's edition appeared. The play is prefaced with a brief editorial note, also somehow derived from Ross, in which, and again quoting Yvonne here, only some editing and changes to the syntax help it to sidestep accusations of rampant plagiarism. Wilde's lecture, Impressions of America, appears with the short fiction in the university and autograph editions, but with epigrams in the Florentine edition. Some of the sets are even missing entire gatherings of printed pages. The sequence of volumes is in a particular set is also largely a matter of conjecture, as they are not numbered, suggesting that, from the publisher's point of view, the idea of sequence is unimportant. Although these editions were intended to be sold as sets, Keller's publishing firm was also apparently quite willing to sell Wilde volumes individually and at highly stratified price points. It's evident that Keller's industrious compilers had access to a great deal of material, some of it quite scarce and from disparate sources. Although they drew heavily on pirated reprints, they relied just as much on authorized publications, such as the collections of excerpts published as Oscariana and Sebastian Melmoth by Wilde family friend Arthur Humphreys, and later books by Wilde's partisans Ross and Stuart Mason. Most tantalizingly, the Keller compilers seem to have had access to an extensive trove of manuscript material, as the correspondence section makes clear. But where did they get it? How they assembled this Wilde archive remains unknown. Not all of the letters in the correspondence segment have been traced, and one of its facsimiles, and here's that letter, remains the only source cited for this one letter in Holland and Hart Davis's Complete Letters of Oscar Wilde. The autograph edition took the admixture of print and manuscript to even further heights than its fellow sets by including an original signed Wilde letter with the first volume of each set. The Clark's autograph set, for instance, includes a 3-page letter tipped into the first volume. It's a character that he was giving for a servant. It would stand to reason, then, that the other 25 copies of that set also included original Wilde letters. The set at UBC, which belonged to Keller himself, includes a letter and an inscription not from Wilde, but from Le Gallienne. From the publisher's perspective, then, such archival extras represented added value for customers willing to pay $1,500 per set, and at that price, customers acquired a unique Wilde relic along with a set of his writings. Their value has risen greatly in recent years, and the last time an autograph edition appeared at auction at Sotheby's in 1994, it sold for £7,000. Where are those autograph sets now, one wonders, with all the original Wilde letters they might once have enclosed? And how did Keller obtain the letters in the first place? Keller's compilers must have been aware of the rising values of Wilde's books among collectors, particularly in the United States, where most of the auctions that established those steadily increasing values were held. One of the earliest of these sales was the Le Gallienne sale, which took place in New York in June 1905. Forced to part with his library, which included several Wilde manuscripts, an impecunious Le Gallienne recorded, never dreaming, and this is Le Gallienne, that Oscar's manuscripts would bring such absurd prices. Although his sale brought him a hefty $4,700 in total, Le Gallienne's debts were such that he was able to keep very little, a mere $200. Soon enough, however, he found employment with Augustus Keller. Theirs, in short, was a largely commercial version of Wilde, and book market manipulation was a Keller specialty. The Keller edition presents its readers with a Wilde package that simultaneously raises and defers questions of literary authenticity and legitimacy. There are introductions, for instance, in the volumes labeled Poems and His Life with a Critical Estimate of His Writings that tacitly acknowledge the dubiousness of the edition's editorial practices. The Poems volume, introduced by Le Gallienne, is adorned with a frontispiece portrait not of Wilde, but of Le Gallienne, thus introducing its readers to Wilde via his mediation. Le Gallienne's long introduction repeats several familiar critical judgments that defined Wilde's posthumous reputation. He privileges Wilde's mythic personality over his literary work, suggesting that Wilde's writings have value insofar as they provide a reader access to a, quote, fascinating personality. This is Le Gallienne. The writings of Wilde, brilliant and ever beautiful as they are but marginalia, so to say, of a striking and fantastic personality. Recalling the promotional language in Keller's prospectus, Le Gallienne promises the edition's readers the means of recapturing a legendary personality whose presence can only be exhumed, as it were, from the literary detritus that surrounds it. The unsigned introduction to this biographical volume, for its part, concludes with a reiteration of editorial principles that prioritize maximalist inclusivity over accuracy. In preparing this edition, and this is from that introduction, preparing this edition of the works of Oscar Wilde, great care has been exercised in the selection of the material. Already a considerable amount of apocryphal literature has been accredited to Wilde, and in order to exclude this, everything in this edition has been carefully scrutinized by close students of the writings of Oscar Wilde. Whenever internal evidence of thought and style points to Wilde as the author, such work has been included in this edition. For it has been thought wiser to include writings which future scholarship, basing its conclusions upon external evidence not now available, may pronounce clever forgeries, than to take the chance of excluding work really by the hand of Wilde. The identities of these close students in Keller's employ and the claims of their internal evidence of thought and style are, needless to say, not disclosed. The entire edition is thus burdened with questions about its own editorial procedures, which it can never fully argue away, and the defensive rhetoric of its claims for scrupulous scholarship, great care has been taken, etc., only serves to accentuate the flimsiness of its assertions of legitimacy and completeness. Having anticipated potential objections to the inclusion of dubious text, the Keller compilers find it wiser to include them anyway, ostensibly for the sake of completeness, leaving any errors to be detected by future scholarship. And if the exposure of apocryphal literature in the future is inevitable, ignorance of deceit and honest intentions need to be proclaimed in advance, which is precisely what Augustus Keller did. He and Le Gallienne adopted this strategy in a staged interview with the New York Herald that defensively anticipates objections that might be made to what they tout as the first definitive edition of Wilde's writings in prose and verse. The piece's promotional strategy, for that's what it is rather than an actual interview, emphasizes accumulation and presentation of more Wilde-related material than would be available elsewhere. The compilers of this edition unearthed a considerable amount of fugitive verse, critical comment, personalia, and so on, the unsigned piece offers. It would include much matter which was merely lying perdu in more or less obscure periodicals and newspapers. In tacit response to Robert Ross, they suggest that their edition represents the culmination of editorial and bibliographical work to rival his collected works. Anticipating criticism that the Keller Project would deprive Wilde's heirs of income, the piece retails gossipy disclaimers, noting untruthfully that Oscar Wilde's mother, Lady Wilde, left a considerable estate. Not true. If Wilde's literary legacy remained as mired in legend and mystery as his financial and familial affairs, they are happy to leave it that way. I understand, put in Mr. Le Gallienne, that the American publishers are also quite willing to respect any legitimate claims of Wilde's heirs. Yes, provided we can find them, added Mr. Keller. We do not care to deal indirectly with them through Wilde's literary executor, A. Mr. Ross. I have made some inquiries and only learned that one of Wilde's sons is a Catholic priest and the other has changed his name. A son who is ashamed of his father's name has no great claim to consideration on his father's account. Wilde's sons' surnames were indeed among the many casualties of the scandal that destroyed their father. Constance Wilde's plan to protect her sons from their father's notoriety by altering their surname to Holland had, ironically, played into a form of exploitation she could never have imagined. The transmission of gossip and legends about Wilde was a defining feature of his afterlife in the 20th century, and Keller and Le Gallienne were delighted to supply even more of it. With texts drawn from disreputable sources and much padding fleshing out their edition, one has to ask if these literary buccaneers fulfilled their true purpose. Did they make any money out of this Oscar Wilde caper? From what evidence I can trace, Deaglán certainly seemed satisfied with the experience, especially as he was in dire financial straits at the time. His biography, which does not mention the Keller edition at all, states that during the whole of 1907, he did not earn $1,000. He found it almost impossible to sell his work to the magazines. In this context, his public defense of Augustus Keller's ethical flexibility is understandable. In private, his gratitude toward the publisher was effusive. On the title page of Keller's personal Wilde set, Deaglán left this inscription: "Keller, I write my name reluctantly upon this page, you wonder-working seller, the only man that ever yet sold me, magician, publisher, and friend." A letter tipped into that same volume, postmarked May 15th, 1907, places Deaglán aboard Keller's yacht, the Sunbeam, enjoying a holiday while the publisher remained in New York City. Writing on the publisher's bespoke Sunbeam monogrammed writing paper, Deaglán appears slightly dazzled by his luxurious surroundings as he enjoys Keller's generosity and, quote, "the innocent blue sky and the peace of the lapping water." There's an echo of Yeats there. Deaglán's sojourn aboard the yacht figures as a rare instance of innocence and peace in the history of Augustus Keller's publishing endeavors. From what I've been able to determine, Keller appears to have enjoyed a period of considerable prosperity at the very moment he was publishing Wilde. Nevertheless, his business affairs were nothing if not turbulent. Despite being arrested in 1906 on a charge of theft for misappropriating $10,000 worth of books from a Philadelphia publisher, he and his second wife, Florence, acquired a large property on Shelter Island, New York, near the northern end of Long Island, in late 1907, where they built a grand house, which the local press described as a large cottage. There he made a great show of social climbing and respectability, funding a gold medal for a local Episcopal Church scouting group, enthusiastically joining in the local yachting scene as a member of the Shelter Island Yacht Club, and engaging in several land development schemes for vacation properties on the island. In the city, however, things were less idyllic. A.R. Keller and Company was dissolved at the end of 1907 and replaced with the newly incorporated Keller Farmer Company. It was in partnership with a certain James J. Farmer that the newly reconstituted firm issued the Florentine edition of Wilde under the Keller Farmer imprint. And it was in partnership with Farmer that Keller launched the grandly named Anglo-American Authors Association, headquartered at Keller's resplendent premises in the Brunswick Building at 225 Fifth Avenue in Manhattan, just north of Madison Square. The AAAA, in the words of bibliosleuth Janet Jurist, was responsible for, quote, "the most colossal publishing swindle of the 20th century," unquote. The association's purpose seems mainly to have been fraudulent manipulation of the market for multi-volume sets of books considered collectible. As Jurist explains it, the Keller Farmer Company supplied the raw material to the association, the unbound sheets of books, which the association would embellish and sell under its own imprint. The Wilde venture would appear to have been a test run for the AAAA, which advertised itself as the publisher of the edition after 1908. Their ostensible business was, quote, "the sale of costly, rare, deluxe, and limited editions of classic books," and they advertised in newspaper want ads for libraries of deluxe books bought for cash, with the intention of reselling them at even higher prices. For a time, they were particularly adept at exploiting the greed of unsophisticated buyers who were promised huge profits from the resale of their books back to the AAAA. By 1909, the Keller Farmer Company had dissolved amid a flurry of lawsuits that were well covered in the press, but the AAAA managed to carry on for a time with James J. Farmer in charge and with Keller's Wilde plates. So he had plates made. That year, the Lamb Publishing Company of New York issued a Sunflower edition of the works of Oscar Wilde in 1,000 sets of 15 volumes. That floral moniker was a clever marketing technique, as it might well activate the memories of American readers who recalled the Talismanic Flowers association with Wilde during his 1882 North American lecture tour. Fittingly, the Lamb sets are distinguished by gilt sunflowers on their spines. Lamb appears to have been one of several trading identities for the AAAA, which claimed copyright in that edition as well. Anglo-American also claimed copyright in the 15-volume Edition Deluxe of the works of Oscar Wilde, issued in 1909 by the C.T. Brainerd Publishing Company of Boston, which, unsurprisingly, specialized in deluxe sets. All of these sets have the same illustrations and the same texts. Both the Lamb and Brainerd sets include identical illustrations, and they continue to feature the misattributed text to which Ross had so strenuously objected. Yet another 1909 edition, this time issued by New York's Pearson Publishing Company, presented Wilde in a restrained 10 volumes printed in Christopher Millard's words from the plates of the Keller edition. The impact of the Keller editions, I should say, and their many reprints on readers' perceptions of Wilde, the source of Robert Ross's annoyance and anxiety, is difficult to gauge. How much did readers notice or care about the difference between Ross's version of Wilde and Keller's? Some early Wilde collectors, such as William Andrews Clark Jr., opted to acquire both. But private collectors were not the only purchasers of collected editions. The Keller edition made its way into many institutional library settings, particularly in North America. Searching on WorldCat reveals that at least 151 institutional collections worldwide hold one of the Keller editions. Distinguishing between the different sets is difficult due to the inadequacy of cataloging metadata, which is often copied and carried over from one library catalog to another. But their prevalence would appear to be greater than the first edition of the Methuen collected works, which, unsurprisingly, or surprisingly, I should say, turns up in only around 65 to 70 institutions, depending on the search terms you use. Even when publishing businesses like Keller's collapse or change hands, books tend to remain on shelves. By this measure, Wilde's Modernist legacy, when seen in terms of the reach of multi-volume collected editions, remains entangled with graft and misrepresentation. Despite its indifference to accurate sequencing, the Keller edition did come first, and perhaps that very firstness, in combination with its material traces, a maximalist approach to publishing that involved reprinting that edition several thousand times, could have had a greater impact on shaping Wilde's legacy, at least in North America, than anyone has imagined. Just to wrap up, now that we've established that the Keller edition can be understood as the original collected edition of Wilde, I want to close with some questions that bear on its legacy and, of course, Wilde's. Does its firstness, in combination with the spread of its multiple surrogates, revise the portrait of Wilde that Ross and his collaborators so carefully curated? What can future scholarship, in the words of that anonymous introduction, do with this set of problematic volumes? Who read it, and how did they read it? These are pressing questions, as Wilde's corpus is on the verge of being finally completely institutionalized with the appearance of the final volumes of the new complete works issued by Oxford 120 years later. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Brad.
Oh, my pleasure.
I'm running out of questions. Let's make quite sure the audience can accommodate all these conversations, that the audience can ask you some questions. We have questions. Yvonne.
A comment, first of all. I can't get over, that's incredible detective work. It's been a mystery for so long. It's been so complicated for so long.
Still so many mysteries.
You answered a lot of questions for me. Also, the Richard Le Gallienne question, because I knew he had to have more of a hand in it than what he says in that TLS commentary, where he just says, "Oh, I just wrote the introduction to the poetry," but so that was, and I knew he was broke at the time, so it all makes perfect sense. Have you managed to figure out who did the biography?
The biography is a compilation. Okay. So the biography is, there's a lot of mishmash. The biography takes not entirely, but large chunks of the Christopher Millard translated Gide memoir, Oscar Wilde memoir, by Stuart Mason, and just puts that wholesale in there. It also includes some bits and pieces of Girard, as sort of to flesh it out. But it includes new material, particularly about Wilde's death, by an American writer called Leonard Charles Van Noppen, about whom I know nothing, other than that his papers are at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And he wrote, he contributed a little piece called Of Him Who Died at Number 13, which is the address of the Hôtel d'Alsace in the Rue des Beaux-Arts, where Wilde died in Paris. And in that piece, he also continues to share bizarre legends, including the one about Wilde not being dead, that a certain George Sylvester Viereck, of whose acquaintance you might have made, was initially responsible for it.
I'm going to let...
Yes, it's fascinating stuff. Okay, did you have a question? Or, oh, Kristen, did somebody have a question? You have a question? Yes, go ahead.
This is, again, a very simple question.
Thanks, Kristen.
The inclusion of what you called the archival extras
Yes.
of the original letters. I don't know enough about book history to know how common of a practice that was in this period to sort of accelerate the market around a particular deluxe edition.
Well, this is a technique that was particularly that was really heavily the AAAA was heavily invested in. So what they did is Wilde was just one author, but a lot of their really big sellers were Americana. So they had a set of the writings of Teddy Roosevelt, for instance, and they included Rooseveltiana in the most highly priced volumes. But we're right at the moment where sets of collected works have a certain kind of gravitas. The end of the 19th, early 20th century, it means a lot to have a set, right? And Anglo-American was particularly good at exploiting that desire to have a little bit of extra in there. And my question is, where did they get all their stuff? Where a lot of Wilde manuscript material still remains to be found, I'm sure, but was circulating in the New York rare book market at that time. But they must have been scooping it up.
Could I ask a question? Can I make a comment?
Please.
Richard Le Gallienne had beautiful bone structure.
Mm-hmm. Quite a chin.
And a wonderful, just beautiful lips, gorgeous chin, lovely eyes, beautiful eyebrows, and this amazing big hair. It was just phenomenal, and with that incredible center parting. So this very clearly is an advertisement for Richard Le Gallienne. We know that, with this particular pensive-looking, staring you in the eyes, those gorgeous eyes. And there's some hope here that he'll make his mark in the American market.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things about the scooping up of stuff, I have a suspicion, a hunch about what probably was going on. Recently, I've been looking quite a bit at pirated editions. So downstairs, a lot of them were not catalogued, and they have been catalogued, and we've been unearthing them through shelf searches. So the kinds of things that were being pirated, there's a vendor on Charing Cross Road whose name is escaping me at this moment, who was the prime culprit. Mm. And Millard does talk a lot about this guy, and there's a limited edition little pamphlet from Rivendell Press in England. I managed to get a copy, which looks at this. And also Peter Mendes, in his book on clandestine erotica, he's written about this company as well. One of the things that they did was to bring, it's very helpful. One of the things that this particular, I wish I could remember the name of it, it always said privately printed, cheaply produced, horrible, cheap paper, cheap printing, cheap, and selling for 12 and sixpence, which was not that inexpensive at the time. There's an edition of 4 letters from Wilde to Robert Ross. I was able to originate where they had turned up. They had been accidentally printed in the Italian translation of De Profundis. Yes. What a scoop up. I mean, somebody was sleuthing. They were finding these things, and they had an eye on these materials coming into circulation. I get the feeling that Leonard Smithers, who was working in a very unauthorized position in the early 20th century, after he'd gone bankrupt, he knew where a lot of this material was located. I get the feeling he might have been feeding this material out to people.
The Priest and the Acolyte derives from his edition.
His unauthorized
And there is
edition.
actually, this was not, Ross is wrong about this, it was not actually attributed to Wilde at the trial, but by the book market. And there are versions of Smithers' version of that story that actually attribute the story directly to Wilde on the title page. Generally, it doesn't include his name, but there are some versions too.
Other things about this edition which are curiosities. So I've been doing work recently editing the lectures for this edition that Yvonne and Rebecca and I are working on and wanting to finish this summer. There's all this stuff from Colonel Morse, who was the tour manager in North America, you know, and like they talked to Colonel Morse. You know, we've got this very interesting series of comments which are being made. One of the problems, as we know, with this edition, because as you've pointed out, there are 150 to 170 sets floating around the American university system, is that every now and again, I'm not going to mention any names. Some scholars assume that this is the definitive edition, and then they put it into their documentation. And then horrible blunders are made.
I have to add one little anecdote about Richard Le Gallienne, which is amusing. So he did end up going on to edit an edition of Wilde, published in 1923 by Doubleday and reprinted in 1925 by Gabriel Wells of New York, who supplied a lot of Wilde material to Mr. Clark, actually. But well before that, he seemed to have had maybe a sense of some, I don't know, bad faith or guilt about trading on his association with Wilde. So in his 1910 book called New Poems, published by John Lane, who was still his publisher, there's a sonnet called On Some Recent Editions of Oscar Wilde, which is a very much a ripoff of On the Sale of Keats's Love Letters by Auction. Yeah. Ghouls of the printing press is one of the phrases from that, from that poem. Yeah.
Are there any other questions you would like to raise? Well, if not, I would like to, please go ahead. No, please go ahead.
Not to go down a rabbit hole, because this is pretty ignorant and might have already been answered, but I think you were talking about how there was material in the Keller that was, it seems, stolen from the Ross edition before the Ross edition was put out.
Yeah.
And does that imply that there was some sort of transatlantic stealing going on?
Absolutely, yes.
Moles inside the Ross?
Yes.
That's just bananas.
Yes. And a lot of the pirated editions that Joe's been working on were issued in very, very tiny print runs. So they clearly had agents in I imagine, in London, who were haunting the same kind of bookshops that Wilde's defenders, like Millard in particular, were also haunting. But they were in search of material rather than, trying to expunge it or purge it. But it was, I owe that aperçu about Florentine tragedy to forthcoming editorial work by Yvonne Ivory in the Complete Works.
Thank you so very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now adjourn for some refreshments, and we will gather back here in about 20 minutes. We will see you then. we will begin. Welcome back. It's very good to see all of you. So it's an enormous pleasure for me to introduce Kristen Mahoney, who is another long-standing friend of the Clark. I first got to know Kristen during an NEH summer seminar that I organized many years ago. It was 2009, I believe, called the Decadent 1890s, which was a 5-week summer seminar for college faculty. And we had, I think, what might be described as a whale of a time. And we did indeed meet every day for 5 weeks in this particular room around a beautifully organized large table. And it was a very, very stimulating experience, and I think it's fair to say that seminar has influenced your research. Kristen Mahoney is professor of English at Michigan State University. She is the author of Queer Kinship After Wilde, Transnational Decadence and the Family, which came out 4 years ago from Cambridge University Press, which received an honorable mention for the North American Victorian Studies Association Book Prize. And her earlier book came out in 2015, Literature and the Politics of Post-Victorian Decadence, also from Cambridge. She is the co-founder and co-editor of CUSP. I love the title. CUSP. I know, it's to be on the cusp. Late 19th and early 20th century cultures. So again, it's a journal which is looking at this, because we were mentioning Vincent Sherry's work, actually. Endo was mentioning this earlier today, that kind of movement between decadence, symbolism, modernism. And this journal is dedicated very much to that area of inquiry. And it's been going now for about 4 years, I think. I think that's correct. You're in your 4th year, maybe your 5th year. And that is issued by Johns Hopkins University Press. And it won the Council of Editors of Learned Journals Prize for the Best New Journal of 2024. And along with Dustin Friedman, who is a PhD graduate from UCLA, she, and this is Kristen, has also co-edited 19th Century Literature in Transition, the 1890s. And that came out from Cambridge University Press in 2023. So it's been a very, very busy time. And Kristen's talk today is called Wilde and Decadent Orientalism. Let us welcome Kristen Mahoney.
Thank you so much. Before I get going, I wanted to just thank Joe and everyone at the Clark for putting this event together. It's always so wonderful to be here. And as Joe mentioned, that moment that I spent in the Clark in 2009, I think sort of determined everything for me in terms of the kind of work that I've been doing, both because of the materials here, but because of Joe's mentorship. So it's like a homecoming to be back here. I'm going to be talking today, I'm kind of building on a talk that I gave a couple weeks ago at this fantastic Furbank Symposium that Kate organized. But in order to get going with what I'm doing, which is basically taking some ideas about how decadent Orientalism operates from a Sri Lankan critic who was writing about Furbank. I'm going to talk a tiny bit about Furbank at the beginning, just for a couple of minutes, so that we can then move on to talking about Oscar Wilde and Richard Bruce Nugent. So please indulge the Furbank for the very beginning of this. Okay. In a 1947 essay on the decadent modernist and devotee of Oscar Wilde, Ronald Furbank, the Sri Lankan writer Jinadasa Vijayatunga described Furbank, an author whose work he categorized as a supreme study in futility, as an index to a tendency and a stage in our civilization, which, quote, being on the decline seeks provocation and rejuvenation from the exotic. So today in my talk, I want to extend Vijayatunga's framework for understanding Furbank's Orientalism to engage in a broader analysis of decadent Orientalism and its modernist afterlives, and consider whether Vijayatunga's characterization of Furbank's futile practice of rejuvenation via contact with the exotic might illuminate the longer history of decadent negotiations with alterity. So I think, when I first encountered this essay by Vijayatunga about Furbank, it really crystallized something for me about how decadent Orientalism operates. So today I want to kind of test out if it works for other figures within the movement. So I'm going to argue today that decadent authors and artists who seek to capture the exotic operate with a degree of knowingness about the futility of their own project. The excess and detail of decadent writing about orientalized places and people does not work to relay the real. Ornate but never accurate, decadent style sends up the very attempt to compensate for the ugliness and brutality of the culture from which it emanates. It is vampiric in its relationship to difference, seeking provocation and rejuvenation from cross-cultural encounter, fully aware at the same time that the encounter cannot warm or revivify an undead civilization, piling detail upon detail and ornament upon ornament, as if to more fully acknowledge the futility of its project. Decadent Orientalist style, in its excess, renders itself absurd, registering the ineffectiveness of its attempt to resuscitate a culture in decline through further extraction and appropriation. So I recently contributed to Kate and Alex's Oxford Handbook of Oscar Wilde, a chapter on the phenomenon of decadent camp racism, which I also gave at a talk that Yvonne, a conference that Yvonne invited me to last year. So I talked about decadent camp racism as a form of racism that in its excess and theatricality seems to experience itself as immune to critique. So drawing on camp's capacity to, in Sontag's words, dethrone the serious, its resistance to being taken altogether seriously because it is too much, decadent camp racism casts itself as absurd, as too extravagant, too ridiculous to be reprimanded or dissected in earnest. So the exploitative hedonism of Wilde and Algiers, Carl van Vechten's brazen presumptuousness in his dealings with blackness, and all of the similarly troubling modes of consuming difference practiced by their decadent disciples seems somehow capable of eluding reproach, transforming every denunciation into evidence of the critic's humorless piety and lack of sophistication. Culture appropriation, sex tourism, slurs, and quotation marks. But by focusing on decadent Orientalism in particular today, I want to tease out the relation and the distinction between camp racism and Orientalism within the decadent tradition. So for my purposes today, I'll be using racism to refer to the dehumanization of people of color based on perceived phenotypical difference, while Orientalism could be understood as the attempt to capture and comprehend cultures and spaces, mostly situated to the east of Europe, processes that result in the exoticization and mystification of those cultures and spaces. So I've been tending to think about like one as a dismissal, another as a kind of desperate attempt to comprehend in order to capture. So the two are linked and they often occur simultaneously, as for example, in Wilde's aside upon meeting the Bengali theosophist Mohini Chatterjee, he makes one realize the mistake we make in being white, where Chatterjee is treated at once as an alluring object of mystical fascination and reduced to a fetishized object. But can we, building from Vijaya Tunga's assessment of Furbeck's writing practice, generate a description of decadence as Orientalism as distinct from but related to its outre and unapologetic brand of gleeful racism? The decadent Orientalist style Vijaya Tunga ascribes to Furbeck operates like the outre racism of decadence within a camp register. But the humor here seems somehow less insidious, as the object of derision is not the wounded racialized party or the earnest anti-racist critic, but the Orientalist practitioner, the practitioner of a style that emanates a sense of desperation, decline, inadequacy, and futility. Vijaya Tunga referred to Furbeck as a witty cynic, and he opens the essay on Furbeck by stating that the wit is a cynic not because he despises his fellow men, but because his laugh, when he does laugh, is often against himself. He compares Furbeck to Edward Carpenter, whom he categorizes as a serious idealist. Who directs our gaze at those rubbish heaps that we effusively call society, nation, and empire, asking us to pause for a moment and see what a worm-eaten hollow is hidden beneath the apparent health on the outside. Furbeck and Carpenter might be understood then as drawing our attention to the very same worm-eaten hollow. Carpenter through earnest critique, Furbeck by pretending to be able to fill the hollow with ornate excess and exotic detail, while at the same time acknowledging the supreme futility of that process, laughing against himself. As I'll be arguing today, the same might be said of the excess of ornament in Wilde's Sphinx, Aubrey Beardsley's Salome illustrations, Alistair's Sphinx drawings, or Richard Bruce Nugent's Bible stories, in which one might drown in a surplus of detail, details that reference an elsewhere while pointing to nowhere in particular, that function as adornment rather than referent, as decoration as opposed to representation, affectation rather than actuality. Piling brilliant jewel upon brilliant jewel, refinement upon refinement, all this diseased and extraordinary beauty takes us closer to no location, as this deliberate camp Orientalist futility never really believed it was taking us anywhere in the first place. This is not to say that decadent Orientalism always operates in such a knowing fashion. Much as Sontag distinguishes between naive and deliberate camp, I should note that some strands of decadent Orientalism seem less aware of the futility or compensatory nature of their practice. And I feel like I'm going to be picking on Michael Field right now, but a 1908 Times Literary Supplement review of Michael Field's Queen Merimny, a historical play concerned with the second wife of Herod the Great, describes the text as, quote, all flashes, flash upon flash of material splendor, of love and rage, and yet gleaming with a steady light that seems to be reflected from burning eastern skies on ropes of jewels, marble, weapons, gold, and gorgeous fabrics. It is seldom that English work succeeds in presenting so vividly the atmosphere of the East, an atmosphere at any rate which convinces those who do not know the East. The reader's very senses seem to be assailed with the hot, dry air, the heavy scents of balsam and cedarwood, the cool marble and the rare tinkle of water, the gleam and clash of jewels, the violent light and sudden artificial darkness, all the overpowering sensuousness of the days of ancient splendor. This review, which does admittedly seem to revel in the flashes and material splendor of the play, meant to vividly represent the atmosphere of Herod's court, nevertheless indicates that all of these jewels and marble and gold and balsam, this overpowering sensuousness, can only ever be a sham approximation, capable solely of convincing those that, quote, do not know the East, a study in futility. Bradley and Cooper don't seem to be, at least in my eyes, laughing against themselves. But Michael Field people can correct me here. I don't think that they thought they were that funny. But here in this 1908 review, they are, to a certain extent, the ones being laughed at. And they've attracted that derision through their English attempt to, quote, present vividly the atmosphere of the East. We might call this, with Sontag's category of naive camp in mind, naive decadent Orientalism. But more often, the futility of decadent Orientalist style might be understood as a bit more deliberate or operating somewhere on a continuum between naive and deliberate camp. As David Fienney notes in his recent work on decadent Orientalisms, Orientalism posits the East as decadent, as a site of decay, disintegration, and regression. The decadent movement, on the other hand, acknowledges the worm-eaten hollow at the core of the Occident, positing the West as in decline. What we get in Orientalist decadence is decadence encountering a constructed vision of decadence, a feedback loop of disintegration confronting disintegration, turning to sites that have been posited as fragmented and unruly in their excess to counteract the decline of Western culture, implementing a form of stylistic excess that makes the practitioner laughable and draws attention to the lack by which it is motivated. In attempting to cast the Orient as decadent, as inspiring decadent style, decadent Orientalists also highlight the decadence of the Occident, its desiccation, its decay, its need. Said describes Orientalism as a technique for dominating, restructuring, and having authority, but Vijayatanga draws attention to the fact that Orientalist decadence seems unable to do any of those things. As an aesthetic practice, it highlights its own futility, its own situatedness within a rotten culture, a culture in decline. Of course, conceiving of British culture as decadent at this moment requires a slight shift of the notion of decadence, understanding decay and decline in Carpenter's terms, a recognition that imperialism itself engenders decay, that nation and empire constitute rubbish heaps atop a rotting foundation of violence and exploitation. Fienney calls French Orientalist decadence a kind of cultural transvestism. French decadent Orientalists were, in his terms, acting out the role of the Oriental in order to cure themselves of progress. Writing over 70 years prior, Vijayatanga implies that British decadents might be engaged in a similar practice, writing in a decadent Orientalist style in order to heal the wound left by empire. Orientalist decadence uses style as a salve for that wound, but in drawing attention to its own futility, it always acknowledges that salve as quackery, a placebo that will never alter or heal the gaping wound to which it is applied. So I came across this material when I was looking at Nancy Cunard's papers, because she was close friends with Vijayatanga, and she was trying very, very hard to get Furbank's biographer, Benkovitz, to include some of this material in her work, which she never did. And so what I'm trying to do is kind of reinsert his arguments and his insights into the conversation. And what I'd like to do in the brief time I have remaining today is to position Wilde as a key figure in the formulation of the decadent Orientalist practice described by Vijayatunga, and the Harlem Renaissance author and artist Richard Bruce Nugent as, like Furbank, a modernist inheritor of this tradition, who, unlike Furbank, reworks decadent Orientalist practice into a potential rejoinder to the camp racism of decadence. Nugent's decadent modernist Orientalist tales, I will argue, carry forward many of the practices and concerns of his favorite decadent writers, such as Wilde and Furbank. We all know at this point how much Nugent, with his black Salomes and deliberate nods to Wilde's works, was influenced by Wilde. But according to his executor, Thomas Worth, he also devoured Furbank, and that was the term he used. So I really want to think about the three of these figures in constellation. In his revisionary biblical narratives, he employs a similarly lush and excessively ornamental approach to the representation of the East, while insistently highlighting the elusiveness of transcultural communion. Nugent's work emerges in this discussion as a significant test case that demonstrates the importance of separating out two strands of decadent negotiations with alterity, camp racism and decadent Orientalism, as well as their relationship to one another, along with the possibility that one might, in the right hands, even serve to counteract the other. So I want to spend some time with Wilde, because that's why we're all here. My reading of Wildean Orientalism through the lens of Vijayatunga's framework of futility departs to a certain extent from Curtis Meres's influential treatment of Wilde's relationship to colonialism. Meres argues Wilde believed that artists might, quote, appropriate exotic objects so as to inject European culture with new aesthetic life, and that, quote, non-European peoples had died so that Europeans might live, that they had sacrificed their lives so their ornamental remains might redeem Western culture. Vijayatunga might concur that Wilde's brand of decadent Orientalism seeks provocation and rejuvenation from the exotic, but he would, I believe, counter Meres's characterization of Wilde's optimism with an emphasis on the sense of futility embedded within Wilde's jeweled prose, his decadent catalogs, and his ornate but wooden scenarios of Eastern opulence. Wilde might turn, every time I say the East in here, I have quotes around it, just know that I'm not going to do it every time, but you know I understand that that is a problematic term. Wilde might turn repeatedly to North Africa or Asia as if to a cure, but what becomes clear in his Orientalist works is that these spaces and cultures elude capture, and the worm-eaten hollow at the core of European culture remains, despite these desperate attempts to extract cultural sustenance via eclectic assemblage and extravagant description. This whole remains cavernous, rotten, unfilled. This is occurring across his works, and we all know this. In this room, everyone knows this, right? Dorian Gray's 11th chapter, for example, stages this futility and lack of satiety in the dandy's rabid accumulation of, quote, burning odorous gums from the East, his hosting of curious concerts in which yellow-shawled Tunisians plucked at the strained strings of monstrous lutes, his pursuit of dainty Delhi Muslims, finely wrought with gold thread palmates and stitched over with iridescent beetles' wings. These are, quote, mad hungers that grow more ravenous when fed, mobile and kinetic desires that engender only forgetfulness or escape, rather than authentic counters with alterity that result in revivification. And Dorian is, of course, the quintessential case of the worm-eaten hollow hidden beneath the apparent health on the outside. The chaotic constellation of dislocated artifacts in Dorian's collection, like the cacophony of exotic terminology and similes in Salome's delineation of what delights her in Yochanan's body, can also be understood as a panicked reckoning with the impossibility of, quote, portraying Eastern realities. In her recent work on decadence and Orientalism in England and Germany, 1880 to 1920, Katerina Harold-Zanker flags the tendency to, quote, liberal eclecticism in Wilde's writing about Asia, North Africa, and the Middle East, the integration of an undiscriminating conglomeration of sources, and the reconstruction and deconstruction of objects of desire disconnected from their original place of belonging under his Orientalist gaze. These eclectic juxtapositions are often so dizzying, they draw attention to their own discordance, reading as evidence of the frantic desire to come into authentic contact with something, with anything that feels exotic. And I think you can see critics kind of across these discussions of Wilde gesturing towards this sense of frustration or futility that registers in the excess of his prose, which produces portraits of alterity as lovely as a Persian carpet and as unreal. David Wade Thomas, for example, argues that Salome reveals that representations, essentially, are vital but disappointed bids for consummation, acts of frustrated grasping. And Chad Bennett asserts that within the play, poetic ornament, with its impossible promise to embody fully the object of desire, and the implications of this failed promise, propels each of Wilde's central characters through his tragic plot with the haunting lockstep beauty of a somnambulist's gait, repeatedly transforming what it forms, effacing what it faces, and disfiguring what it figures. So if the figures within Salome appear flat, half asleep, and almost dead, that is because they cannot, try as they might, get to difference. As much as they work to feed upon the exotic beauty they see around them, each in their frustrated attempts at representational vampirism, their endless, circuitous, culturally eclectic similes encrusted in lustrous detail, cannot generate description that will truly bring the other into the self, that will make alterity live within the self, or make the decaying self live again. And Beardsley's illustrations, at once so ornate and so very, very flat, similarly foreground their own futility and what Bridget Brophy refers to as, quote, unlocated exoticism, winking knowingly to the viewer from within each detailed bone, vein, and butterfly of ornament that never draws us any closer to a real Judea or to the inner life of Salome. So this is a kind of frustration and chaotic eclecticism that occurs across Wilde's works. But in my comments today, I want to turn just very briefly to Wilde's long poem, The Sphinx, reading the poem and its illustrations as a particularly acute set of expressions about the futility of decadent Orientalism. I want to look at the Sphinx because it's such an exaggerated instance of decadent Orientalism. And a quick turn to the poem will help establish some of the key elements of a tradition that gets carried forward and further exaggerated by Wilde's modernist disciples, such as Furbank and Nugent. So in my comments thus far, I've emphasized that decadent Orientalism operates at the level of style, in excessive ornament and detail, which in its eclecticism produces a sense of unlocated exoticism. But it also tends to operate within a particular affective register. In staging and restaging scenes of frustrated comprehension that demonstrate the elusiveness of alterity, these texts communicate a sense of desperation that rubs up against humor. Within the decadent Orientalist scenario, we're frequently confronted with someone who is so bad at doing what they are doing, or pretending to try to do, that the frustration becomes funny, while remaining to a certain degree also kind of sad. So this is camp Orientalism, comparable to some extent to the sapphic camp Orientalism D.A. Boxwell locates in Woolf's Orlando, which, quote, in its hyperbolism and its predictable iconography, holds at its core a knowing and ludic understanding of the overwhelming alienation presented by a confrontation with the other. So this element of the Sphinx emerges most clearly when summarizing the movements of the poem, which might read something like this. I'm looking at a Sphinx. I was trying to think, I was like, what is this poem actually about? Okay, I'm looking at a Sphinx, now I'm talking to her, I'm saying, I love you, I want to touch you, answer my questions, you can't. He gets frustrated very quickly. Who did you have sex with? I'm guessing Ammon, definitely. You are a loose woman. Your boyfriends are dead or maybe can't even die. Then why don't you go have sex with a lion or a tiger? Get away from me. Wait, I have more questions. And then, never mind, I love Jesus. It's a weird poem. So this Inquisition is, of course, relayed in an awkward, strange style that implements what Regina Gagne calls catalog-like excess and what Kostas Biopoulos describes as vocabularic artificiality heightened by Wilde's use of unusual and recherche rhymes. Biopoulos characterizes this as a jeweled style in which words operate at the level of the gem, the utmost embodiment of the word for its own sake, an evacuated signifier, and become hieroglyphs, entries in a dead record. There is, in addition, as Biopoulos notes, quote, a profusion of particularized nouns, Egyptian words such as obelisk, basilisk, catafalque, and eminence, among a plethora of others with their oddness and rareness encrusted in the poetic space for their dazzling effect and not for their signification, end quote. So as the speaker reaches towards the Sphinx, performing an aggravated attempt at comprehension, begging her to answer his increasingly hysterical questions, he relies on language that does little to concretize or capture the experience, that in fact draws attention to its own emptiness, eclecticism, and insufficiency, before collapsing in a scene of high camp exasperation and a performative turn to Christ as a source of comfort. Of course, this supplication promises nothing of real use, as the speaker highlights the depletion of the exhausted figure on the crucifix, quote, whose pallid burden, sick with pain, watches the world with wearied eyes and weeps for every soul that dies and weeps for every soul in vain. So this is a decadent Christ, a Christ who's been roughed up by occidental misery, whose comforting vocation is itself a futile project. And decadent illustration and book design have tended to further compound the poem's emphasis on frustration and incomprehension. Nicholas Frankl, in his beautiful reading of the 1894 Bodley Head edition of the Sphinx as Objects, asserts that Ricketts's decorations embody everything the poem means by a sphinx through their sheer obduracy, rhyming neatly with the poem in which the speaker poses a set of increasingly monstrous interpretive questions, only to find that no matter how urgently they're posed, the object of those questions recedes further and further from view, right? So I think he's kind of gesturing at the same thing Vijayatunga is saying, thereby raising the problem of apparent powerlessness in the face of obdurate materiality. Frankl notes that we as readers are placed via the book's design in the same position as the poem's speaker, for the sheer variety of experiments used in printing the poem, including the pushing of printed text to the margins, the use of capital letters exclusively, and a visual phantasmagoria that makes it extremely difficult to concentrate on the poem itself, render the book extremely distracting to read, and almost like the Sphinx itself, embodying a pure decorativity. And then Alistair's even more distracting and patently absurd illustrations for John Lane's 1920 edition, in which Ricketts's serene and aloof Sphinx grows exhausted and grotesque, and the excess of decoration comes to resemble disease. I mean, that really does look like he's taking the kind of Beardsley thing to an extreme. With a Christ whose wan, sickly, bleeding body and black lips provide even less comfort in the face of obdurate incomprehensibility than Ricketts's wiry Christ with his face turned from the viewer. We're left certain within this visual universe that no sustenance will fill the worm-eaten hollow at the core of the Occident. All is in vain. No rebirth shall result via contact with the exotic. Alistair's illustrations could be seen as even more successful than Ricketts's decorations in conveying the affective register of the decadent Orientalist encounter. So while recent work on decadent modernism has demonstrated effectively the pervasiveness of decadent influence within the Harlem Renaissance, Richard Bruce Nugent, I think, has come to be understood as the most enthusiastic devotee of decadence within the Renaissance. And his works often exhibit the same sorts of chaotic eclecticism and excessive detail on display in the Orientalist works of Wilde and Furbank. And I just kind of went through my folders on my computer and just pulled some examples of this kind of eclecticism. I want to close today by thinking about how Nugent's understanding of race and his experience as a Black member of decadent modernist circles, subjected to the camp racism within those networks in which Blackness was at once fetishized and derided, might have inflected his approach to decadent Orientalism. It's been helpful for me in attempting to characterize Nugent's mode of anti-racist decadent Orientalism to consider how it might be distinguished from what Bill Mullen has described as an Afro-Orientalist tradition, as practiced, for example, by W.E.B. Du Bois and Richard Wright. Mullen posits Afro-Orientalism as a Black counter-discourse meant to operate as an antidote for Black American suffering, which turned to Egypt and East Asia for forms of inspiration and political collaboration that might counteract global decline and restore the greatness of the race. Mullen locates in Du Bois's Afro-Orientalist writings the development of a revolutionary sublime that associates the possibility for salvation and resurrection with Egyptocentrism and Afro-Asian affiliation. Because I focused so much today in my comments on Wilde's Sphinx poem, I thought it might be useful to look to Du Bois's own Sphinx poem, The Riddle of the Sphinx, which appeared in Darkwater in 1920, as a key example of Afro-Orientalism. Following an extended discussion of the ways in which colonialism and the religion of whiteness have contributed to cultural decline, manifested most clearly in the recent World War, which he describes as a prelude to the armed and indignant protest of the despised and raped peoples of India, Egypt, China, Japan, as well as the Black populations in the US and the Caribbean, Du Bois positions this poem that, like Wilde's, begins with a mysterious and racialized feminine figure, in this case, a dark daughter of the lotus leaves. This dark daughter's quiet contemplation is quickly interrupted in the second stanza, however, by a soul-waking cry emerging from the Black South, which is in turn stifled by stanza's end by white decadence, by, as the next stanza states, the white world's vermin and filth, British and American dirt and scum drunk with greed of gold. These fools were raised to glory on the backs of men in Egypt, India, and the Arab world. But here we get a new kind of decline, a vengeance, the dragging of white boasters down, down, deep down, by a coalition composed of the very people of color whose labor white men exploited until they're shorn of their demonic strength. So much as Wilde's Sphinx poem closes with a turn to Christ, Du Bois gives us here the birth of a black Christ who heralds a global coalition of resistant people of color and a world suddenly reborn, revitalized, and awake. While Du Bois clearly implements decadent rhetoric in his diagnosis of Western decline and his wish for the degeneration of whiteness, this is not a decadent vision of history. Here is the possibility for a new world and a new set of cultural conditions, facilitated by contact between Black and Eastern subjects, and overseen by a mighty and triumphant God with a thunderous voice, rather than a weak and wan Christ with decaying lips. Nugent's Orientalist Bible tales emerge in comparison to Du Bois's Afro-Orientalism as far more cynical, dark, and truly decadent. Writing alongside Du Bois, in conversation with Du Bois, aware of Du Bois's political optimism, Nugent generates a divergent brand of Orientalism that does not go to glory. Rather than building towards revolution or liberation, his stories remain within the exhausted register of desperate desire for and deep cynicism about the potential for cross-cultural understanding. Each of the stories in his planned collection, Saffron and Calamus, shimmer with a proliferation of gradient hues and luxuriate in physical beauty. But each tale also ends with frustrated understanding, fundamental incomprehension, and tragic death. The stories resemble Fairbanks Santal or Michael Field's Mariamne in their excess of Orientalist detail, in their frantic, wildly eclectic assemblage of color and scent meant to concretize a mystified unlocation. In Nugent's Orientalist eclecticism, Salome's toilette, for example, during which she is, quote, rubbed with linen and camel's hair stuffs, her nipples made crimson with the paste of cochineal and the oil from lotus blooms, her lashes weighted with gold paint smelling of the oil of oranges, constitute a synesthetic chaos of ornaments from other places. But what makes Nugent's Orientalist tales distinct is their insistent use of human skin as a palette for the project of feudal delineation of and revivification via the exotic, which in turn means the stories often advance a connected claim about the impossibility of racial legibility, insisting over and over that reading phenotypical detail never enables the reading of subjectivity. Nugent's Salome, in his slender length of beauty, for example, mimics Wilde's Salome in her desperate attempts to capture difference, her circuitous linguistic endeavors to pin down the specificity of her beloved Narcissus's skin color, his eye color, his lip color, and the relation to her own phenotypical characteristics. Thine eyes, she tells me, are so soft and gray, with a slender line to paint the circle. Thy hair is golden like the midday sun, almost silver. Thy lashes are as black as coal. She stretches her ivory leg out next to his white one, exclaiming, how rosy white thou art, allows him to kiss her breast and experiences a thrill at the pale pink of his lips upon her arm and throat. But as closely as she seems to look at the shepherd, as much as she endeavors to describe his body, she remains blind to his identity, not seeing that he is identical with his twin brother, Yochanan. Narcissus confides in Salome that he's been separated from a twin to whom he remains intimately connected, so much so that when one twin dies, so too will the other. 'Tis said that which pierces the heart of one twin is felt in the heart of the other, and when one heart does cease to beat, the other does likewise. Thus, when Salome dances for Yochanan's head, she will inadvertently cause the death of her beloved Narcissus. The signs were there. Yochanan's eyes are gray, albeit inspired and mad, but nevertheless like a lover's. His lips are soft and coral, leading her to wonder what they might feel like on her skin. So the fact that all of these details rhyme with those she has just delineated in her attempts to capture Narcissus's beauty eludes her until she's completed her ecstatic dance, tossing the vermilion stuff that covered her breasts onto Herod's rapt face and seeing suddenly Narcissus standing there. So she sees Yochanan and suddenly realizes, after being around him for quite some time. Realizing her mistake, finally recognizing the resemblance, she stands shamed and still. She returns to her beloved shepherd while Yochanan loses his head, insisting that she loves Narcissus, that she, quote, sees him everywhere. But the fact that she stared directly at his mirror image without recognition indicates that she never truly saw him at all. Narcissus was dead, and all Salome's careful delineations of skin tone, her delights in the detail of color, brought her no closer to anything like understanding. Thomas Worth included 4 of the planned chapters of Saffron and Calamus in his collection, Gay Rebel of the Harlem Renaissance, but the Beinecke also holds an additional unpublished story, Tunic with 1,000 Pleats, that repeats this pattern of acute attentiveness to and desperate desire to represent difference, which nevertheless yields incomprehension and loss. Driving home the connection, the story opens with Sheila pleating her tunic in the shade with a group of women who are carding wool, weaving, stringing necklaces, and speaking together of Salome, the death she just caused, and the shepherd whom she really loved. So we are, as the story's opening indicates, within the same world marked by the same problems of misrecognition. The women assist Sheila in a meditation on the phenotypical differences of her own beloved Simon, quote, almost as dark as one of Pilate's Nubian slaves, his curls so soft and tight and thick, and like Salome, she revels in the contrast between skin tones, quote, I like to see his hand on my arm, I am made so white. While she awaits an appointed meeting with her beloved, Sheila engages in a sumptuous toilette to rival Salome's, covering herself in extraordinary pigments made from carmine dust and lemon oil, donning sandals of peacock leather with soles mosaicked with lapis lazuli and an iridescent peacock cape, an array of color that might serve as a complement to the duskiness of her escort. And as she primps, she recalls their first meeting when she had been struck by the strangeness of his blackness and trembled as she touched with 2 fainting fingers his cheek, so dark as the night in which it lost itself. And the two had, in this initial meeting, volleyed ornamental similes at one another, kind of like Salome at Yochanan, Simon turning to moonbeams in an effort to capture the beauty of Sheila's hair, and Sheila countering that her beauty relies on his for contrast. Is not the casket more beautiful that contrasts the dark of teak with the pallor of pearl? But as she waits for Simon, she grows increasingly irritated that he hasn't arrived, more certain he has rejected and deserted her, and she decides to turn to his rival Chaim in revenge. However, as she coquettes with Chaim, their banter is interrupted by a procession, by Christ bearing his cross, beset by a crowd of hooting, jeering people, and Simon beside him, assisting with Christ's burden. Seeing Simon's sacrifice, however, moves Sheila no closer to understanding. She doubles down on her indignance about Simon's neglect, entreats him with gasping, tearful sentences punctuated with the sounds of nails being driven through flesh, watching him leave to, quote, return never. Sheila, who worked so hard to see and represent Simon's beauty, cannot for a second see this new beauty of devotion, nor the beauty of him for whom Simon sacrificed. She hardens into decadent cruelty, deriding the, quote, tiny weeping man whose gentle eyes were so strong as to shatter the obsidian bowl of Simon's love for her with a fluttering, dazed glance. She stands at the foot of the cross and jeers, holding out her 1,000-pleated tunic to catch the blood falling from the wound in his side, pledging always to keep this memento of her love and hatred for Simon, who had his head turned by this weak one, the one who would separate them. But when she spreads the pleats before her, there was no stain. Sheila looked closely at Simon. She made ornate sentences designed to capture and comprehend his beauty. But her hard, unfeeling incomprehension of his role in this messianic sacrifice leaves her at the story's end mystified, unseeing, blind to real beauty and devotion and the miracle of Christ's suffering. Slender Length of Beauty and Tunic with 1,000 Pleats conclude with death, destruction, shame, and derision, with isolated, unseeing women atomized in their regret or their hardened derision. So this is not triumphant Afro-Orientalism that receives from the East an antidote to the worm-eaten hollow of modern despair. Sheila will never comprehend that she jeered right at God. Salome learned too late that her eye never really truly caught Narcissus. But remaining within the key of decadent Orientalism, within a darker vision of the possibility of apprehension, allows Nugent to trace a hopeful vision of identity that eludes capture. Sheila's and Salome's fixations on phenotypical difference brought them no closer to comprehending alterity. Reading surfaces brought them no closer to truth. Discussing Du Bois's delineation of the riddle that is race, Dolan Hubbard argues that Du Bois demonstrates that, quote, the modern construct of race is a riddle, for it seduces people to mistake surfaces, skin color, for essences, to mistake the shadow for substance. Nugent's Bible story stage a similar claim. Sheila and Salome's attempts to come into communion with difference were futile, but these vain encounters with otherness indicate that reading skin, reading surfaces, engenders no real answer to the riddle of difference. For Nugent, the melancholic register of the feudal decadent Orientalist project, the frustration of the encounter with the impenetrable other, the piling of detail upon detail in the failed attempt to know another subject, allows for a meditation upon the disconnect between surface and essence, allowing racialized difference to be understood as the Sphinx without a secret. Thank you.
How's that not? Yep. Yep, that's good. Okay, well, Kristen, thank you. That was wonderful. Yep, learned a lot. And again, we shall open this to the floor. Any questions at all?
That was fantastic. I just have I want to return to Wilde, obviously, but I guess, I don't know if either of these are questions or comments, but I was thinking of, like, you ended with mistaking shadows for substances, and I was thinking of the fisherman and his soul, and like a literal
You're thinking
hollow,
of what?
The fisherman and his soul.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Like a literal hollow walking around the earth trying to fill it with exotic objects. So I don't know if there's something to be said about that, but one thing that jumped out at me, and especially with your distillation of the Sphinx, was how much it resembles, and obviously Wilde loves Keats, the speaker sort of yelling at the urn to give it answers in a Grecian urn. And I don't know if there's something to be said about an exchange of Hellenism for Orientalism as something that either is legible in Wilde's career or just whether there's anything to do with that.
Yeah. I mean, so the things that you said made me think of two things, like that even like across the fairy tales, I think I could turn there to look for examples of people kind of trying to like kind of accumulate beauty and detail as a way to kind of feed that worm in a hollow. I think it's kind of happening across the fairy tales. It does seem like at moments like certain figures are getting access to the secrets behind those objects, so I'd have to think through what that means, like what it is that kind of allows someone to understand like how a jewel was acquired, right? To see the kind of exploitation and violence that led to that, and why certain figures are able to get that kind of comprehension. And what was the second part of your comment?
It was just whether there's anything to be said about a kind of substitution of Orientalism for Hellenism in a kind of version of the Grecian urn in the Sphinx.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I keep thinking about like this is I'm trying to write an article that is going to be like, this is what I think decadent Orientalism is. And I think like while I was listening to some of the papers today, I was trying to think about how I would distinguish Orientalism as a mode of encountering or trying to comprehend difference within this particular tradition. Yes, against like forms of Mediterraneanism, right, or against like forms of Hellenism. Like, what is it that is making this practice seem as camp and excessive as it is? And what is it that this tradition, as part of a larger tradition of Orientalism, has decided is so particularly indecipherable about this specific space that it requires practices that get this out of hand and this out of control? So I think that, I mean, it would be interesting, I think, if I wind up writing this into an article, to think about Hellenism, like an interest in the historical past, like all of these things that people who are associated with this movement are interested in trying to comprehend that do seem difficult to get at, but there's something about the way that that kind of like that this particular kind of like Orientalist yearning engenders a particular kind of like franticness, and so I think that is worth me trying to kind of trace out. I don't have an answer to that now, but you made me think that there will be a paragraph, the Dan Novak, a paragraph of the paper. Yeah.
Yep. Kate.
Thank you. That was wonderful. So, of course, you were talking about the long-term rights across the long term of the century. But I wonder what happens to this decadent Orientalism. In a sense, you were talking about what was a sort of newish encounter with the other. Does decadent Orientalism sort of disperse into into nothingness as that encounter becomes less new? Or is there something inherent in the decadence or the decadent frame of mind, which means that we see decadent Orientalism enter new phases through the 20th century and even into the 21st, thinking of later decadent fiction and poetry?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be interesting to think about like when the knowingness turns fully into a mode of critique, of self-critique, right? Because I think that that's something that I am not being clear enough about right now, and something I don't really feel like I fully understand yet. So like at the very beginning, I was sort of talking about Michael Field. I don't even know if that's fair, but I was kind of positioning them as doing a kind of like naive camp Orientalism, and then that there's something about Wilde, like doing what's happening in the Sphinx in such a knowing way that's the kind of strand that I feel like is getting taken up by Furbank and then taken up by Nugent. And I guess what I was trying to imply, like in the way that I was talking about Nugent, is that he's kind of aware of what this practice has been doing, right? Because I think like the people who are participating in the tradition, they know like, okay, if you're going to like pretend to represent the East, here are some of the kinds of things that you're going to bring into these, so some of the kind of stylistic excess and some of the kinds of content that you're going to pull in. But then that he is kind of rerouting it to this particular other kind of response to that kind of the concept of racialization and to the kinds of camp racism that he's encountered. I think that I would have to think more about the ways that I'm talking about the kind of like agency and knowingness in each of these modes of doing this work. But my instinct would be, I guess this is a long way of saying to you, like my instinct would be to say that this practice grows sort of like increasingly self-aware, increasingly kind of critical of the tradition that it's operating within. And then like, I think all of the work that all of these early career people have been doing about kind of picking up strands of decadent practice that are happening all over the world, right, that it might indicate something about the way that knowingness manifests within particular, within other national traditions, and is kind of speaking back to that tradition of decadent Orientalism, but using those kinds of decadent Orientalist practices. But I guess that would be an interesting way to close the essay, is to think about where this does go. Because I was trying to say, like, here's the thing that's kind of happening in Wilde, it's getting picked up. Well, I said this 2 weeks ago about Furbank. Today I was talking about the way it gets picked up by Nugent. But to have a coda that maybe thinks about things that are happening a little later in the 20th century, and if this is growing like increasingly self-critical and self-aware. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. That was great. I've got a question about why Nugent wrote a story about Simon of Cyrene. Do you think he was knowingly writing back to the Wilde dubia, Simon of Cyrene, the kind of prose poem that was published in 1912, I first think, and was attributed to Wilde, written down by Amy Lowther. So would that be a reason why he might have chosen that biblical story to sort of write back to?
I think he's sort of also drawn to like questions around like Simon's phenotypical difference, which I feel like gets kind of established in different ways. And that was something that I was trying to look at when I was putting together the PowerPoint, is like, when Simon's skin starts to get represented in paintings as darker. Because he's clearly into this idea of the way that the kind of women who are talking with Sheila are kind of fetishizing him and sort of positing him as so kind of phenotypically different. But I don't know when that starts to register in like paintings of Simon. So I would have to look into that. But that would be my instinct to say, is that he's interested in this particular figure because of the way that questions around his racial identity are kind of being refashioned and refigured within a tradition of, like, within visual culture. So that's my impulse, is to say that's why he's so drawn to that. Because they are constantly talking about him as kind of like as a figure who reads differently than the other men that they're around, and they're kind of fetishized for those reasons.
Gregory?
Thanks, Kristen. That was just marvelous on so many levels. I want to see if we can reverse the polarity between the European and the Eastern, with heavy quotation marks. To go back to the first critic you mentioned, that was really fascinating, because here we have somebody from Asia writing about
white decadence. But I was wondering, is something, the moment of the publication, 1947, from South Asia.
Yes.
So is decadence enabling some kind of embedded or overt post-colonial critique in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, so what I do know, because before I started this, I'm doing this project on Ireland and India now, but before I started that, I was, for such a long time, thinking I was going to do something about Sri Lankan modernisms. And just from visiting there a few times to do sort of archival research and looking at the kind of modernist groups that were manifesting there in the 30s and the 40s, there was this like deep interest in Oscar Wilde, a deep interest in like Christina Rossetti, a deep interest in all of our people, right? So that a lot of these like really kind of avowedly avant-garde sort of modernist coteries that were establishing themselves in Colombo during that period were mentioning Wilde when they were writing, or if they were giving an interview, they were titling their works, their kind of like works of kind of like queer surrealist photography with lines from like Swinburne poems or Rossetti poems. So I think that is part of what's going on there. I think Vijaya Tunga at this point had been away. He had been in London. And I have to check when he left, because I just looked at his Royal Literary Fund folder in the British Library, but I think he came over in the 30s. But he would definitely be looking back to what's occurring there. But yeah, the reason that I even knew about what he had written about Furbank, which like to me is actually, I feel like it's the smartest thing I've ever read about Furbank, like honestly. Like I was like, I finally feel like I understand Furbank. And like Nancy Kennard, at the time that she was sending this stuff to Benkovitz, like she was pretty far along in her alcoholism. So I was really struck by the fact of being like that drunk at midday, because she's always telling like the person she's writing to, like, I'm really drunk right now. But then to sit there and type out like an entire article by a Sri Lankan critic on Furbank, because you feel so emphatically that it is the kind of key that would help her understand everything. Like that to me is so interesting. And then the fact that gesture is so thoroughly neglected by Benkovitz, right? And that this is like, I had never heard of him until I saw this, and then I went and got the book, and the book was pretty hard to locate. But like that somebody whose critical eye I think is so fantastic at looking at the way that all of these figures, like Furbank, like Carpenter, that of course, like we talk about as sort of connected with this history of empire, but it kind of distilling what it is that's happening in terms of their, the way that they're positioning themselves in relationship to those historical developments, I think is fantastic. So he's somebody that I want to write more about, and so yeah, he's really, really interesting, yeah.
Thank you, Gregory. We had another question just in the back. Right? Okay.
I know that like, all people want is their drinks. I feel bad.
I'll be brief. Okay, absolutely dazzling in so many ways. The interdisciplinarity of what you're doing here, the concept, the thesis, your dazzling linguistic flair, whatever. I heard you say, if I'm going to publish this as a paper, please, you must.
Thank you.
And with illustrations, of course, including that marvelous diagram.
My diagram, that was private. That was for you guys.
That was too fun. Okay,
Thank you.
Oh, Yvonne.
Just a quick one. That was just so much fun. Can we talk about But Wait, I Love Jesus? This turn to Jesus at the end of the Sphinx.
Yeah.
The text I was talking about today, La Sainte Courtisane, but also the text that Wilde was basing things on, maybe not the Flaubert, but Thais, Hypatia. It's as if But Wait, I Love Jesus, it allows a certain permission to really kind of revel in decadent Orientalism. And I'm just wondering, do you see a pattern of But Wait, I Love Jesus? Does that go, like when does that begin to disappear? Because we're not going to find it in Nugent, right?
Yeah. But there is, I mean, that was one of the things I was thinking about over the past couple of days when I was finishing up the paper, right? That there is a kind of like pretty earnest, but wait, I love Jesus in the tunic with 1,000 pleats, right? Like, I do want to think more about what the kind of turn to Christ or religiosity is, how it's operating, and also in a different register in Nugent. But I was thinking, like, there's the way that it's sort of treated. I don't know. I didn't know. Joe, you probably know what this edition is. It was one of the ones that they brought me by accident in the New York Public Library when I was trying to get the.
It's an unauthorized edition, and it's by writing.
This one? Yeah.
The hideous front.
Yes. It's so ugly. Yes. Yeah. It's so hideous.
It's Wright and Jones.
Yeah, and it's like in terms of the illustration, like what it does is it kind of like it oscillates back and forth between these two images, like across the space of the text, and sort of treating it like this is a text that kind of moves back and forth between these two options is equally valid, which I think undercuts what the text itself does in this kind of more self-critical way, where the kind of turn to Jesus is so absolutely out of nowhere and kind of absurd in the final moments of the text. But yeah, what else do you know about this edition? Because I feel like this.
I think it cost 15 shillings.
Okay.
And I've looked at it, and Millard obviously found it. Millard has in his bibliography a whole section on pirated editions, and it's been very, very neglected.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who did the illustrations for this. The print, the font, is almost unintelligible. I mean, it looks as if its Greek has met some kind of Persian, some kind of Arabic. It's exceedingly difficult. Some kind of Gothic. You know, Gothic as well. But I do think what's interesting is that the imagery that we've got here, which is Hermes, isn't it? And with the wings, I think it's Mercury, and the figure of Christ. It's toggling. It's doing a kind of toggling. And there's some responsiveness to the text.
There's a little, but I think when I looked at that, it really solidified for me like how much more onto what Wilde was doing, both the Ricketts illustration, even I think to a further degree the Alistair illustration they're doing with those really interesting images of Christ at the end, right? Like this, I don't think that the people producing this volume were not in on the decadent Orientalist joke. I don't think.
Not quite.
Yes.
They picked up on things.
Yes. Yeah.
They had picked up on things, unless that image at the top is supposed to be the Sphinx image, which I don't think quite works, but. You know, it looks more like it's been abstracted from some kind of area of classical, another area of classical stuff. Maybe it is supposed to be the Sphinx. I don't know. Well, I think so. Just one further comment people want to make, and then I can say something about our reception. Did you want to make a further comment?
Edition, and just for the Nevermind, I Love Jesus, that one of the false names for clandestine publishers of Wilde was the Jesus Press.
Oh, that's a good way to end.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Kristen, and that was just excellent. Shall we have a round of applause for the paper yesterday work?
Well, before we adjourn, we do indeed, across the lawn, have a delightful reception to which all of you are most warmly welcome. I would like to thank, at the end of this first day, we are meeting here tomorrow morning, but at the end of this first day, I want to thank the participants for 6 absolutely splendid papers, and to thank the members of the audience for splendid dialogue and splendid questions. So please come and join us at the reception. We will see you in a second.